He was reborn in an alien world, devoid of the familiar. Not a hero, but a strange creature, half human, half orc. The reason was the realization of weakness. Fate changed his aspirations, turning the desire to survive into a firm determination to gain unsurpassed strength. In the orc village, the beastmen mocked him, calling him the son of Org, not recognizing the kinship with the female prince mother. While playing with his friends, his mother came up to him, her long hair gently swaying with each confident step. His mother reproached him for further bullying, urging him to respond by force. He accused her of inheriting a human weakness. After admitting his weakness, his mother took the knife with a smile, holding it behind her back, frighteningly reminding him that strength is more important than complaints. She jumped up and threw a powerful punch, demonstrating her strength, which just surprised the child when he realized that such a thing was possible. She said that as a human female she was weak compared to the orcs, but she had become strong through hard training of will, magic, and sword. Tak showed him his old weakness, explaining that he didn't seek strength, and that was the whole reason. So Ors offered to train together, and his mother, beaming with joy, kindly agreed to support him along the way. It seemed to him that strength was not needed in a peaceful village, but the god noted, the mother teaches him sternly, like a Spartan, his intelligence, talent, human figure, and ability to wield a blade combined with her magic and senses. With training, he will surpass everyone. Smiling, my mother said that she doubted his ability to charm girls, but she said it more in a joking mood. He had never dreamed of becoming strong like the father the girls wanted to belong to. His mother met him during the demon-human war. Defeating monsters and the strongest warriors, she believed herself invincible until she met someone whose irresistible strength made her fall in love. Her essence hungered for his power, wanting to bear his child, and so the mother again suggested that they strive for power together. He didn't want to be popular, and he didn't find girls cute because, other than his mother, he'd never seen an attractive orc girl. There was no need to worry. My mother believed in orcs. Today they were waiting for a rare event that takes place once every 10 years, in a special building. There stood a huge, scarred monster with a grim look and a strength that could be felt even before it started moving. On this day, 3 chiefs, also guests, gathered to watch the meeting of the leaders of the 8 tribes, held once every 10 years. This was the first time he had attended the meeting, knowing that the chiefs would bring their daughters. The thought only irritated him. The orcs had a tradition of proving themselves by bringing a family from another tribe. His father fulfilled it by bringing his mother and begetting him. The Apriaza tribe held a grudge against the orcs because of this tradition, and he was strongly opposed to it from the very beginning. It was thought that this likened them to animals, because a true orc would not touch a woman without her consent and desire. There was still a lot he didn't know about humans, but his mother was going to teach him. However, the conversation was interrupted when the guests arrived. Before him were tribes, allies of ancient clans that he had never seen before because of his secluded village life. Now he saw a lot of cute girls and mentally admired their beauty, wondering that such wonders exist outside the village. They were women who were different from the others, elf, fox, ghost, and others, each with their own unique beauty and appeal. There were also some who could get along with him. After the adults' conversations, the celebration began, and a secret care was planned. The boy did not get along with any of them, and the girls just as diligently tried to avoid his attention and communication. They ignored him completely, making no attempt to get close. When the meeting was over, the girls had already gone home. The girls didn't get along with him, the tribes hated the orcs, and his weakness only served to increase their disdain, making it easier to know them. Orcs had a mysterious power that increased a woman's desire to give birth to a strong child, and the stronger the child, the higher the chance. She wasn't lying. He didn't get recognition because of weakness, but he was proud to be born an orc, because orcs are the best. Now he wanted to be so strong that every woman wanted his child, and he asked his mother to make him so. And he could count on the hero mother, whose power would make him the strongest. When he grows up, he will go on the road and become a worthy man. He rejoiced at the thought that one day he would be able to master them and give them offspring, considering it part of his future strength. If he gets strong, he can get closer to the dream, so he started training with his mother 4 years before the maturation ceremony. After taking a strong remedy, he stopped feeling pain, and, following his mother's advice, exhausted his body by running, strengthening it to the limit. I didn't feel too tired, even though I'd already run enough, and I knew I was close to my limit. The training was exhausting his body to the point of destruction, and his mother, without waiting for natural recovery, infused magic, accelerating healing and strengthening. 3 days and nights of such training would make any weakling equal to a soldier, and he thought that mother might be the devil. These dumplings created by the great sage contained everything needed for the body, including water, nourishing it every hour without fatigue. While they were running and talking about nothing, a huge monster suddenly appeared behind them, blocking the entire path. She was not an ordinary woman, and the training gave results. He felt the growth of strength, and his mother believed in this path. At such moments he had to shout his goal, because the power of feelings can give thoughts and body additional energy. When he first saw the cute girls from other tribes, he decided to win them over and shouted his wish so loudly that it echoed. The boy shouted the word over and over again, and they kept running as if nothing was happening. He shouted the word SEH so loudly that it was heard in the forest and mountains, and even the frightened birds flew away. The boy shouted the word until his last breath, until his body went limp and his throat was too dry to speak. It was all because of their bullying, so the 2 orcs kept a close eye on him, never taking their eyes off him. They came in the night, and it was all over, as if that hell had finally dissipated, leaving a clear silence in its wake. Now she had made him so tired in body and mind that it would normally take 3 months of hard training. My mother said that the orc had withstood part of the training. At home I ate a hearty meal, cleaned my body, and rested for about an hour and a half. An hour and a half of sleep restored him like 6 hours, and for the remaining 4 years they would have to manage their rest carefully. He felt the warm flow of spirit in his body, determined to become strong, and his mother believed that the hero's son could reach the end. Knowing that his power might go out of control, after all, he had inherited his father's power, and was looking forward to the day of its awakening. He endured their fears that his speech would betray him, but when he awoke from a dream about a hero, a demon lord, and a father, he went back to sleep. There were 2 people there, an old man, and probably his son. They looked around the orc village, carefully observing its inhabitants. The next day, they were preparing for new training sessions. His mother, full of energy, reminded him that teachers were already coming to toughen him up. She could only teach them spirits, defensive techniques, and a bit of disguise, so they went to a new place. An orc came out of that place to greet the Azure Thunder hero. He was glad to be able to pay her back for her training. The Landaril company Landaril, the largest among humans, sold everything, and he wondered how his mother had been able to invite one of its founders. And this person wasn't the only one. Soon someone else appeared, exclaiming in surprise that he couldn't believe his eyes. Is the boss married now? It was a boy who had grown up and come to the village. Roland promised himself, however, that he would make the best of the boy. Held the title of champion of the martial arts tournament for 3 years. He was considered number 1 when it came to barehanded combat. Madame knew both the merchant and the man. I wonder what kind of connection she has with them, the boy thought, and took 1 coin out of his pocket. And right behind him came the man from that very coin, and the old man turned Rodnam out to be his mother's own grandfather. The old man recognized the child as the heir and decided to train him, revealing that the mother was a princess of the 4 kingdoms and a hero. All those who came today are her friends and relatives, with whom she has a long and strong connection. He noticed a passing stranger and decided that it was probably the most magnificent and powerful of them all. And then he left something unusual and incomprehensible right in front of them. Is that slime? Or not? This is PRISUTSTV, i.e. Everyone who was there stood and watched this strange object or creature. His mother said they were waiting for him, the teacher. This power was absurd. The creature was like a star, capable of destroying a culture instantly. Suddenly, a man stepped out of the massive iron shell, his appearance breaking the silence and making everyone present wary. Berlin New World is a name written in legends and legends. A great sage and hero who accelerated the development of civilization for 3 centuries. It was argued that he was the epitome of the passion that makes everything great. But not everyone was happy about it, so I asked my mother to refuse. So you'll have to call the dwarf and hammer all this knowledge into him. 0 under nothing is impossible, like mother to son. If he doesn't have at least that much, getting the best of the best women is nothing more than an empty dream. He's wrong. The path to the harem is much harder than he could have imagined. There is no suspicion. Training involving the use of drugs, magic, and all sorts of tricks, compared to what you have to go through, will seem like an easy walk even to hell. We used it right now. I looked at the paper and the stars, but I didn't understand what they meant. It takes 20 days to train an orc in the basics, from the ability to sense to the ability to collect it at will if the orc wants to. The question remains why they are so indifferent to this idea. Meanwhile, the master casts several spells right in front of his eyes. Ronaldo hasn't come here for a long time. In the past, he ran away here after being defeated by 40 enemies to train. The boy could tell that it was vital energy, because every creature has it flowing inside, and Ronaldo will teach him to feel spirits. He poured a tiny bit of spirit into his hands. If it doesn't awaken the sensation, it doesn't stand out, Ronaldo reminded him. Ronald delivered a soft but powerful blow, and the boy was thrown backward, startled by the force of the blow, not expecting it to be so powerful. The impact left a huge hole on the baby's body, which was a demonstration of the strength of the power of the strike. He could feel the spiritual energy. It was brighter at the gate of death. If you can't hear, awaken your hearing, feel the flow. As he watches, he must build up a precise operation in his head. If he can do it, he can defeat and destroy the target. The boy still has to please cute girls, so death is unacceptable to him, and he must survive at all costs. He should concentrate everything in one stream, feeling the warmth emanating from the spiritual energy that permeates the body. The next step is to channel this energy into your body without spending the next 20 days on it. As he grew stronger, he felt energy and aura, and the next time he did it, he didn't have to exert himself as much. He silently focused his entire soul as he completed the task, and he succeeded. A radiant aura appeared around him. The boy returned from a 20-day training session and met his mother, feeling a new strength and self-confidence. But right now, he can only accumulate spiritual energy, not yet learning how to use it in battle or for other techniques. To achieve this in 20 days is a great success. The child has been actively training all this time without wasting a single minute. Now the boy was waiting for classes divided into two parts, physical training and theory and techniques training. By March, he realized that even if he became popular and pleased the girls, if the beloved suffers, he is no better than the last scoundrels. Then his schedule became even tighter, because his great-grandfather was now personally involved in studying, supervising each lesson. His great-grandfather prepared drugs for the boy to help him concentrate and memorize so that he could learn new knowledge and skills faster. After learning the basics, the lesson turned out to be interesting. All the knowledge has come together in a chain of stories. But the final test almost broke him. The country was in chaos because of the quarreling heirs. One mistake could cost thousands of lives, the feeling of a summer's life squeezed by pressure. For the final test, he found himself in a foreign country with 1,000 gold coins, must open a shop, and increase the profit in 3 months. The next magic was to teach the boy to kill fools using it. He will try, learning from mistakes, without risking his life thanks to the medicine. Right before he died, he saw the world in slow motion. If he could enter this state at will, he would become the strongest. The blow that makes the brain believe in death is repeated 1,000 times, almost torture, testing the limits of its endurance. The boy can no longer run away under the guidance of teachers. He has completed a week's half-day classes in the best part of a month. And now, 4 years later, the boy has become stronger, smarter, and ready for new challenges and adventures. The group behind the orc's birth finally revealed itself. Time has passed, training sessions are over, and all the teachers have approved. He'll be leaving the village soon. The orc father approached his son and told him to follow him, because he had important things to tell him. His mother and father kept things from him. The orc is weak, so they were trained in human skills, but they were strong enough. As seen from the previous conversation, the demon lord had long since retired, so revealing his identity might cause problems. Suddenly completely transformed, his father is an orc, and all orcs can transform. Although it seems incredible, he used this form back in the days of the demon lord. There are many orcs in the village who are all evil. Children from women of other tribes inherit their strong traits. Transformation is part of the skill. Inheriting only the strongest traits to create even more powerful offspring is much more effective than conventional breeding selection. Evil orcs have a fatal flaw. A child from the same tribe will shed blood when born as a normal orc, wasting thousands of years of effort. As their strength increased, they lost control, died before adulthood, and went insane. Evil orcs are dying out, so they chose conservation over power. If they continue to persist, everything will collapse, so he decided to marry a woman from their tribe. He wanted a child from his mother, and they did it, kissing right behind his son's back. The child understood the point, but not why he was born weak. He inherited the strength of his father and mother, the strongest of men, and on the 5th anniversary he staged a rage. Together with the demons, the 4 heavenly lords, the hero's body, and the great sage Marlene, they used everything to finally subdue him. Marlene Insight took away his evil orc power, so he weakened. Today they will give the last lesson on how to remove the seal. That is why the removal of the seal was left at the end. She only wanted to protect what was important, but there was nothing she could do right now in the face of danger. He would recover by a miracle of love. That was all they had to say. They hadn't told him that before they parted. After learning the truth, they began to tell him about its essence, despite the power. He is happy to inherit the power of his father and mother. His mother may be a little strange, but her love for him is real and genuine. While they were showing love for each other, Mother and the others noticed something strange on the wall. Is this teleportation magic? Someone is capable of using the highest class of magic. Who is she? Then a fairy-like girl appeared and said, "Congratulations," and all 3 of them stared at her. The boy was chosen as the Fairy King, receiving the power of the Spirit King, and a token on his arm as proof. She refused to lead the orc, leaving like a Fairy King's drone, making her visit seem like an invasion with idle chatter. Orcs joked about the fairy, saying that her figure was noble, and her eyes were sharp and attentive. The fairy prayed like, "Oh honey, you were chosen by the Fairy King to be a hero. There's something that Mom and Dad kept from him. He's infertile, he can't have children, so give it to YERASS. The boy was chosen to be the hero, and the fairy came to tell him the news. Can the boy regain the hero's power? But honestly, there's no problem, so he'd rather not have it. Orcs have always been considered evil, because people would accept the Force with joy. But the only thing that matters to an orc is the size of the fairy, no more. The fairy called him a lustful beast, but he reminded her that his friends were lustful poor people with hair, even former abusers. Everyone has matured, become worthy people and friends. He set out, knowing that he would meet Fermo, for his mother was a beauty. He took it back. They really are lustful animals. But given the fairy's habits, can the power be restored? The Fairy King is the supreme being who protects the world. It grants power to the hero, but the hero does not have to obey his orders. He can get the details from Miley, his predecessor. It's all true. My mother fought of her own free will. The fairy is smitten by the orc hero. This is a special flower. Mom asked a friend to do a relay race. By passing it on, one day the world will be filled with heroes. Just Merlin and Light. His mother gave him the power of a hero. He feels the same power inside. Deep in the body, in the left arm, a geyser of power sleeps. He has 2 signs. He called them Parnoimetgmark Oig Gemini. 1 per person. What happens if there are 2 is unknown. He felt an amazing power surging out of him. This is the power of a hero. Suddenly, he began to notice a lot of fairies. From all directions, hundreds of kilometers away, fairies began to flock to him. Usually, to get the power of fairies, you had to perform a long ritual. But now, they had come to offer their might to him. He didn't care anymore. I don't care if the whole world collapses. All because of him, Miley thought. He used to be honest. All the boy needs to do is defeat the one who annoys the Fairy King. That's it, she can go home. When he sensed the hero's power, he also sensed another, the hidden orc power, sealed by the great sage Marlin Insight. Now the boy and the master were standing in a certain place, and the boy asked to be allowed to take part in the last lesson. The boy understood the danger of his power. Either study the seal and depend, or seal it, forget it, contact it, move on, but otherwise. The boy persisted in asking to be taught about the seal, so that he could live forever with his blood and power without losing control. Most of all, he did not want to lose his power, because this is the result of the work of his ancestors and father, part of himself, his essence. It's incredibly difficult and confusing, but thanks to 4 years of lessons, he still managed to understand and master printing. And with that, the boy gained all the knowledge about seals. Next, a practical lesson. He must try to release his power. Printing has several stages. The first is 20% strength, the second is 50%, and the third is all power. The more you remove, the harder it is to seal back in. And when the boy tried to do it, everything happened as if he really succeeded, because the lock really opened. Then the kid really turned into an orc, taking on a formidable, primeval appearance. The power that burst out, it was truly powerful. Of course, with his appearance, a wave of rage descended from the heavens. Hitting the ground, he split it open, showing all his incredible strength. And this is only at 20%. With his growth, his strength also increased. I wonder how strong he is at the limit. However, it's a pity to lose himself over such a small matter, and he still dares to call himself his disciple, said the master. He should remember what his goal is. Training isn't for the sake of getting insane strength. He's a warrior trained by the top 5 teachers. It seems that the young man is able to withstand the breaking of the first seal. It is worth releasing the first tool, losing concentration for a second. It may not come back. Not only physical, but also magical power. All the control so far is incomparable to this. It is an inherited power, the experience of which is priceless. The boy owes more than he can repay. Without a teacher, he wouldn't be himself. Teachers are waiting for their daughters with treats. Well, then the master turned back into a bubble, as at the first meeting, and, slowly circling, flew away from sight. And after the departure of the master, the other teachers warmly said goodbye to the boy, wished him good luck, and left him, having completed their training. The bot liked to change expectations, no matter what they were. It seemed very funny, but he still walked away. He has a dream to pursue. Now it's time to start the journey. After packing up his things, he was already out on the road. Fireworks flashed in the sky in front of him, as if it was in his honor that he had started his journey. The guy was supported by everyone, his teachers and parents who helped him achieve his dreams. Everyone was watching him. He could hold his head high, because he deserved it, with his hard work and strength, because he will definitely make the world a better place by creating his perfect harem and protecting his loved ones with his power. He said that he had already won, underestimating the strength of the master who showed through his rage and unyielding power. The distance should be about 500 kilometers, approximately 4 hours on the road if you go without stops and delays. To begin with, he will accelerate faster and ask the wind fairies to reduce air friction to 0. Before he came to the big city, he expected to see its noise and bustle of people. It's time to test your popularity. The boy was interested in how others found out that he was from the village. Her name today is not Hanako, but Setsuko. The boy, disappointed in the street bandits, hit his attacker. The force of the blow was such that he flew far away. Seeing his comrades fall, the others attacked, but Marchik activated the fire fairies, burning anyone who dared to approach him. It's good that no one died, but they got what they deserved, because they started it themselves, pestered and disturbed the peace of Marchik. He studied economics, but not fashion and trends. Probably speaks with an accent. A plan is needed to win over a high-class girl. As he wandered down the street, he noticed an elf in a cage. It was locked, probably for sale. People stood and stared. Behind the castle, the elf is almost naked, handcuffed. She was being held captive like a hostage, without any protection. As he approached the bars, the boy saw with his own eyes that this was indeed an elf, a prisoner, defenseless and frightened. He looked at her carefully and thought how cute she was, but everyone started talking about the fact that this kind of thing happens once every 10 years, which is rare. Sometimes he wondered, monsters are scary, but people themselves? The seller kidnapped girls of other races, treated them like merchandise. Even monsters don't do that. Her eyes screamed for help, all the pain and despair reflected in her eyes, begging for salvation. A terrible fate awaited the elf. As a thing, she was taught by humans. He couldn't leave her like this. He wants to save her. The boy could buy it back at auction. It was 2 million gil. He had mushrooms and jelly, business skills. He approached the assistant, who asked if she wanted to buy something, but the red zone made it seem insignificant. I wanted to start a business, but from scratch for a long time. He wants to buy her shop and permit. The main street is too expensive. If it is a stall, a lot of strong young workers, voluminous, should sell. The girl is glad that he got rid of the stall. There are only 3 things: soy sauce, ketchup, and mayonnaise. This road was created by a boy in the village. Experimenting, he tried to reproduce the taste of his native home and remembered the way back. A dish from home that can captivate young people should be like this. He will make minced meat patties. Isekai, minced meat patties. He is running somewhere with the boar, as if it is chasing him or he is chasing him. It is not clear exactly. He already has wild boar meat. He will collect the ingredients himself and will be able to run the business almost cost-free. Isekai wild boar has a strong smell and tough meat, but this mushroom will reduce the smell and enhance the taste. You need to collect the remaining ingredients: medicinal herbs, 0 costs, as well as a bee's nest with honey, 0 costs. It will add the taste of the native land. A wild boar ritz with a rare mushroom accent, which will give a strong, unique taste to the dish. This is enough, but he will use the God Merchant method, attract customers with a fragrance so that they tell others themselves, without money or advertising. The boy had taken up a shop near the main street, close enough for the smell to reach the people, and his victory was almost certain. Indeed, more and more people were responding to the aroma of food. The smell wafted through the streets, attracting the attention of passers-by and shoppers. This world did not know pirate food, and this also played into its victory. Now, katsu, you can try the first cutlet katsu. Juicy meat juices and the aroma of sardines wafted everywhere. People wanted not just one serving but 2 or 3. It was really delicious. People who noticed this cue became interested and looked around. In front of everyone was a fresh meat patty. After a few days, there were so many people who liked it that he decided to try again this evening. They had never eaten anything like this and couldn't stop. Now all of them have become real addicts from minced meat dishes. He became famous. The magazine called it Orcs Must Meet Katsu. With this, his startup plan was successful. Over the past 2 weeks, while his store was becoming famous, his profit had steadily increased, and it finally happened. Walking along the streets, I noticed a magazine with the headline, Minced Yomago Patties. It looks like he's found potential competitors for the business. Then someone from the magazine said that he made this cutlet with the original recipe. Surely they didn't come to complain? The boy seemed to recognize the man. He's rich and spoiled, and he opened a lot of stores without paying off. Clearly copies its burgers. The boy's victory is already decided. His orc cutlets are a completely different product, not comparable to poorly made meatballs. This is not just a minced meat patty without secret spices. Their taste conveys the true power of their native taste. He wasn't going to run the store forever. The profit was small, so he called it Котлеты из рубленого мяса Orc Branded Slayer Minced Meat Patties Claimom Orca, and sold licenses. With a brand that has become famous, the trade association pays dearly for permits and regularly buys its secret spices. Minced meat patties are just one way to make money. He chose a different, faster way to make a profit in the next stage. The next day, an orc approached his rival and asked how their business was progressing. On a channel with 5 million subscribers, he opened a business in 2 months, but uses the money to save her today. So let the auction of the Great Animal Fest begin, where bets and fates will intertwine in front of all viewers today. As every year, there are many rare treasures from all over the world, and guests can take pictures of them today. It seems that the elf is the only half-blood in the auction, which is lucky, because now he can only save one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main item of today's auction. Many of the guests had already noticed that it was an elf. 2 damned beautiful elven girls were brought in. It is said that luck goes with men who take the virginity of an elf. The starting price is 10 million gil. At first, the price was 12 or 13 million, and then the boy raised the bid to 20 million gil. But it wasn't the final price yet. Someone called 21, and the boy raised the bet to 25 million. I wanted the auction to end at 25 million, but someone behind me offered 30 million. When everyone looked back, it was his opponent. The fat man offered $35 million to compete with the boy for the elf. In the end, the price reached 35 million gil, and the boy, seeing this, lowered his hands ready to leave the building. Now you see the willpower, the opponent said. The boy had lost the elf girl, his confidence, but he could still enjoy his time with her. I have a business proposition. If he kneels and bows, the villain may allow him to serve under his authority. He can enjoy his victory for now, otherwise it would be too pathetic. Later, he will have to do something terrible. When it was over, he approached his victim behind bars, preparing to act decisively and without delay. The giant was going to take the elf with him, but a boy appeared on the road to boldly free the captive and prevent the plan. And they were gone. He had never intended to resort to crimes to save her, so he was able to act without breaking the rules, paying the price for my arrogance. Somewhere in that, he guessed. It looks like she's fine, unharmed. She had woken up, and now they had an official meeting, the first real one after all the trials and tribulations. Not knowing where she was, who she thought was human was different, but now she was safe. The boy came to the rescue. It was clear that she was saved, but his aura was different. She probably already guessed who he really was and where he came from. Now that she realized how strong this guy could be, she burst into tears, wondering if the orc would gut her. She should calm down, because he said that he came to save her. She might not remember, but their eyes met as they carried her inside. Then the orc left the village in search of girls for the harem. But she shouldn't worry. He has rules. He does not build a harem without reciprocity. My mother taught me. They will discuss the future. Soon it will be noticed. They will start looking for it. Time is short. Understood. But why is he trying so hard to help, despite the fact that the road is not close and not easy? For what? The guy decided to accompany her to the village, suddenly fall in love. And if not, there may be a future wife waiting for a reward. She's cute. If she had wanted a child, he would have made her the first in the harem, not for a moment. So they met. The elf's name was Tita, the boy's was Ors. He was an orc and traveled in search of high-class women for the harem. Even so, they went to look for her village and had already gone quite far. They were going to have lunch somewhere, and Tita asked if he could go get some branches, because warm food is more pleasant. The orc was going to cook something delicious for her to close the distance between them, and then use the power of the fairies. By sharing his senses with the wind fairies, he can see through any space that the wind can reach. He spotted a rabbit ahead of them, big enough to be the main course of the day, and they found their prey. Catching him was so easy with the fairies' power, despite the rabbit's speed and reaction to them. Now, how to cook it? Just roast it. Boring. Well, it's time to apply another recipe from my native village. He cleaned the meat with water fairies and then added a generous amount of seasonings and his own secret sauces to make the taste richer and brighter. At this time, the girl gathered some branches to bake their food. They lit them with the power of the fairy, and all they had to do was wait until everything was ready. The girl saw fairies for the first time with her own eyes and was surprised that they really exist. Only gifted elves are able to use wind spirits. When the time came, the dish was taken out of the fire, and the hardened clay that held the moisture inside was split open, ready to be served. The fragrance filled everything with pleasant notes. In comparison with chicken, hare meat has an exquisite taste, standing out for its tenderness and special refinement. The girl was happy with the unusual taste because she had never tasted anything like it, and he, seeing her delight, felt a peak of joy. After the meal, there was a moment of bathing, because on the way it was rarely possible to wash. The girl went first, and Ors waited. The orc was unusually caring, unlike any other of its kind. He had trained for a long time to become a worthy man for the harem, and only a treacherous orc would dare to take advantage of such a situation to attack a defenseless girl without any protection. Now the children can sleep in peace, because the orc guards them, and the blanket warmed by fairies gives warmth to the tired girl. She seemed kind, smiling, and bright. The orc wanted her, but he respected Tita, not wanting to lose his future wife for the sake of instant desire. Holding herself together with such a cute girl was much harder than standing guard all night and guarding her peace of mind. With the dawn of a new morning, it was time to set out again, continuing the long and important journey. They must be almost at the village, a little further to the left. And wait, he understood why he suddenly decided to go there. He became interested in a strange barrier that affects perception. Constantly alert to magic and illusions, he quickly figured out how to distinguish between them. The village and surrounding forests are protected by the World Trade Barrier, which changes the will of the people so that no one moves deeper inside. Eventually, they reached the long-awaited village. There was a huge tree there, and the village itself was called Titania. It looks like someone has come to meet them, but the boys feel that they are not welcome here at all. The boy introduced himself as an orc. He saved Tita from people and came to escort her home, not intending to harm her. And it seems that the boy was right. Silhouettes appeared out of the shadows. She came to his defense, believing that he was her savior and not lying. These silhouettes turned out to be Tita's great-grandmother and great-grandfather. She was happy to see them, and Grandma looked so young that elves age slowly. She introduced herself as the tribal chief, Tanya, and noticed the smell of human blood. She was right. The boy was half orc, half human. It was to be expected that the elves did not welcome him cordially. The tribe is always cautious, and Tita is different, requiring even more caution. The kid answered honestly, explaining that he had come to bring Tita home and had no intention of causing any harm to the tribe. He introduced himself officially, explaining that he was gentle, caring, and would not harm the girls without their consent and request. She was startled by all this, The purpose of his visit and his intentions had completely thrown her out of her usual frame of mind. The grandmother shouted, "Get out!" But the boy could not convey that he was a kind orc and would not harm anyone. Because Titus was so protected by Orga, he had a chance to stay in the village for a period of 2 days. Besides, she didn't want to interrupt the journey after this young man had shown her such kindness. To be honest, she was the one the orc wanted the most, but he couldn't make her want him. Seeing that Tita was safe and sound, all the villagers and her friends greeted her happily, not expecting such a sudden return. Since Tita was the granddaughter of the tribe's chief chef, she had a high status, and everyone in the village was very happy for her. After greeting everyone, Tita approached the kid and apologized for keeping him waiting, showing respect and courtesy. The kid said hi to her parents. He could only stay for 2 days, but he still felt obligated to be there for them. But it seems that he will not be able to leave in 2 days, because there are things here in which he can provide help and support. Her mother has been bedridden for a long time due to an unknown illness that has not yet been treated. No medicinal herb inside the World Tree barrier helped her, so she went out to look for medicine outside and was caught by people. It became clear that the orc has medical skills that may be able to help her mother and restore health that is inaccessible to ordinary herbs. Tita trusted the orc completely, allowing him to get close to his mother. His intentions remain unknown, and the type of people he belongs to is a mystery. The guy added that Tita was right. She is high class, and if she wants a child, he will use her after she is healed, without touching the mother. As time passed, the kid began to use his mind and reproduce magical barriers, gradually understanding their structure and power. With the help of the healing magic he learned from the great sage Merlin, he was able to determine the disease, treatment, and necessary nutrients. Both of them began to summon his fairies and ask them to fulfill their wishes, bring water, mix it with medicine, and give it to her for an hour. After receiving first aid, he left the addition of drugs to Tita, thanked her for her help, and continued on his journey. It will take him a week to completely sort out the cases and clean up the external problems before continuing further actions. Tita insisted on going with him, but her grandmother insisted that she must not leave the safe confines of the house. The doctor loudly declared that it was absolutely impossible. He had come to look for his future harem member, and tomorrow was his last chance. She recognized him as her mother's savior, so she agrees to go with him, because he can help his mother, and she is attractive to him. He had a rule. A woman must sincerely ask, otherwise there will be no happiness. He wanted her heart, not just her body. My grandmother realized her mistake too late. Her eyes were obscured by prejudice against orcs, while he was desperately trying to save his life. She begged to stay in the village and save her daughter, and the guy seriously promised that he would do it without making a mistake. The orc gathered herbs and mentally said that the elves and the rich nature were planted hand in hand. After picking the grass, he says that it was impossible to use it in this form, and decided to change its properties. After coming home, he prepared medicine, and continued to give it to the girl's mother every day. The woman finally came to her senses, and with tears in her eyes called out to her daughter. The girl threw herself into her mother's arms, and the orc watched them with a smile. Suddenly, the girl called out to him. She hugged him and started thanking him. The girl shares her fears with him, and says that she thought she would never be able to talk to her mother again. The orc just patted the girl's head. The woman was on the mend, and the orc watched them, silently saying that he had fulfilled his role in the village, but had not fulfilled his goal. His goal was to lure the elven girls into his harem. The village was full of beauties, and the elves would be an invaluable contribution to his harem. He put his head on his lap and said that he couldn't get close to any of the girls because they were all avoiding him. They ignored him and didn't even give him a chance to get close to them. Tita came up to the guy and asked what was wrong with him. The orc told her that he had been scolded. He talked to every girl, but they all refused to be part of his harem. Tita suggests that he may have asked them incorrectly. He says that his mother told him that if he became strong, girls would stick to him, but the girls still avoided him. Tita called him strange, and then added that she liked his strange personality. The guy looked at her and asked if she wanted to be his, but the girl sharply rejected him. The orc put his head back on his lap. Tita offered him an apple. The guy notices that all the food in the village was too simple. It was either raw or baked. He jumps up and says that he will teach everyone how to cook deliciously and show them the taste of food. He decided to make his way to the girls, hearts through their stomachs. Tita happily says that she can't wait for his food. The orc mentally says that Tita is already captivated by his cooking, and so will everyone else. He says that he can't cook the same food that he used to cook before. Tita looked at him blankly. If he uses sauces, then the elves won't be able to repeat it. In search of new tastes, they can forget about the danger and go to people, and people will catch them. The orc couldn't let that happen. Tita asks if he is tired of thinking, and the guy tells her that this is his way of life. He thought about finding a dish that he could make using the ingredients from the village. The orc thought of a dish and decided to start cooking it. The boar ran in fear from the orc, and the orc ran after it contentedly. He says the boars were big, delicious, and easily accessible. The guys come to the warehouse and find a huge amount of potatoes. The guy also finds sake made from potato. He decided to use it as a spice. After drinking it, it will remove all the alcohol, then add honey and salt. Thus, he got a fragrant broth. He picks up the pot and realizes that it's too small for 200 elves. Orc, with the help of magic, creates a huge pot. Tita says that, as always, he doesn't hesitate when using phase magic. He asks the girl to help put a lot of firewood, and then decides to cut the meat into small pieces. The orc throws the meat into the air. Then, he takes out a knife and cuts everything open in the air. All this immediately falls into the pot, and the guy says that he has not lost his sword skills yet. He says that after roasting, you need to add them to the water. Orc wanted to add seaweed, but since there wasn't any, he decided to add a lot of mushrooms. Tita arrives with wood and apologizes for being away for so long. The guy tells her that she came just in time. He collects the foam and adds the previously prepared broth. Tita says the smell alone made her hungry. The orc tells her that all you have to do is mix it well, and everything will be ready. This dish was from his homeland, and it was called nikujaga. The guy asks the girl to tell him how it happened. Tita tried the dish, says that it turned out very tasty. The orc tells the girl that this method of cooking is called stewing. The girl was delighted with this dish, as well as with the past. She asks him if she can taste this dish if she marries him, and orc says he can, but doesn't think that's a good enough reason to do so. The girl smiled. A little later, all the residents gathered on the village street. The orc served food to those who wished. Residents tasted the food and admired it. They were discussing how he threw the ingredients into the hot water. They said it was delicious. Orc tells everyone that he wants to teach them this dish, and therefore shows them everything in practice. The girls come up and say that they are happy to learn this dish. The guy starts showing you how to cook this dish. The orc noticed a guy who was watching him with disdain. Then that guy grinned and left. The girl started asking about broth recipes, bringing him back to their conversation. The guy mentally says that it's time for his plan. He leans his elbows on the table and asks if anyone would like to be his. In an instant, absolutely everyone was gone. The guy says in frustration that it was a complete failure. The guy says that everything was a dream, and notices that even Tita is gone. He's thinking about going home too, but suddenly someone calls out to him. It was the elder. She says that the feast was fun, and the guy replies that he also had a lot of fun. In his mind, he says that although he didn't achieve his goal, he had a good time. The elder says that he helped them and cured one of their residents, as well as taught them how to cook delicious food. She says that she learned a lot of lessons and realized that they were very isolated. If they had doctors, they could have saved a lot of people. For this reason, she invites the guy to stay with them. The guy says that he came to them to search for his wife, and since he did not find her, he will leave them at the end of the woman's treatment. The elder asks what will happen if one of them marries him. At that moment, someone approaches them. It was Tita, who was dressed very nicely. The elder says Tita wants him to be her husband. The orc looks at her in shock. The guy looked at her with a smile, and was very happy about it. The elder says that the girl realized her feelings, and therefore wants to stay with him forever. The girl tells him that she sincerely believes that he will make her happy, and therefore wants to become his wife. The guy asks her if she is doing this so that he will stay in the village, and the girl convinces him that it was not for this purpose. The guy mentally says that she was the best girl. Tita asks him to promise her something. There was an awkward silence between them, and after a few moments the guy asked her to speak. The girl says that she does not want him to look at others, she was against his harem. He says in his mind that all this time he did everything to create a better harem, and his teachers believed in him. He was caught between Tita's choice and his dream. The orc wanted Tita. The orc shouts to the girl that he loves her, but he can't give up his dream. He says he can't let down those who believe in him. The girl only said that it was clear to her. With tears in her eyes, she ran away from him and shouted only words of apology. The guy called out to her, but she didn't stop. He stared after her in frustration, and the headman stood there in silence. A couple of days later, after seeing Tita's mother, he tells her that she is completely healthy. Now she needed to focus on her recovery. The woman asks if Tita still avoids him, and the guy tells her that he hasn't seen the girl for 2 whole days. He didn't blame her, because if you looked at it that way, he was the weirdest person in the whole situation. She tells him that he was very honest, because someone else would have married a girl and then cheated on her. The guy says he wants to create a harem where everyone will be happy. The woman says that he wants to turn something indecent into decent. She says that Tita has fallen in love for the first time, and therefore wants him to understand her feelings. Then she thanked him. Tita sat and watched the river flow by. The orc approached her and said that he had finally found her. She asked him why he had come, because he didn't even like her. The guy convinces her otherwise and says that he wants to tell her something. The girl didn't mind listening to him. Orc says he finished her mom's treatment, and now he will leave. The girl asks why he is in such a hurry. He says he is desperate to make his dream come true. The guy gets to the point and says that he will create a harem. He asks if she will go with him, even if she is not the only one. He says it was a harem, and maybe she won't be the only one he will fall in love with, but he promises to love her with all his heart and make her happy. The girl stands up and says that she thought a lot about whether she can continue to love him if she is not the only one. The girl just wanted to tell him her answer, but suddenly stopped. The guys hear a crash and do not understand what is happening. The guy asks if she felt what he felt. The girl confirms this and says that the barrier of the world tree is fading. The guy says that if the barrier is destroyed, then they were in danger, as the barrier can be destroyed by someone who is truly very strong. He asks the girl to stay put, and he called the wind. The guy takes off and sees a large number of people who are armed to the teeth. In the cave of the Tree of Life, someone starts saying that the inhabitants don't understand its meaning. However, there are those who appreciate it. He says that he has broken the seal, and therefore asks someone to awaken. It was the ancient demon beetle that he had requested to devour the Tree of Life. The orc wondered where the people who could break the barrier came from. He says the elves were in danger. The elf shouted for women and children to run to the shelter, and ordered the men to quickly take up arms. The elder asked if they had determined who had attacked them, but no one could answer that question. The orc runs into them, and the man says that he was not allowed to go to them. The orc does not listen to him, creates a detailed map of the village from magic, and the exact location of the attackers. He says that he brought them information and reports the number of enemies, 60 people. He says they will reach the village in an hour and a half. The elf asks how he found out all this, and the guy tells her that he took off and used search magic. No one believed that an orc could use magic of such a high level. The woman says that she is grateful to him, but she should have asked him what was on everyone's mind at the moment. She asks if he brought them here, and the guy denies it. Then the elder asks you to prove it. The guy says it's very hard to prove what you didn't do, but he could prove it, because he doesn't need to call them there. The guy starts to let his power out, and everyone is shocked and asks what kind of magic it is. He shows them some of his power, and fairies fly around him. A bright flash blinds the elves, and they ask him to stop. They say that if the guy was serious, he would have destroyed this village long ago, and he wouldn't need any support. The elder asks him to help them, and the guy says that this is what he is going to do, because he loved this village. He asks why people attacked them. The woman says that most likely people want to capture them and sell them into slavery, and seize the Tree of Life on which they have long laid their eyes. The guy mentally says that the barrier in forest was to protect the world tree. He had previously thought that the barrier to protect the village was too much. The orc says that he will attack the squad, while they need to focus on strengthening their defenses. The elf notices in surprise that he is going to face the whole squad alone. However, the guy assures that he alone is enough to cope with 60 people. The boy runs in the direction of the exit, and the elder shouts to him that if he saves the village, it will give him any girl he likes, but the guy says that he refuses. Tita runs beside him and tells him that she will go with him. He asks her if she can handle it, and the girl says that she is the fastest in the village. She asks him why he refused the award, because this is exactly what he wanted. The guy says that he does not want to force anyone, and that he would prefer them to become part of his harem, of their own free will. Tita says he's very strange. She calls him a pervert, but reserved in such a strange way. The guy says his friend said the same thing. She says that if he had told her to marry him in exchange for her mother's treatment, she would have agreed without hesitation. She says she liked that side of him. The guy asks her if this can be taken as a desire to join his harem, and the girl shouts to him that she didn't even say a word about it. A squad of humans was approaching them. The guy looking at them mentally says that it would be nice if they were ordinary people. However, he was sure that someone among them was strong and broke the barrier. He hoped they weren't on the same level as his teachers. The guy shouts forward. He apologizes and says he won't hold back. The guy uses the power of fairies to create flow armor. Tita is surprised to say that he uses the power of the wind fairies to wrap himself in the wind. Perrin turns around and asks her to stay where she is. It takes off into the sky, and then flies straight in the direction of the group of people. It hits the ground with all its force, and the people who were standing there fly into the air. The others, surprised, ask who he is. He knocks one out of his way with magic. He flies far away, and the orc says that it was just self-defense. He says that he tries to restrain himself so that no one dies, and the enemies hear this, call him a reptile. They all attack the guy in a crowd, but he dodges each blow, and he strikes at them. One of them shot an arrow at the guy. The guy catches the arrow with 2 fingers, and throws it back at the person who shot it. Hitting the target directly, the robber starts shouting that it was poison, and falls to the ground dead. A whole squad lay defeated on the ground. Tita runs up to him, admires him, and says that he coped with all of them alone. Orc says it was too easy, and it made him nervous. There was no one among them who could break the barrier. Even if they were just mercenaries, there was no difference whether they were there or not. He says that such a force would only alert the elves. Suddenly the orc realizes that it was a decoy. He shouts to Tita that they have to go back to the village. He asks the girl if they have a place that is well guarded, but in case of an emergency, it remains unguarded. The girl thinks a little, and says that they had such a place. It was the Temple of the Tree of Peace. She says that in a critical situation, the guards leave their post to save the village. The orc asks what was there, and the girl says that an evil god was sealed there. The guy mentally says that the barrier is easier to break from the inside, and among the residents there was a traitor who broke the barrier from the inside. He tells the girl that he will run ahead. The guy says that it all sounds like a fairy tale, but if you take into account the trick imposed on the world tree and the barrier protecting it, everything falls into place. In this case, they will face a catastrophe. The orc stopped abruptly, and found that his bad feeling had come true. He looked straight ahead and saw a very evil energy. The guy runs through the forest and finds himself in front of the entrance to the temple. He runs inside and says that as he thought, there were no guards and the door was broken. He hoped it wasn't too late. The guy stops and looks ahead, in shock. Standing in front of the broken stone that gave off a dark aura was the same guy who had looked at the guy disdainfully during the feast. The orc asks if he broke the seal, and then says that it turns out that it was not the people outside, but the elves inside. He asks him why he did it. The guy adjusted his glasses and smiled. Then he said that boredom also comes with great force. The orc asked in disbelief. The guy says that by breaking the seal, he will be able to accept his power, and then he will live in a new place. The orc guesses that the guy is talking about a human city. The guy was just about to ask how he knew this, when suddenly the orc interrupted him and said that his smell was different. The villagers never went out of the village, so they only smelled of the forest. But the guy smelled of spices, perfume, meat, wine, and everything else that couldn't be obtained in the village. He says the guy was fascinated by the human city. The guy says that he is assigned to buy things for the village, and that's why he smells like this. The orc tells him that he did not correctly understand the role of the errand boy. The blonde yells at him, asking how dare he say that. Orc says that he was an errand boy who had an inferiority complex, and once in the city he was approached by a man who whispered a lot of nice words to him, after which he became arrogant. The orc says that he assumed he was told that the elven village was strange, and therefore he deserved a better place. The blonde man was in an indescribable state of shock. The orc realized that he had hit the nail on the head, even though he was using his imagination. It was unbearable for the guy that some outsider had joined their society and was enjoying his time here. He knew that whoever was really behind this was really dangerous. He easily snared someone who was unhappy with the village and forced him to betray them. The blonde shouts that he is not like that, and the orc calmly asks what he is like. He says that the guy was too confident, and despite his powerlessness, did not notice how he was manipulated. The elf denies this, and the guy tells him that he will detain him, and will listen to excuses later. The blonde man smiles and says that a man like him can't stop him. The guy says that he is an orc, and hits the blonde in the stomach. The guy is bent over in pain, and the orc tells him that he looks down on everyone while he himself has developed an inferiority complex towards his race. He decides to find out the name of the instigator later. He says that he was able to stop the performer, and suddenly something interrupts his thoughts. He looks at the black something that kept coming out of the stone. The guy says that most likely only a tenth of this black thing came out. He runs in the direction of the exit and runs out of the temple. A huge monster began to appear from the ground. The orc is horrified and says that this monster was stronger than him. From the monster's mouth, some kind of liquid was flowing. The monster looked at the orc. The monster sharply spat liquid at the guy, and the orc, in turn, barely managed to jump away. However, droplets of this liquid landed on the sleeve of his clothes. This liquid started eating away at his clothes and the places where it hit. The guy is surprised to say that his clothes are made from the skin of a magical beast, and its protection was strong enough to withstand anything, including acid. Suddenly, the monster turned towards the world tree and quickly began to crawl towards it. The orc realized that the monster was going to devour the world tree and said that their situation was worse than ever. He thinks that if they were attacked by a simple monster, then the elves would just abandon the village and run away, but if the world tree was targeted, then this was a completely different case. The elves had to defend the world tree to the end, and most likely they would all be destroyed. The guy just had to take the monster on himself. However, he doubted that he could beat him. The orc says that he has no other choice. The guy decides to use his forbidden technique. The guy uses a double fairy mark. This magic not only gives you a doubling of power, but the marks also strengthen each other. The guy abruptly finds himself right in front of the monster. The monster stopped and screamed. The orc tells him that he finally saw him as a threat, and he was even pleased. He says that unfortunately, the monster is late. The orc says that in the name of the fairy king, he commands them, the fire magic that exists in this world, to come to him. Suddenly, the orc is engulfed in a hurricane of magic. The monster looked at him in fear, and the guy just said that he would burn. The guy invokes purgatory. The monster is engulfed in flames. Then the monster burns up right in front of the guy's eyes. The orc says that this was his strongest offensive magic, and if it wasn't enough to destroy the monster, then it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat the creature. The boy stood waiting, watching the fire. However, the monster did not have time to completely burn down, but began to recover again. The guy is shocked and asks if he is being bullied. He runs back to the monster, and Tita appears next to him and asks him if he caused a huge explosion. He confirms this and says that he needs time to recover. The girl says that's not what she's talking about. She says that she has heard about his intention to fight too, and for this reason, asks him to run away. However, the guy refuses and says that he will not leave them. The girl tells him that the elves must protect the world tree. She says it's a world-eating worm, and it can't handle it. The orc tells her that everything will be fine, and that he will definitely defeat him. However, he asks her to run away if he defeats him, as it will no longer be him. He promises her that he won't let the monster get to the world tree. As it turned out, not only did the orc possess the Fairy King's mark, but it also had another one that was sealed. He was told that if he used it, he would be finished. But it was more frightening for him to see Tita die. He stands in front of the monster again and screams. Then, he uses his power to stop the monster. It becomes increasingly difficult for him to hold the monster, and he is going to use that very magic. He thought he was the strongest, but reality opened his eyes. He wonders why he even got involved in all this, because he's just a guy who's been turned down. Then, he thinks that even if they didn't succeed, the main thing is that she will live. He wanted her to smile. The guy was surprised that he was risking his life for this, and remembers Tita's smile. He turns to his father and says that he will remove the seal. He says that he is removing the second seal of the sealed power, the evolving orc. He says that once the second seal is removed, he will never return. And to defeat the monster, he needs to become a monster himself. He turns to his mother. An image of his mother appears in his head, telling him that if he wants to save something precious, then he needs to release his monster and then return, thanks to the miracle of love. The guy smiles and says that most likely unrequited love will not work. The monster swallows the orc, and Tita screams in horror. All the elves looked on in shock, and Tita started to cry a lot. She realized that she would regret it for the rest of her life, because she needed to tell him how she felt. She couldn't accept his idea of a harem, because she wanted to be the only one for him. The elves didn't even know what to say to her. In that moment, Tita realized that she loved him with all her heart. Her love had ended, in the worst possible way. The elder shouts to the elves, "Prepare their arrows," and then orders them to shoot. The arrows that flew at the monster bounced off it without causing any damage. The elder says they can't do anything. Suddenly, the monster looks at them. Then he starts screaming and twisting around. The elves watched him in disbelief. A fist breaks out of the monster and then tears it from the inside. It was an orc. The orc roars, and the elves ask in fear what it is. With just a flick of his foot, The orc sent the monster flying away. He began to beat and finish off the monster, and the monster just screamed helplessly. In the end, the monster defeated the worm, and the elves were terrified of it. The orc raises its head to the sky and screams. He says that he feels hot and says that everything pisses him off. He wants death, destruction, and destruction. He says that if they don't disappear, he will help them disappear. He was about to punch the world tree when suddenly a voice is heard in his head, saying that this was not possible because it would upset her. The orc's eyes widen at the words. He does not hit a tree, but a stone that was standing nearby, and asked himself who would be upset by this. Then he hears the voice again that she will now smile. The orc gets angry and says he doesn't care. He walks away from the tree and feels a strong heat. He wants to suppress his rage. Suddenly, an elf appears in front of the monster, waving at it. It was Tita. She called out to the orc and asked if it was him. But the orc didn't pay any attention to her, as she was too small for him. She asks him to answer, and remembers his words. She says that back then, he meant that he would turn into a monster. Tita cries and asks why he did this, because she told him that she was against his harem. The monster wonders if the girl's tears are calming him down. A voice appears in his head again, saying that he wants her to live and smile, and that's why he used this power. She puts her head on his fur and asks him to come back. The girl promises to give him everything he wants. She says she will be his, just like he wanted her to be. Suddenly, Tita's name flashed through the monster's mind, and it remembered who it really was. He begins to use his magic to quickly seal the monster back. The orc says that he doesn't want to see her cry, so he must do whatever she wants right now. He screams to the whole world that he can't make Tita disappear if he's going to be with her. Everyone looked at him in shock. Then everyone started laughing, and the guy appeared in front of them completely naked. He says that he was so ashamed that he was ready to sink through the ground. Tita covered her face first, then smiled at him with tears in her eyes. The girl kissed him on the lips and called him a fool. The orc lay in his bed and felt a lot of pain. The restoration of the seal had exhausted the boy, and the strain on his body was so great that he had already slept for 3 days and 3 nights and still hadn't come to his senses. Tita comes to him with food. She feeds him porridge from a spoon, and the guy says that the porridge was very tasty. The girl is happy about this because she prepared it on the advice of a guy. The guy mentally says that as soon as Tita agreed to make love to him, he was immediately ready to do it. But unfortunately, his condition did not allow him to do this. The orc asks her again if she is okay with it, and the girl tells him that she has realized that it is better for her to be in his harem than without him. Besides, he'd risked his life for her. She says that no one loves her as much as he does. The orc admires Tita and begs his body to move again. Suddenly, his body began to move. The guy says that he wants to make love to her right now, and the girl agrees with him. She says that she will forgive him for the many other girls, but asks him to get ready, because she will drive him crazy, and make sure that he doesn't think about others. The next morning, while Tita slept, Orc made her coffee. As soon as he poured coffee into the cup, Tita woke up and noticed a very delicious smell. He went up to her and asked her if she was feeling better. The girl replied that she was much better, she just fainted because the guy was gorgeous. They sit together and drink coffee. The guy smiles and says that it was a morning cup of coffee. The girl says that it is the taste that awakens her, and the guy tells her that he could not find coffee in the village and so he had to create it. He says that drinking coffee after the incident was very aesthetic. After they have had coffee, the guy suggests that they go to the lake together, and the girl supports this idea, since they were both sticky. Already swimming in the lake, the girl says that she is afraid of the look of her lover, and tells him that they have had enough for today. The guy laughed, and said that he wouldn't attack her. The guy admires the view that has appeared before him. However, his admiring the view spoils the smell of the monster, which did not leave in any way. He had heard that the traitor was killed with the delayed action poison so that he wouldn't tell anyone anything. And, most likely, it would have happened, regardless of whether he broke the seal or not. The children were walking after swimming in the lake, when suddenly they heard the words of residents, who said that another field was now no good for anything, and now it will take a long time to recover. Pink slime was eating away at the soil. The elders discussed what they should do, but the elves probably wouldn't survive the winter. The guy thought about the fact that he would like to supply them with food, but most likely the proud people will refuse. Suddenly, he had an idea that the elves would definitely not give up on. He asks Tita to take him to the elders. Tita's grandmother asks the orc if he really wants to help them, and the guy confirms this. He also says that he wants to offer food support for the winter. However, the woman says that she can't accept the guy's offer, because they had pride. The orc had expected this answer. Orc tells her that it's okay to help his wife's family, especially if it's right to let the villagers die out of pride. The woman tells him that they can manage somehow. He tells her that it will be hard for them, because there will be sick and wounded people in the village. The elder tells him that they have nothing to repay him with. He thought about how he could say it was a thank you for Tita, but then all their love would be a lie. For this reason, he will never say so. The orc asks them for the beetle's corpse. Tita exclaims in surprise. The elder asks why he needs this corpse, because it eats away at everything it touches. Orc says he'll find a use for it. In his mind's eye, the guy says that this corpse was amazing, and that he will earn 10 times more money on it than he spent on food. The elder bows and says that he will leave everything to him, because in this way, the village will be safe. Orc asks her not to bow to him, because it was an equivalent exchange. He promises to quickly deal with the corpse, and as a favor he will clean everything with them. The old lady goes to the acid, and wants to collect acid in the dishes to clear the field. But as soon as she puts the dishes in it, the dishes are immediately eaten by acid. She bitterly says that her field can no longer be saved. Tita says that everything will be more difficult to restore than she thought. The orc says that's why he's here, and calls for water. Tita shouts at him what he's doing, because that way he'll spread the slime everywhere. But the orc calmly asks her to take a closer look. He says that it was pure water that could not be spilled or polluted. The slime will not corrode anything if it is in this water. Then the guy calls on the power of the earth. The ground explodes and forms a small hole. The orc directs all the water and slime into this pit. The orc says that they have finished cleaning up the slime, and Tita notices that he is as carefree as ever. Suddenly, an old lady calls out to the guy and starts thanking him with tears in her eyes. The orc says that now they will start with the monster's corpse, and the girl asks if they will really give money for it. The orc says that the monster's skin was so strong that even its fire couldn't do much damage. He is sure that they will get a lot of money for it, since it is perfect for armor. He offers the girl to cut it, and the girl, having struck a perfect blow with her sword, is surprised to say that nothing happened. The guy asks if she now understands how valuable the skin was. By selling, they will not only be able to buy food, but also earn money. The girl is interested in how he is going to cut it. The guy pulls out a cane with a blade that his teacher gave him in honor of graduation. The orc pours magic into the weapon and says that only it can withstand its power. The guy cuts the monster's skin into pieces and carefully folds it. He says they won't have to worry about armor for the rest of their lives. The guy uses a purgatory spell and destroys all that is left of the monster. The guy says that now they can sell her, and he will even give her money if there is any left. Suddenly, he notices that the blade has been broken. The guy in shock says that he broke down. The orc began to scream. He says that it was a gift from his teacher which was in a single copy. As he plunged the blade into the flesh, the bug's acid devoured the steel of the blade. Tita asks if it can be restored somehow, but the guy tells her that he can't. The guy says it was made of orichalcum, and it was hard to get it. This was something that his teacher was capable of, but he was nowhere near his teacher's level. The orc was in pain because the sword broke. He started to blame himself and thought about what he would have done if he hadn't broken it. The guy thinks that he is too arrogant and says that he will not be able to forgive himself. Suddenly, Tita calls out to him. She asks him to cheer up and promises to treat him to an elven dish. The guy looked at her in surprise and then smiled and asked if she was talking about baked vegetables. The girl indignantly says that she can't deny it. Orc promises her that he will collect it on his own. He says this is just the beginning. He tells her to pack her things because he wasn't experienced yet, and so he still had a chance. The elder thanks the boy for everything he has done and says that they refuse to accept strangers, but they will gladly accept him. The guy says that he was also happy to stay away from them. The elder asks Tita to visit them from time to time and says that she is very lucky to be married to an orc. He was glad that he had come to this village, but he needed to become stronger to make his harem bigger. Tita talks about her hopes of never meeting other girls again to Orc, who smiles and says that he is glad to have such an understanding wife. Tita admires the vibrant human city. She says she couldn't see it all, because when they caught her, they immediately put her in a cage and wouldn't let her out. He says that thanks to the earrings he gave her, no one will know that she is an elf. He suggests that she take a walk around the city. They approach the shop, and the guy asks the seller to show them a comb and points to one. He says it tastes good and says it's made to order. He gives it to Tita, who says it's probably expensive. The guy asks her not to think about it, because he has enough money for his wives not to worry about money. The orc mentally says that he is glad that he was taught by the god of merchants himself. After all, if a living creature didn't have enough money, then it could forget about a quiet life. He says that people have created a lot of great things, but you need money to learn them. He also wanted fun for his beloved. Orc says that he wants to enjoy life, not just live. Tita says she takes him at his word. However, the girl did not want to be a freeloader and asked him to tell her when he needed her help. The guy agreed. Tita's potential in business was good, and because of her looks, she would stand out in the city. Merchants were very careful about their appearance, and the sad thing was that they didn't keep track of their inner world. Therefore, the more beautiful the girl, the more people trusted her. After a year or more of training, a girl can become a guy's assistant, and after 3 years she will become a full-fledged right-hand man. An orc approaches a shop with various weapons, and Tita asks him what he wants to buy. The guy says he needs a staff. However, no staff could replace the cane given by the teacher, as the orc's magic power was not easy to hold. The seller rudely turns to the guy and says that he will not be able to afford to buy it. He pours all the coins he had on the table, and the merchant's eyes widen in surprise. He asks if he is from the royal family, but the guy just says that the money keeps coming to him. He takes one stick in his hands and learns all the information about it. He says it's a gun that can withstand 1 or 2 of his full magic power uses. However, it was nowhere near the quality of the orichalcum that Master's staff was made from. Suddenly, the guy notices a sign on the wall behind the merchant, and it was written that the oracle sword was completed, and asks him what it is. The merchant says the whole guild is buzzing about it. The sword has been completed, and the hero has not yet been found. The boy's eyes lit up. This sword was a gift from God to the hero. The divine Steel clan was the chosen clan, and the special sword priestess received a revelation and connected it to orichalcum. Then, she stabbed it into the sacred stone, and now only the hero will be able to pull this oracle sword out of the stone. Orc tells Tita that he has decided on their future path. The girl asked in surprise if he was going to draw this sword, and the guy confirmed that he was a hero, although he hid it. The guy says that if the sword is made of orichalcum, then it will withstand its power. Suddenly, he hears the merchants talking, saying that the sword priestess was a beauty. And then they say that all the priestesses there were very beautiful. The guy says that he should go to them, and Tita is indignant about this. He shouts forward and says that he already has this sword, and all that remains is to find it a scabbard. The girl tells him that it wasn't funny at all. The orc says that the priestess of the sword would be waiting for him, because her betrothed was coming to her. The boys arrived in the Holy Land, and the orc pointed to the mountain and said that it was the only place where they could get orichalcum. He thought that the oracle sword was quietly waiting for its hero to come and free him. The sacred ground was packed with people, and merchants called people to buy a place in the queue, then for other things. This place became a tourist attraction, and there was always a crowd around the stone. There was a fight for this sword. Everyone came up in turn and tried to pull it out, but none of them could do anything. The guy looked at what was happening with displeasure and said that he did not know about the ongoing farce. However, he really had no other choice. The guys tried local dishes, and the orc discussed local business. The girl says that he likes to discuss businesses. The guy didn't have to wait in line. He decided to go when everyone got bored, or at least he was going to give money for the closest queue. Suddenly, someone bumps into the girl and falls. The guys apologize for being inconsiderate. The hooded girl apologized for bumping into her and calling her an elf. Tita says it's okay. The guy immediately asks how she found out that Tita is an elf, because thanks to the earrings, an ordinary person will not be able to recognize an elf and a girl. The stranger apologizes and asks if they tried to hide it. Orc asks if she can see who he really is. The girl, after his words, looks closely at his soul. Suddenly, she recoils from him in fear and says that he is an orc. The guy says she reacts like Tita. The girl starts to run away, and the guy easily catches up with her, says that she runs very fast and asks if she is a beastman. The girl screams with tears in her eyes, and the guy tells her that he is not going to attack. The guy says he really won't attack her, and the girl says that's what all rapists say. The orc informs her that it will be dangerous to run any further. The orc stops abruptly, and the girl didn't notice how the ground ended under her feet, and she was over the cliff. The girl flew down, and the guy reached out to grab her. He catches her, and her cloak is removed, and the beastman girl is standing in front of him. The guys move to a safe distance, and the girl admits that she thought that she would die. Orc says that he now understands why she saw them for real. The girl had fox ears and a tail, and the members of this race were the divine Steel clan. The guy introduces her to himself, and the girl in response says that her name is Kururu. The orc says that if she died, she wouldn't be able to become part of his harem. Kururu shouts at him that he still wants to take her by force. The guy notices that fire fairies are flying over her. They were very attached to her, and she was probably exceptional even among her own clan. He assumes that she was the sword priestess, and notices how cute she was. He turns to her and asks her if she wants to join his harem. The girl immediately yelled at him that of course, she refuses this offer, because they met for the first time. The guy mentally said that he was rejected as usual. Suddenly, Orca calls Titus. Running up to them, she said that she barely caught up with them. Orc apologizes and says he should have picked her up. The girl asks if he is bothering Kurura, and says that he was going to molest the girl with her in his arms, and the orc confirms this. Kurura guesses that Tita was his mistress, and the girl confirms her guess. The priestess asks why he molested her if he already had a lover. The orc tells her that he wants to create a harem, and it was normal to have many lovers in a harem. The elf tells her that even though it was annoying, she became his lover consciously. Kuru looked at them strangely and said that she didn't understand them and wished them all the best. The guys returned her love. She asks the guy if he's going to try to draw a sword too. The guy confirms this and the girl advises him not to do it. Tita asks the guy what the girl meant, and the guy tells her that just like that, the girl would not advise this, especially since there is a possibility that she forged the sword. The girl asks if it's not bad that they quickly broke up, and the guy replies that there was nothing wrong with it, especially now he would not have achieved anything. He says in his mind that he won't let go of the one he's got his eye on. The orc was going to gather information about the priestess and make her fall in love with her. Moreover, he had long dreamed of adding a girl with fox ears to the harem. His thoughts were lost in his own fantasies. But Tita interrupted his thoughts. The orc turns to her and suggests that she go for the sword as soon as possible. They come to the sword and see that the queue was still large. The orc gives money to one of the guys, who happily gives him a seat. He calls Tita, and the girl doubts the honesty of what is happening. Orc convinces her that they made a win-win deal with the owner of the place. The next turn was for the orc, and as it turned out, it only took 30 seconds to draw the sword. Orc tells Tita that he will quickly pull him out and they will go back. All of a sudden, everyone started saying in alarm that Mr. Levin was coming to the sword. A guy actually appeared from afar, heading towards the sword. It was the White Rose Knight. Everyone was in awe of him. As it turned out, he had been in countless fights and was strong. Orc and Tita didn't understand the excitement. Orc says it was his turn, but no one was listening to him. Levin walked over to the sword and spoke to it. The boys were disgusted by Narcissus. They decided to see what Mr. Levin would show them. The knight asks the sword to go to him, because he was a hero. He slightly tried to pull out the sword, but since he couldn't, he started pulling with all his strength. His time was up, but he couldn't draw his sword, and the boys noticed that the knight was funny. The knight sat there in shock. The orc asks for permission to try, and the guard lets him. The guy easily pulled out the sword, and went up to his beloved, showed it to her. They started to leave, and discuss what they would eat at the inn. However, everyone started to stop them and ask who the orc was. They insulted him and said he couldn't get it out. Levin approaches them. He says that when he pulled it, he almost pulled it out, and then an orc came and just took it out, because the sword was already holding weakly. The orc asks him if he is sane. Suddenly, all the guards started calling the guy even more names. But a man intervened in their conversation and offered to arrange a duel. And if the orc won, then he really was a hero. The guards started to say that it was a great idea, but the orc told them that he refused. Levin agreed, but the guy asked him what he would gain from it, because the sword was drawn by him, and therefore the sword is now his. He started to leave, but the guard stopped him and said that there was a profit. They offer him gold and show their fingers how much they are going to offer him for participating. The orc refuses, because in this duel he risked his life. He asks for more, and the guards start raising the bid. But the guy kept asking for more and more. He wasn't going to go with the flow in this situation, and decided to switch his way of thinking to a business-like one. The style of negotiations varies depending on who you are talking to. If there was a merchant in front of the guy, it would be more important to make him give up. But in front of him were those whose words were incomprehensible to the guy, but the guy didn't care if the negotiations with them suddenly failed. The soldier offered a price, and from his facial expressions, the guy knew that he couldn't offer any more. The orc agrees, and the soldiers happily say that they will have a duel in a few days. Tita notices that this has become a problem, but the guy says that everything was fine. The guy says that Levin is strong as a man, and if you measure his strength in soldiers it was equal to 100 soldiers. And the orc's strength was roughly equal to 10,000 soldiers. The orc says that he will be pleased to receive a reward for a 1-minute duel. The girl asked in surprise if it was a question of a time limit. The orc is about to leave, and says that he will defeat the knight in just a minute. Suddenly, they hear the priestess of the sword asking them to let her pass, so that she can break this sword. It was Kuru who wanted to break the sword by calling it a fake. The guy looked at her in surprise and wondered about the authenticity of the sword. He tells the girl that they met again, and the girl in surprise wanted to tell who he was, but the guy covered her mouth with his hand, so that she would not say anything. The orc asks the soldier to release the priestess, and says that everything was fine. The girl asks if he pulled out the sword, and the guy confirms this and offers to talk in private, because apparently the sword was needed by her. Kururu thought about it. Terrible thoughts began to creep into her head, and she began to panic. The guy says that if she was so scared, then Tita will go with them, but the girl's thoughts became even worse. Left alone, the guy offers her tea, but the girl is afraid that he put something in it for her. Tita asks her to calm down and says that the orc will never do anything bad to anyone. The guy confirms it. Kururu thinks about how she's never met a guy before. The girl notices the clock and comb of the guys and sees who they belong to. The orc puts down the sword and says that she wanted to destroy it. He says it was a waste of time, and he knew what it was like for her. She asks why he said this, and the guy tells her that he is the son of a hero, and compared to his mother's sword, her sword was much worse. Kururu is very surprised by his words. The guy takes out a self-forged sword and shows it to the girl. He says he was taught this by a mentor. He had made it out of magical silver, and compared to orichalcum, this sword was inferior, but in terms of completeness, it was superior to hers. The girl was shocked by his words. Kururu was upset. The orc goes on to say that her sword was better in ability. The girl realized that the guy is very well versed in swords. He tells her that she lacked the knowledge to perfect the oracle sword. The orc tells her that if she had trained for another year or two, she would have been able to create a real oracle sword. He asks her why she was in such a hurry, and she tells him that her mother was a previous sword priestess and was killed, so she was left without a mentor. She says that's why she has to destroy it, and swings the hammer. Then, the girl hits the sword with her hammer. The girl is surprised to see that nothing has happened to the hammer, and the guy tells her that she swung too long. The orc says that during this time he managed to fill the sword with magic. The girl is very surprised by his words, because even the most powerful magician could not do this. She asks what kind of orc he is, and the guy just smiles at her words. Orc says that the world saw the imitation created, and it tarnished the reputation of her mother and her ancestors, and her tragic determination led to this decision. He says that she is not interested in destroying the sword, but in creating a full-fledged oracle sword, since she is not able to just leave everything as it is. She says it's bothering her, and that's why she wants to finish what she started. The guy says that he has knowledge, but it was not enough to forge orichalcum, and so he asks to combine the knowledge. He says that in that case, they can forge an oracle sword that won't disgrace the clan. The orc offers to forge a sword together and cut the wedding cake with it. The girl says she doesn't understand what he's talking about. He says that after work, they can strengthen their bonds in bed, and working on the sword will be the reason why the girl will fall in love with him. Tita and Kuru looked at him in shock. The elf asks not to worry about the guy's words, because he will not touch her, even if he says such strange things. The guy asks to wait for them for a minute, as he wanted to print out everything to the girl. He says that one glance is enough for him to understand what knowledge Kururu lacks, and so he decided to print a book for her. Girls ask how long it will take him to do this. The guy uses magic to print out everything in a second and hands it to the girl. Kururu says that his imagination was very powerful. She asks who taught him magic at all, and the guy tells her that he had the most powerful teachers. The guy asks her to learn all this, and then he will start her training. The girl says that on one page it is clear to her that this knowledge was worth its weight in gold. The girl thanks him, and the guy says that for the girl who will become part of his harem, he is always ready to help. However, Kururu tells him that they won't get to that point. The orc says that she had the last word, and if she doesn't want to enter his harem, he will still use her sword. The girl says that's what she wanted. The girl says that she did not know how to thank him. The guy tells her that if she wants to thank him, then let her become his lover. But the girl refuses. However, the girl decides to let him lie on his tail. The guy kneels in front of her and asks her to take care of him. The girl asks why he got down on his knees, and the guy goes into his thoughts and fantasies. The guy asks for permission not just to lie on the tail, but also to rub against it. The girl immediately refuses him, and she becomes uneasy from this request. The guy says he needs to cut down the trees for another 500 leaves. He runs out and dreams of a tail pillow. Tita says with displeasure that it seems to her that the guy is ready to go to any lengths. Orc says he feels like his leg is tied up, and then looking at Tita, he says that he was attached to his beloved. However, the girl was indignant because the guy ran after another and infuriated her. The orc asks Tita if she is against Kururu joining the harem, and the girl says that she is not against it. Tita says she likes Kururu and would like to help her too. This pleased the orc. He looked out the window and saw the soldiers who were making sure that the orc didn't run away from the duel. Orc tells Tita that Kururu joining his harem will not change his feelings for her. He promises to love them with all his heart. He grabs her arm and offers her to fly out of the window. They flew through the night sky, and the orc thought that Kururu and Tita must get along with each other. In the morning, Kururu was reading the sheets with a smile, and the orc just woke up and asked if she was okay after a sleepless night. The girl tells him that the book was so beautiful that she couldn't stop reading it. The orc notices that the girl used internal energy without noticing it, and if you look at it like this, then nothing will happen to her in this case. She even taught alchemy for nothing. Orc says that it was time for him to leave, and the girl remembers that he was planning a duel with Oddball. Kurura jumps up and says that she will also go with him, because after seeing him in battle, she will know exactly which sword will fit him perfectly. Orc decides to wake up Tita, and Kururu asks him if he needs the girl for something specific. The guy says that he wants to show off in front of his beloved, and the girl snorts and says that he is cheating on her right in front of her eyes. The guy tells her that he is not cheating, but just wants to love Kurura and at the same time love Tita. The girl asks if she becomes his lover, and another beautiful girl passes in front of them, what will happen then? Orc says he will propose to her in front of the girls. The girl calls him garbage, and the guy tells her that this was his way. A whole squad of soldiers is led by the guys to a duel. The girls think that there were too many of them, and the guy says that this is so that he does not run away. The guys are approaching a huge arena. Kuru was surprised, and the guy asked why it was necessary to turn everything into an attraction. The arena was filled with spectators. Orc notices that the people were still betting. As it turned out, White Rose was so popular that almost everyone voted for him. The guy gives a bag of money to Kururu and asks her to bet on it. Levin approaches the guys and says that they still came and did not run away. The orc says that he will get the reward after all. Levin says with a smile that he can't believe that the guy himself agreed to publicly embarrass himself for a couple of coins. Orc mentally says that he even started to like him. Tita pouted and asked Levin not to be conceited, as the orc was strong. Levin saw the girl and fell into a stupor. He says that she was very beautiful and worthy of being his princess. He asks why she is with the orc, and the girl says that she loves him. But it seems to the night that the guy bewitched the girl with black magic. Levin gets down on one knee and kisses the girl's hand. Then he says that he will definitely break the spell, return to her, and leaves. Kururu calls the knight pathetic and Titus disgusting. Suddenly they notice that the orc is shaking. The orc was very angry and called the knight a dead man. He calls him impudent and says that he wanted to restrain himself, but now he won't do it. Kururu is disgusted by the fact that a guy calmly molested girls in front of his beloved, while the other couldn't do it with his beloved. The orc asks them to go to their respective places and asks Tita what kind of death she would like Levin to have. The girl asks not to kill him because it can cause them trouble. The voice of the host is heard asking who is really the true hero and asks the guys to enter the ring. The boys stood facing each other, and the people wished the orc dead. The audience shouted Levin's name in unison, and his confidence was already rising because the audience was sure that he would win. But the orc said that this was to determine the drawing of the sword. When Levin said that he almost pulled it out, the orc threw him the sword. When he caught it, the sword was too heavy and he dropped it to the ground. Falling onto the arena, the sword tore through the floor and left a huge crack on it. As expected, he can't use it. Levin was sure that something was wrong here, probably because the wrong person had pulled him out, and now he considered the orc his owner. But Kururu said that Levin doesn't really know about the properties of orichalcum. Orichalcum is a very dense material. This sword itself weighs a little less than 5 tons. It could not be pulled out simply because they could not lift it. But orichalcum becomes lighter if you ask for help from the spirits. In other words, if you're not a spirit-marked hero, you won't be able to use orichalcum weapons. Levin said that he would make the sword fully realize who its true owner was when it defeated the orc. He decided to show him a secret technique, a bouquet of flowers that would dye beautifully, he said, and made a splash of roses. They were real roses that he wore among the ones on his back. When the roses hit the orc, Levin had already declared victory, because these roses contain a poison that can put even an elephant in a coma. But they didn't even scratch the orc. He always protects his body with internal energy. Such a small thing won't break through it. Then Levin had no choice but to put an end to it with his beautiful sword, the tip of the blade smeared with poison that could instantly kill an elephant. Levin attacked him with multiple lunges, but the orc dodged easily. He didn't understand why his attacks with divine speed didn't reach him, but the orc only sneered when he called this speed divine. The skill of his mother, the hero of Azure Thunder, surpasses the speed of thunder. Compared to her, Levin seemed to freeze. The orc didn't fight much with swordsmen, so he told him to watch and learn, to take what he couldn't and learn, and Levin could at least say thank you. But since he didn't say anything, the orc decided to end it. Levin abruptly felt the cold and quickly jumped back a long distance. He decided to show him the true power, the strongest secret strike with super divine speed, surpassing the strike with divine speed. The orc laughed at such a sophisticated name. Levin made a very sharp lunge and attacked the orc with a flash of rose and extended his sword forward. Suddenly, the blade from its hilt shot out at the orc, so when stabbing with a sword it surpasses the divine speed, add the speed of flight and the speed that it reached at the time of launch, and the attack surpasses the divine and super divine speed. This is the strongest technique of the White Rose. But the orc was furious. Because it was extremely stupid, he just hit the blade with his hand. Because Levin just shot the blade, but the orc still couldn't believe that his attack was repelled. The orc decided to end this now, and advised Levin to try his best to stop it. Otherwise, he will die. The orc will show him a powerful technique inherited from his mother. Moves enhanced with internal energy and mana, faster than even the super divine speed of a White Rose. The Oracle Sword, its special feature, is that when it is imbued with the power of spirits, it becomes light as a feather. This lightness can surpass super divine speed. Releasing mana when swinging will restore the sword to its original weight. In other words, a shoulder-to-waist cleaving punch with super divine speed and super weight. This attack hit him right on the left. The force caused all of his clothes to burst, and he flew into the walls of the arena. The orc said he wasn't going to die. Suddenly, Levin managed to stay on his feet and started walking towards him. He said it was very beautiful and called the orc a hero. Even after that, he fell down. Who would have thought that he would hold on just to say it? When Orc was announced as the winner, the audience was not happy about it. They were indignant because of Levin's loss. But even so, the orc smiled and showed the oracle sword to the girls. They were happy for him and started clapping for him. Once in the tavern, they drank to the orc's victory and their meeting. Tita really liked this honey liqueur, and the traditional main course should be ready soon. Kururu suddenly said that this inn was quite expensive, and she didn't have any money, but the orc said that he would pay for everything. After all, he made good money from today's duel. The coefficient reached 12, and he received 200 gold coins, which is approximately 120 million yen. Kururu said that there was no reason for him to treat her, because in fact, she was the one who owed him for teaching her so much. Treat a cute girl to a delicious milk udder and see the joy on her face. That's his reason. When she refused, the orc then said that let her consider it payment for a part-time job. He was forbidden to bet on himself. It was just gratitude for the fact that she made a bet instead of him. Tita said that Kururu should eat too. The good stuff should be shared. She couldn't say no this time, and the main course was finally brought to them. After that, they rested on the street part. The food was delicious. Kururu was already envious, because it was unlikely that she would ever find herself in such an expensive establishment again. The orc offered her to become his, so that she could go to such places whenever she wanted. Kururu asked if he really wanted a girl who was obsessed with money. But she misunderstood him, because he already fell in love with her, so he is ready to use even such methods to attract her attention. But he is surprised that her money is tight. Kururu has already learned enough. She can earn money by working as a blacksmith. The orc clearly wanted to know the reason, but she was only hinting with her behavior instead of answering, and because of this, the orc didn't ask until now, but now it's different. It's clear that Kururu wants them to ask. Kururu said that she hadn't had such a fun dinner or made friends in a long time, probably because she didn't want to appear weak. So she asked her to listen. She said that she was very exhausted by the problems. She's poor because not only did her mom get killed, but her uncle stole her annual income, which was very straightforward. The details couldn't be omitted, so she said that her mother wasn't exactly killed in the first place, and the oracle sword wasn't made for a hero. It's just an item that can only be used if you control the energy of spirits. To be honest, they, the Divine Steel clan, can also use it. For the demonstration, Kuru was also able to take the sword in her hands. The fire spirits love the representatives of the Divine Steel clan. They can also control spiritual energy. Then she was asked what the oracle sword is for. It was needed to seal the god of misfortune. It was strange that there was such a creature in the Holy Land, and she was asked what kind of god it was. This is a god who fulfills almost any desire, but in a sinister way. She had heard several stories about him, such as a man who wished for gold and silver treasures, but he suddenly turned into a monster. Then the god took over his mind and started stealing. The man came to his senses in front of a pile of treasures collected after he killed all the inhabitants of the city, or the girl who asked to heal her mother. A moment later, there was a massive earthquake that took the life of her mother and thousands of others, so he saved her from the disease with death. It's a pretty terrible way to grant wishes, and the worst part is that it's so powerful. Because of such cases, people try to avoid the god of misfortune. Everyone starts to think so. If you wish well, you will find what you want. Everyone thought that as long as the wish didn't contain a single bit of malicious intent, everything would be fine. None of them had ever made a wish before, but people still kept trying, recklessness in all its glory. This is the greatest secret of the clan. And since there are enough people trying to break the seal, it is now sealed in the strictest confidence. It is their clan's duty to secretly seal this god of misfortune. It is sealed with this sword. The essence of the sealing rite is to use an orichalcum sword. They cut through the orichalcum, in which the power of the god of misfortune is imprisoned. When it comes to an evil god, no matter how much he is restrained, his power seeps out stronger and stronger, so his power needs to be dispersed regularly. Orichalcum is perfect for this. It is able to hold a huge amount of energy. Orichalcum is used to drain energy, weaken it, and disperse it. The sealing ceremony was held half a year ago, conducted by her mother, a priestess of the sword. But when my mother was about to cut the orichalcum, she noticed that her uncle had switched her sword for his. If she stopped now, the seal wouldn't hold, and she performed the rite with her uncle's imperfect sword. But she still died from the energy that filled her, that couldn't be dissipated, so you could say she was killed. This is what she meant when she said that she was killed. Orc SPR mastered why her uncle did this. Kururu replied that he wanted to become a sword priest. If she can complete the rite with her forged sword, then only then can she say that it is perfect. If she didn't succeed, she would destroy her mother's hopes and face the consequences. He said that he didn't substitute the sword, claimed that the ugly sword they used at the ceremony belonged to my mother. Then my uncle ran away with the money that my mother saved for Kururu. Naturally, he doesn't have the power of a sword priest. He couldn't perform the rite. The next sealing ceremony will take place soon. Only she can process orichalcum from the clan, and in this situation, she was desperately trying to create a semblance of the oracle sword. But the rulers of the country most likely decided that this sword was not good enough. Trying to cover the shortcomings of the sword with their skill, they began to search for a hero. She was sure that one of the rulers of the country would come and ask the orc to perform the rite, so she tells about the secrets of the clan. But Kuru didn't think that he would be able to do it, because it's not about strength, but a sword that can cut through the soul. She tried to destroy the semblance of the oracle sword so that no one would commit such suicide. She didn't want anyone to die because of her sword. The orc understood now. Kururu said that she was proud of her family, but he didn't think that she was so serious. She was really worried that someone would die because of this sword, so he asked her what she would do now. She said that she was going to forge a perfect blade and then perform a sealing rite. Thanks to the orc, she believes that she can handle it. Then he will try to teach her better. The orc offered to go to her house. Kururu suddenly jumped up and said that he realized that she couldn't make the sword herself and that she had no other choice, and so he was trying to break into her room, but the orc asked her not to jump to conclusions when he said this phrase. Then they will practice. She has blacksmithing tools at home. Kururu asked not to sniff or lick anything. The orc gave her a vague answer. In Kururu's case, everything is pretty clear. She will quickly bring the sword to perfection, he intervened in this, and will stay with her until the very end. Kururu asked him how she did it, and the orc replied that he had nothing more to teach her, and that her training was over. She had learned all of his teachings, but he had one more question for his disciple. Ohrk asked if she wanted to give birth to his children. Kururu immediately refused. The orc just tskedat her, and she wasn't happy with the reaction, but Tita said it was an orc, so it couldn't be helped. They shut themselves up in Kururu's house, and now spent 10 days training her without sparing any effort. He thought that if they spent so many days together, he would have a chance to enroll her, very naively. Deciding to forget about it, the orc said that she was ready to create a perfect oracle. She was going to try to make the blueprints by the end of the day. But the problem with the materials remains unresolved. They won't be melting down that sword. Where there is orichalcum, there are also monsters, but Orc is very strong. Since he says so, she asked the orc to collect orichalcum. Instead, he decided to take a couple of pieces of metal, since Kururu has to go with them, but wants to finish the design today. They only have one choice, to use them in alchemy. They had no choice but to put Kururu on a chair and carry her on their backs, and when she tried to abandon the idea, the orc only said that having her on his back wouldn't slow him down. Then she gave up and asked him to at least tell her if it was going to be hard, but the orc only calculated her weight in response. After that, they went to look for orichalcum. It was a holy land, full of members of the Divine Steel clan, and everyone had luxurious homes, and all because everyone could afford it. Right now, Kururu is the only one who can process orichalcum. Therefore, the residents earn money from tourism. Tourist shops that are owned by clan representatives who hire people to work in them. The Divine Steel clan is surprisingly strong. If they were that strong, she could ask for a loan, Tita said. Kururu said that they were just vile merchants, and if she asked them for a loan, she would have to do whatever they wanted in return. They might make her entertain some famous person who wanted to meet a sword priestess, a real headache. On the other hand, it could be called just plain envy. Once upon a time, everyone could process orichalcum, which is why they are called a clan, but as time passed, the bloodline weakened, and as a result, her family was the only one who could still process orichalcum, so she was despised. In addition, she was molested more than once or twice. She is the strongest in the village, and this helped her out. But her children will probably also be able to process orichalcum, just like her. Everyone is striving for this, they just want to marry her, so that they can call themselves full members of the clan. You can say that her chastity is at stake. It's pretty hard, and he can see why she doesn't want to flirt with him, even though he's trying so hard to seduce her, but she doesn't think anyone in this world would like it if he did. Tita asked if she was afraid that he would molest her, but she wasn't too embarrassed. In the case of the orc, she understood that he liked her. She didn't think that he would do anything bad to her. It's strange, but it doesn't scare her. But when Aurochs asked if she liked him, Kururu noticed that it wasn't intimidating, but it was very annoying. Tita, on the other hand, knew exactly what she meant, and the orc had asked them to disagree. They reached the mine and went inside it. The flow of magical energy was incredible. Orichalcum glows in the dark. They decided to go deeper because the orichalcum here is not clean enough. In the distance, they saw a monster, and quite strong. Tita could feel its powerful magical energy. It was like a mixture of a dog and crystals. Tita had never seen such a terrible monster in her life. Since the mine was ignored, most likely the Overlord was born. Monsters feed on magical energy, and the Lord is a demon who also ate other demons, which led to abnormal growth. The orc lowered Kururu for a moment, but she replied that you should not underestimate the Lord. This monster can easily destroy a village or a year. No matter how strong it is still dangerous. He didn't tell her, but in the fight with the White Rose Knight, he didn't use even a tenth of his power, he didn't use any magic at all, and he was already done with him. The orc waved his hand and instantly killed the monster. Kururu was shocked. Tita was only mesmerized by him, and the orc told her to speed up to the deep part. She asked what he did and how, and the orc said it was magic, but as a small trick. Kururu asked Tita if she had ever seen him use his full power before. It was only once. He destroyed a creature that could destroy the entire world, and an orc can literally destroy the world if he wants to. But that wasn't the case. At that time, he only opened 2 seals. The second seal only releases half of his power. However, if he didn't hold back and released all of his strength, then he's sure that he wouldn't be able to return, and that would be all of his strength in a sense. They came to the deepest part, where there was the purest orichalcum, and there was a whole bunch of it in this cave. She feels that the weapon she will make from it will be the best in the world, and he couldn't wait to pick up the sword she forged for him. This is the Holy Land that Kururu's ancestors protected, and today she will take as much as possible, because it may turn out that she will not return here again. The fire spirits gather in one place, as expected of the sword priestess, but he can also create heat of such power. But he can't process orichalcum. He was wondering what she would do next. She combines her magic energy with the power of the spirits, creating a completely new magic. Orichalcum reacts to the flame of Kururu, that is the power of the priestess of the sword. Now they have the necessary materials. They were surprised by her skills when suddenly Kururu started to fall. The orc caught her, and she used up more energy than she thought. When they got out of there, Tita asked if it was okay that they had left the chair there, and the orc replied that it was of no use now because she would no longer draw. But the chair wasn't really needed, because Kururu's chest was pressed against his back. Tita can tell that Kuru is getting used to him, but she still answers coldly. She said that a girl wouldn't sleep on the back of someone she didn't trust, no matter how tired she was, and she also had a very relaxed sleeping face. After that, the orc really wanted to see this face. Tita added that he would be able to do it when they got home. At that moment, Kururu woke up. She apologized for being heavy and said to come down. When the orc said that he didn't mind enjoying her softness and smell, she immediately got off. The orc is still a pervert. Kururu said that if you turn a blind eye to it, then the orc itself is cool, kind, and reliable. For Tita, he always shows those sides of himself to everyone, which is what Kururu said, and the orc asked her if she wanted him to be a pervert when they were alone, but Kururu objected. She almost accidentally mentioned that she liked him after all, but managed to cover her mouth with her hands. Then she went ahead and told them they needed to get home, rest, and get ready for tomorrow. Then she froze as they approached the house. There was someone in front of her house, and it looked like he was waiting for someone. It was her uncle, the one who had killed her mother and run off with their money. Kururu was tense, but the orc put a hand on her shoulder and told her that she wasn't alone. He would like to tell him something too. My uncle noticed Kururu and the others. He said that he was waiting for her, and he also noticed that he couldn't get into the house, apparently because she changed the lock. Kururu sarcastically replied that it was so that all sorts of thieves could not get inside, but he apparently didn't understand this. She couldn't believe he had the nerve to come here. Her uncle said that he was also sorry about what happened, but it was time for her to turn over this page in her life. He also pointed to the sword he had forged, which he called Worthy because he had spent the last half a year traveling around the world to improve his blacksmithing skills. And all for the sake of forging a second-rate sword, the orc thought, and Kururu said that the sword she forged was better. But my uncle thought it was nonsense, because his sword is better than the one forged by the woman. In other words, he is now a priest of the sword. Then Kururu asked for her sword. After examining it, my uncle noticed that it had done a good job for someone who was still studying. When he noticed something. Even such a fool can easily understand the quality of a sword. My uncle realized that this sword was better than his, so he decided to throw everything away on the quality of the material, and his orichalcum was of poor quality. When Kururu thought about it, she was horrified when she realized what kind of material he used. Her uncle had used her mother's sword, which he had swapped out, and if the orichalcum was melted down, its quality deteriorated. She was furious at such an act, and said that she hated him. Now her mother's sword was turned into trash. For such words, her uncle became angry and swung his sword at her. But thanks to the orc, he couldn't hurt her. He hit him squarely on the chin. It was an airstrike from below for raising his hand to his beloved. When Kururu asked when she became his lover, the orc replied that it was within the next 3 days. My uncle asked why she was making things so difficult, but then he thanked him because he almost killed Kururu, but he needs to get something from her first. He demanded all the gold and orichalcum that she had. If he had high-quality materials, then he would definitely be able to become the next sword priest. But Kuru refused, because she is the only sword priestess, and she tried her best to get everything she has now. Her uncle tried to shut her up, but she refused and said that she had no respect for him and did not consider him part of her family at all. She only felt hatred and contempt for him. So she asked him to leave as quickly as possible. Her uncle lunged at her again with his sword, and at that moment she reached out to the orc. Her hand lit up, and she stopped the sword blade with her palm. A moment later, her uncle's sword melted into two. She was able to easily destroy it, because it is garbage, with orichalcum blocks and then heavier. Uncle then realized this blood was passed down to her, the blood of the Divine Steel clan, blood that doesn't exist in him. It wasn't fair if this blood flowed in him. He gave up and turned around. He was very much submerged by the brutality of reality, and he finally left, and Kururu fell to her knees. Orcs asked her if she was okay, and she said that she was just a little scared. He said that if she needed strength, then he was there. Kururu is now a little angry because he has shown himself to be reliable. The orc wanted to hug her and asked permission to do so. She was surprised that he was able to hold back at such times, but still allowed it. Then he hugged her after saying that. She hugged him back and asked him to sit there a little longer so at least the fear would pass. The orc naturally didn't mind. Once inside, they all had dinner together. After a while, Kururu and the orc were alone. She asked what Tita was doing, and the orc replied that she was asleep. These were the last corrections he could point out, and they would be very helpful. But the orc never thought that there would be a sword with which he could use all of its power, and he is very grateful to her. Therefore, he would have liked to thank her with money as a reward, but Kururu refused. He had already given her so much knowledge that she didn't need more, and considering their relationship, it would be strange to accept money. The orc then realized that if she were his wife, they would have no need to share the property. Then he asked her what kind of relationship she thought they had, and Kuru said that a teacher-student relationship wasn't quite right, but they were also neither friends, family, nor lovers, so she didn't know. The fact that they are not lovers is very disappointing for him, but it is still nice when they need him. Kururu finished and showed it to him. She compliments his corrections with her ideas and makes them even better. A real genius. Very soon she will surpass him in this craft. He said that everything is perfect, and he has nothing more to say. Kururu was very happy about this. The smug Kururu is also cute, that's bad. Just looking at the smug face is enough to make him want to pounce on her. That was all. He decided to go back to his room, and she should go to bed too. But suddenly, she stopped him by grabbing his clothes. She asked if he wanted to sleep with her tonight. To be honest, she was still a little scared, and the orc didn't mind, but he asked if the fact that he was going to sleep with her didn't scare her. She is sure that he will not do anything like that, and so she will keep the promise about the tail pillow. After showing her the position she would sleep in, she said it was so that he could rest his head on the ponytail that he adored so much. The orc immediately jumped on a live pillow hug with a ponytail. It was a bed dive of an orc. He laid down on her. She asked how he liked the pillow from the tail. The orc was happy and could die even now. Kururu noticed that her tail was the best among the clan representatives. She also felt better when she felt him on her tail, and she said goodnight to him. The demon in the orc's head said that she had indeed fallen asleep. Wasn't that an invitation in itself? But suddenly, an angel came down and said that this so-called hint would be rude to ignore. It was not the last deterrent. He doesn't want to betray her trust, not with someone with that face. Dark desires never fade, so he will hold them back by himself until Kururu wakes up, and it will be a long night. During the night, Uncle Kururu battered the monument with the god of misfortune. With the final blow, he fell to his knees. He asked to fulfill his wish and make him the strongest sword priest. The monument suddenly lit up. The next morning, Kururu put on a new outfit. It was a ceremonial robe for the sword priestess to unleash all her power. It was made for her mother. But when she said that it didn't look good on a short person like her, the orc said that it didn't look good on her, and he looked very tired after the night. She asked if it was a compliment on her appearance, but it wasn't, because a girl who needed to be flattered wouldn't give in to his persuasions. If it looks good on her, then she's grown up a little. All that remained was to forge the perfect oracle sword, and she couldn't wait for that. The orc suddenly snapped his fingers, and spirits appeared around him. He had gathered all the fire spirits here, and now she would be able to use more power than usual. It's time to forge the perfect oracle sword. She was concentrating when they heard a commotion. Kururu went to open the door because that noise was a knock on the door. When she opened it, she saw soldiers there. They all said they were in big trouble. Someone broke the seal of the god of misfortune. But she said it was nonsense. The seal receptacle is made of orichalcum. The soldiers said that the order to bring the sword priestess also came from above. Even if it wasn't her, she still needed to be questioned. The orc then said that Kururu was innocent and asked if they were aware that her uncle had recently turned up. The soldiers recognized him as the one who defeated the White Rose Knight. He was here because of the oracle sword. They've been together since yesterday, and she has an absolute alibi. He asked if the god of misery was free. To what were they doing here? The orc decided to go to the seal. This god of misfortune did not let him rest. In the worst case, several countries will be destroyed. Kururu was told to forge a sword, and if the worst of his assumptions was true, he would need the oracle sword. When he left, he also asked Tita to stay here. Kururu promised to use all her power to forge the perfect oracle sword, and he would definitely get it. If this was his uncle's doing, then he wondered what his motive was. I tried to prove myself by updating the seal of the god of misfortune, but I failed. Not the best option. Yesterday he admitted that he was useless in front of Kururu. Even if he did it perfectly, how could he possibly be better than Kururu? Skareya, most likely, he made a wish to the god of misfortune, to give him the strength to surpass Kururato, become a sword priest, or something similar. But the god of misery will grant this wish, in the worst possible way. Up ahead, he saw corpses. Uncle Kururu was obsessed with making the most powerful sword. He wanted to forge the best sword in the world, and that's how he realized his dream. He himself had become the strongest sword in the world. Among the corpses and blood, there was a creature that looked very much like blades connected together. It wanted to attack the remaining soldier, but the orc deflected his blow just in time and protected him. He told them to run and not ask for reinforcements, because they would only get in the way. Orc, SPRHAS, mastered whether the god of misfortune is inside. Rez is a monster possessed by this desire. This is the complete collapse of Uncle Kururu. The orc and the god of misfortune were fighting each other. God in a distorted form, he is already using spirit marks in both hands just to use the wind power and increase his speed. It is worrying that he is forced to do this just to match the speed of this creature. The opponent itself is made up of orichalcum. Magic attacks were useless. And while he is using up his strength and getting tired, he doesn't get any slower. If this continues, it will be very bad. The creature suddenly said that his sword was the strongest, and he was also the strongest. The orc replied that it was too early for her to be happy about winning. The power of both spirit marks, his magical energy and his will, he would pour everything he had, and as much as possible, so Mojet could fight, without letting the sword get damaged. When he hit it, a crack appeared on the creature's head. Even if you rely on the power of the god of misfortune, the Kururu sword is still the best. When it suddenly recovered, or rather developed into a sharper and stronger form, the strongest sword god grants this wish. The orc will no longer be able to fight with this sword on equal terms. The question is whether his trump card, which will help defeat him, will arrive in time. Kururu at home forged orichalcum very carefully. Forging is not just about creating something. You need to pour your heart and soul into your creation. She feels the hammer swing the way she wants it to create the sword that Mom so wanted to forge. Strangely, she hopes that someone who has openly told her about their feelings will consider this sword worthy of use. Kuru couldn't think of anything but the orc. When she thought about what kind of guys she liked, she realized that she didn't have any particular preferences, as she considered them to be scary creatures who only got close to her because of the priestess bloodline. However, even though he was acting strange, she wasn't afraid of him. He was reliable, kind, and fun to be around. And he made her heart beat faster. Finally, she finished forging the oracle sword. She wondered why she was acting so strange when she thought about him, because she would never have thought that she would feel such feelings, not for such a womanizer. Suddenly, Tita burst in and asked if she was finished, because now they had to run to the orc, because he was in big trouble. It seems that someone made a wish to the god of misfortune. As a result, his body turned into a living orichalcum sword. Now the hero fights and holds it back, but he is at a disadvantage. Kuru and Tita then ran forward to the orc. Just now, she understood how a wish-taker becomes something like this, and how brave an orc is to stand up to such creatures. She was amazed that he was so eccentric and so fearless. Tita replied that he was just what he was, because if he allowed this creature to live, it might come for him. But she's not even his lover, all she did was turn him down. But Tita doesn't think it matters. The orc does it because he likes her. In her case, he did the same. She asked herself the same questions, and when she asked him, he just said that he wanted her to live with a smile on her face. Rather stupidly. But she thinks she's fallen in love with him, because that's what he is. Kururu said that he was just pretending to be cool, but now she understands that the orc is not a windbag. She wondered why she kept thinking about him. He kept talking about creating a harem. He was weird and vulgar. But he was always telling the truth when he said that he liked her and what he did. Kururu asked Tita if all this talk about the harem didn't make her feel disgusted, if she didn't want to be the only one for him. She said that of course she wanted to, so at first she refused him. But he was fighting, risking his life, just like now, because of who he was, and she knew that he would love her and make her happier than anyone else she would ever meet again. Even if she wasn't the only one, Kururu understood what she was saying, and at the same time that he was trying to seduce her, he truly loved Tita as well. Kururu thanked her, but also apologized. After all, thanks to Tita, she realized a lot of things. She also apologized for falling in love with the same guy. But Tita didn't mind, because this was Kururu, not someone else. She was happy. Maybe now Kuru understands how she feels. Obviously, an orc can make both of them happy, but she will strive to come first for him. Tita could say the same thing, and she wanted to do the same. They laughed together and decided to hurry. Kuru should have given the sword she forged to someone dear to her. They've been fighting for an hour now, and the orc wonders how much stronger and faster he can get. Each time, he attacks in a new way. He created an iron wall in front of him. The creature broke through this wall, but there was a hole under it. The orc pinned her down with another cube of iron and hoped it would stop him. But even so, it broke out. He goes through everything, it doesn't even buy him time. The spirit marks are already fading, he has about 2 minutes left. The creature noticed that he was tired, and realized that this was a chance to kill the orc. The orc is going to use the strongest sword technique. It essentially has divine speed. Or, you can say that it is a more perfect cutting blow. Its name is Iai, instant sword strike from the scabbard. When the orc hit him, his sword suddenly broke in half. The creature said that he was better suited than Kururu, and the orc agreed. But he said that now Kururu can forge an even better sword. The two of them stood above the orc. Kururu threw the sword down for him to use. The orc reached out and caught it. When the creature attacked Kururu, the orc managed to block it. Since he is the strongest sword in the world, then the creature should cut Kururu's sword, not her own, if it has even a shred of the Divine Steel Clan's pride, so it offered to exchange frontal attacks one last time. The creature became curious, wanting to break Kururu's sword, and then Kururu herself. His right hand is super clenched. This power is many times greater than what he showed before. The orc suggested that Kururu do it together. With the Kururu flame enveloping the sword, it transformed into an orc Helcom Slayer. She suddenly wanted to ask why he was doing all this. She was the reason his body was in such a terrible state. The orc responded because it wanted to protect Kururu's dream, so it couldn't just take them and run away. If he only wanted to protect her, the safest thing to do would be to take her and leave. But she wanted to restore the seal instead of her mother. The god of misfortune is now in the body of this creature. If you cut it down with your sword, they will definitely restore the seal. Maybe this time they will even make it disappear forever. If they do not do this, then her dream will never come true. Kuru laughed and called him a fool. His brain probably melted for thinking so much. Then she gave him a peck on the cheek and told him that she liked him. If he protected her dream, as he said, then he would have to wait for her to continue. And the orc realized that it was time to finish. When the creature said it was the best, the orc said it was wrong. The speed is faster than before. It looks like it will have to use all of its power. He is restrained by 3 orc seals. He opened the first one. The orc studied the seals and learned their true power. Now he can increase the power within the first seal to the maximum, but only for 8 seconds. A double spirit mark, but it wasn't enough. So he mentally imagined his love, namely Kururu. The blade passed through the creature. He was still convinced that he was the best, but suddenly the monster fell apart. The orc had just dissected his very essence, along with the god of misfortune. He greeted his new friend. Knyamupishli Kuru and Tita came to him, saying that they had never seen such beautiful and fast movements in their lives, and he did not even think that they would be able to see the sword. In truth, he put everything he had into this attack. The speed of the sword surpassed even the speed of sound. The eye wouldn't be able to pick up on such a speed. Tita said it was because she had jade eyes, a high elf trait, and Kururu said she was just a fox. The orc offered to go back, otherwise Kururu wouldn't be able to continue what she promised. Tita asked if she had told the orc that she would do this to him when he dealt with that sword puppet. Kururu asked if Tita hadn't done the same when he risked his life for her. It seemed to her that they were somewhat similar. Tita even thought that the orc forced her, but this is not so. But he had learned a few techniques, but he would rather have girls fall in love with him themselves. If he manipulated their feelings, it would ruin their charm, so he wouldn't do that. Tita wished Kururu all the best, because the orc is amazing in many ways. The orc picked up Kururu and hurried to her home. And all because they'll get there sooner with her in their arms. He'd been fantasizing ever since she'd let the pillow rest on her tail last night. He would definitely satisfy her as much as she could handle. Even if the orc said so, she still wouldn't understand what they were going to do. Then the orc said that he would teach her with his body. She was a little embarrassed when an orc stared at her like that. She knows she said she liked him, but she feels like a small animal before a predator eats him. The orc jokingly threatened to eat the little fox. But if she really is afraid of his gaze, then one word and they can do it later. Kururu said that it's not fair. If he says it with such a frustrated face, then it will be difficult for her to refuse him. Kururu couldn't stand it and let him do whatever he wanted, and the orc immediately threw her down on the bed. He thought she was charming. A harem can't be called that if there's only one girl in it. But now that Kururu has joined him, a sense of satisfaction permeates him, but it's still not enough to satisfy him. This is just the beginning of his intention to create the perfect harem. The next morning, the orc woke up and opened the window. He went into the kitchen and made himself a cup of coffee. While he was drinking it, he started laughing. And all because he had an amazing feeling the harem was created, and they are both long-eared and adorable cuties, an elf and a fox with a fluffy tail. A great start. He also laughed with the sound of ukukuku, a newly invented laugh suitable for an orc. He directly reeks of an orc and will use it in the best moments. He wanted to go make breakfast. But before that he started sniffing her tail. He was very happy. Now he can enjoy this fluffiness whenever he wants. Orc turned to his dear parents and announced that he had officially started creating a harem. There are so many memories in this city. He was lucky to get the oracle sword and meet Kururu, but his main goal is to become the king of the harem. It's time to go to another city. Later, Kururu was surprised that the orc was about to leave the city, but there would be a hero's birthday parade next week, but the orc didn't want that. She called him strange, even though he is a hero of the country and can gain power and money if he just wants to, but he doesn't want anything like that. There would be no rest from girls. He doesn't like it, he doesn't want girls to throw themselves at him just because he's a hero, and he can earn the money he needs on his own, and he's not interested in power at all. If any of this was interesting to him, he would just become the king of Forland. Kururu asked him to repeat what he said, and the orc repeated that he would be king of Forland. The two of them couldn't believe that he was talking about that super kingship, and how he could have become their king in the first place. The orc replied that he was actually a member of the royal family of Forland, but he refused to become the next heir to the throne. Kururu asked Tita that he was still a liar, but Tita said that after all, we are talking about an orc, perhaps this is true. It was unlikely that he would be able to convince them that he wasn't lying, but he still didn't want to become a king, and instead of taking care of the well-being of thousands of subjects, he would rather protect his loved ones and make them happy. Kuru is leaving the village for the first time, so it's fascinating for her, so they'll go to another human city first. Traveling at random is pointless. As soon as they are back in the city, he will save up money and go in search of the best girls. Orc told them that he was going to start a new business. And this time it will be more huge. People have put up pataksto prepare dinner. There were many ways to get to the city, but he had chosen the caravan for a reason. Orc Vidrug noticed someone behind him. He wondered if they were biting. They asked him if he could sit down. It seems that we will have to use a more business-like approach. It will change not only the way of speech, but also the way of thinking. The old man introduced himself as Fyodorov Zanalik, and he is a merchant. He is not just a traveling merchant, but a well-known merchant with outlets in many cities forming a network around the world. The orc knew that this caravan was related to his company, but who would have thought that he would sit here and talk with the owner himself, Mr. Fyodorov? It was amazing that he knew about it. Few youngsters can succeed, like an orc with Katsuan or Katsu. He had become famous for his meatballs and had anticipated that someone would contact him for business matters. But it was unexpected that a big shot like Fyodorov would respond. The girls wondered what had just started, and this was all business. Orc said that he was a youngster and was lucky enough to make one popular product, but Fyodorov appreciates the ability to create a brand for a product and sell the entire brand. The most important thing is to continue in the same spirit. He could only say that it was a brilliant decision. He is very aware of all this, because the orc interested Fyodorov. So young and so gifted, he asked if the orc thought he hadn't earned enough. It wasn't hard to imagine. He wasn't just trying to get his attention. So he offered him a lucrative idea. Fyodorov was all attention. There is a limit to how big a business can be built on its own. He hoped to find a backer in the form of an influential company with global sales and an information network. Fyodorov laughed and clapped his hands, and they were immediately served wine and snacks. To be honest, Fyodorov had been hoping to talk business with him ever since he noticed that he was traveling with one of his caravans, and at such times it's best to talk while enjoying a good drink. Fyodorov also offered a drink to his mistresses, who were sitting nearby. When they tasted the appetizer and wine, they were delighted with their tastes. And this is not all. It fully corresponds to the tastes of the orc. It is quite possible that he studied the shops in which he bought and remembered his tastes. He asked when he started watching it. Fyodorov said that even before he debuted with his cutlets. At the same time he saw his work in Forlam, he started with 10 million gil, then doubled his profit within 3 months. In fact, this was how the god of merchants, Randall, judged his abilities. Fyodorov was shocked, too caught up in the details of the situation at first, but he immediately put the theory into practice and succeeded, but somehow he sold everything out so easily and disappeared without a trace. He asked why the orc had given up the business, and he said it was just a test that his mentor had devised. A trial in which he had to double the profit within 3 months. He ended up getting a much better result, but after completing the trial, he had no interest in continuing it. so he just started that whole business and gave it up, just because he completed the test. Fyodorov was really shocked. Everything is not at all as he imagined. All this reminds someone. Namely Helf Randall, his only rival. The orc choked on his wine and said that it was his mentor. Fyodorov then laughed and realized that he was his student. He was able to pull this off only under his supervision. The picture is starting to take shape. Now he felt sorry for Randall. To raise such a great student and then just let him go? Orc said that the mentor told him to open new businesses one by one, all for the sake of him being able to achieve what Orc is aiming for. When Fyodorov asked what he was aiming for, Orc replied that he wanted to go on a journey and meet the best girls and create a harem. He wanted to create a business in order to be able to live in peace with his women. He turned down a case with such potential, turned down Randall's offer, and now she's asking him to become his business partner for such a reason. It turns out that the orc wants to say that he should trust the person who starts a business, but for whom his harem comes first. Orc said that this is why he says to trust him. He has more important things to do than start a business, so he needs partners to whom he can offer profitable ideas. This was logical, so Fyodorov asked me to tell him about the plan. In that case, the orc pulled out the paper he gave Fyodorov. After reading them, he expected this from Randall's disciple. It will indeed be profitable, and he has thought everything out perfectly. Without it, his plan will not be implemented, and he will not receive part of the profit, about which the SPRHAS mastered what Fyodorov has decided. Naturally, he agreed. If he refused, the orc would have turned to another merchant, so they agreed. Then Fyodorov went to his caravan. Tita asked the orc what kind of business he was planning. Karuru didn't even understand what was written in the document. It was too confusing. To be honest, this is not easy to explain, because in this regard, he uses knowledge from his past life. But this is how he will start this huge project. They arrived at the Zanalik company headquarters Zanalik, a very large and luxurious building. Today, she and Tita came here to further discuss his plan. Karuru equals blacksmith. She confessed that she didn't know much about running a business and decided to stay at the inn. Those who come Zanalik on business will initially be surprised by the luxury of the building, so even before negotiations, it becomes clear what power the company has. Tita even thought that they would have something similar in the future. The main purpose of this building is to show wealth and power. He had nothing against it. But no matter how much he thought about building their perfect home, comfort and a warm atmosphere would come first for him. Tita agreed with this. This building is beautiful, but she likes what the orc suggested more. Conversations end here. He has already told Zanalik about his idea, and he has agreed. But you cannot lose vigilance. Just because of this, it is quite possible that he may refuse. To ensure a decent life with his harem, you need to try to conduct these negotiations perfectly. He came to Zanalik as promised. He was waiting for him. The orc thanked Fyodorov Zanalik for the invitation. Everything here, top quality. All the talk about Zanalik turned out to be more than true. As a merchant, he is on a completely different level. These negotiations will determine who will hold the initiative in this endeavor, and we can say that everything will start here, namely the Battle of Merchants. A secretary brought them both a cup with something inside. The orc thought it was coffee, but Fyodorov said it was coffee pot. Their company accidentally discovered an island on the other side of the sea, and after spending huge amounts of money on its research, they found the blood of God, which is a new product of their company. This alluring fragrance, the orc didn't know that there was coffee in this world. If they could monopolize and distribute it in retail, it would gain huge popularity and bring huge profits, the Zanalik company. Zanalik should be wary. It could show its power just by treating it to a drink. This is its weapon. Tita suddenly said that the orc had already given her this drink. Then Zanalik asked if he already knew about Kafilketh coffee pot, which surprised him very much that they had already drunk it. Tita's words were a bombshell, and he wouldn't sit idly by knowing that Zanalik didn't have a monopoly on coffee. The orc said that she must have been mistaken. It was just a coincidence that the herbal tea he brewed had a similar aroma and taste. But Zanalik very much doubted that there was anything at all like Kofilk, also called the blood of God. Orc's coffee was created by synthesizing many ingredients using magic, but he is still glad that the resulting coffee from chasing after his ideal ones is similar in flavor and taste to the one in his previous life. But Tita said that they were really similar, although no, the orc's even tastier. The recent friendly atmosphere of negotiations has disappeared. He has three options. The first is to calm him down by deliberately making worse coffee and treating him. Then Zanalik will raise the price of its coffee maker, and it will sell its coffee beans at a lower price. They need to take into account the cost of shipping from the other side of the sea, so that he will never lose out in the price competition, but this is only as a last resort. After all, this will break their relationship. The second option is not to get instant benefits from selling coffee, but to show loyalty to Zanelec and maintain long-term relationships with them, establish good relations with the other party, or just make money. So be it. The orc pulled the can out of his bag and called him coffee. He would keep the relationship and earn money, so the orc asked him to make Zanelec a cup of coffee. Zanelec wondered if the powder would turn into the herbal tea that orc said was similar to kofilk, and it was his habit to always carry some with him so that he could brew a cup of coffee in the morning. After a while, the orc prepared a cup of coffee for Zanelec. When he tasted it, he realized that this coffee was definitely inferior to their coffee maker, but a powder that could be easily dissolved in hot water, given its convenience as a commodity, they had no chance. He would like to ask, if the orc understands that Kafilkumhe can make a lot of money with his coffee pot, why he hasn't made any deals yet. Orc admitted that he had once intended to do this, but decided that the moment was not right, so he waited for a business opportunity. Zanelec asked what the possibility was. When a large trading company discovers coffee and starts mass selling it, he has the money and time to bring this unusual product to market, but his strength is not enough to successfully bring it to society, so he needed someone who would solve this issue. And when society accepts him sufficiently, he would start producing coffee of a higher quality and at a lower price than this company, in which case he can quickly grab market share and earn coffee for the rest of his life. Zanelec asked if it was possible that the big company he was talking about was Zanelec. He realized that the orc was indeed Randall's student, even his youthful appearance couldn't hide it, but was he doing the right thing by telling him about it? Orc said that before making any profit with coffee, he wanted to earn his trust. It looks like it will cost Zanelec a lot, Randall is his only rival, and he trusts him. And to earn his trust, he has abandoned all his commercial plans for coffee, and hopes that Zanelec will appreciate it. He said that's what he would do, so he suggested that we shake hands again and get on with the job from the bottom of our hearts. Zanelec is organizing an urgent meeting to discuss kofilk, so they need to wait for him to return. Titus said that the orc was incredible to come up with so many coffee plans on his own, but in fact, he just came up with them. He had planned to use it only in everyday life, but this way he was able to allay his fears and earn Zanelec's trust. Zanelica. It's too logical for a crazy idea, even though it's incredible it never changes. They decided to sell instant coffee. For training them in the production process, Orc will receive a portion of the profit. He was able to create such a powerful source of income, just by putting everything in their hands. Cunning is a merchant's weapon. Zanelec offered to get down to business, but first the orc offered to consider one more suggestion. It will be their joint venture. This means the production of cheap sugar. It is hard to believe that sugar can be produced so cheaply, but it is the most expensive sugar. Sugar is expensive, poltamu, because it doesn't grow in cold countries and you have to spend fortunes to transport it across the ocean. But it can be obtained not only from sugarcane, it will become the basis of their business. It will be beetroot. In his previous life, it was also called sugar buriak. If you squeeze the root vegetable and boil the resulting juice, you can get sugar. Zanelec asked if they could really get sugar from such a common plant, which could be brought to market. But if produced by the usual method, it will smell like spinach and have a greenish color and unpleasant taste, so it will not yet be called sugar. First you need to use the method from its past life. Zanelec tasted it and realized that this sugar has an elegant and refined sweet taste, which is much more noticeable than sugar from cane. It can compete well. Orc would like the Zanelec company to build a large beet plantation and organize the distribution and sale of finished sugar. He will build a factory, and so they will be able to produce better sugar at an order of magnitude lower price than competitors, making it more affordable for ordinary citizens. But this means that they will not be able to produce sugar without Orc, since he will not participate in the technological process at the plant. That is, he will not miss the management of the plant. Orc cannot afford this. Zanelec is very worried about something. What if his technology leaks out of the factory? This is a good business, since sugar can be obtained from a distributed product. The disadvantage is that common raw materials are easy to find if there is no production technology. Praise of Destva. Orc said don't worry about it, the factory workers won't be able to figure out the technology. The process of sugar production is washing sugar, extracting sugar, removing dirt, molasses, drying. This is very difficult to do by hand and requires a complex technique that only he can make, and even if someone can reproduce the production process, it will take 300 years to bring it to mind. Zanelec then became calm, and now he suggested that we search for suitable sites for the plant and farm. Now Orc is a private entrepreneur. The company Zanelec is no stranger to him. But he has a weapon that he doesn't have, and it's knowledge, from his past life, and if used correctly, they can negotiate on an equal footing. A full 3 months have passed since then. Orc had factory workers. Skonstruirovanная. The installation Kurura designed works perfectly. She was impressed. Everything is according to plan. So far, no accidents. The orc asked Kururu to help him with the design of the installation. Kururu specializes in swords, but she was useful in creating drawings and quickly became an indispensable assistant. The sugar produced by the workers was brought to him, and the orc invited Tita and Kururu to taste it. When they tried it, they said it melts in your mouth, and consuming such high-quality sugar every day is a real luxury. The Xanilec company had already started selling the sugar they produced, and he had heard that for half the price of cane sugar, they were being taken apart like hotcakes. Since the examination was over, it was time to go home, and he had taken 1 bag with him. They have exceeded the quota specified in the contract with the company, so they can take even more. The orc is done here, so he can do whatever he wants to do. Didn't he say that making money is only part of making them happy, so he suggested that they go home and have fun making sweets? Tita and Kururu were excited that they would be making them. Once again, the orc will charm them with his knowledge from his past life, but now it will be sweets, and after all, orcs have their own unusual sweets. Tita suddenly had a bad feeling about this. At home, they decided to start making desserts. The two of them felt like noblewomen. The orc suggested making pancakes today. It's not difficult at all, so you just have to do as he says. It's not a bad responsibility, but it's also exciting at the same time. In this case, the most important thing is to choose the exact proportions of ingredients. The girls tried to do everything with their own hands. When they mixed the dough, they had to pour it into the pan and try to do it slowly, holding the ladle higher. The trick to making good pancakes is to slowly pour the batter into the pan and wait for it to spread on its own. The pancakes are beautiful and of the right thickness. They could already smell the sweet aroma of butter and sugar. The pancakes came out perfect. They couldn't even believe that they had managed to make sweets, and even such delicious-looking, pleasant-smelling, and soft ones. The orc said that with a bit of magic, these pancakes could be made even tastier. It was apple, blueberry, cranberry, and apricot jam, which Orc had bought from the market for various fruits and brewed. It is not difficult to prepare, you just need to boil the fruit with sugar. Besides, winter is coming soon, so they can enjoy the fruit even if it is not the season. Pancakes themselves are good, but with your favorite jam they become even tastier. Everyone chose jam and started eating pancakes. They have never tasted jam, as it is expensive. Who would have thought that it is so delicious? It is even difficult to imagine life without sugar now. The girls would like to see a regular life last forever, and they said that they are very happy that they are now dating him. Tita remarked that she was glad that he stopped thinking about the harem. But the orc said that he had not forgotten about his mission to find new members of the harem. After all, he had hired a detective to gather information about beautiful girls and women worthy of becoming members of the harem. But he didn't find anyone of their level. Everyone must be equally attractive for the harem idea to work. Because they're so adorable, the standard for his harem has skyrocketed. It's surprising that Kakon can say something like that with such a straight face, and even though it's embarrassing, it was nice to hear it. In general, he did not give up on finding new members of the harem. They felt sorry. She thought he was used to having just the two of them around. They came up with the idea that if an orc is looking for girls as attractive as them, they should just charm him more so his standards will be even higher, so they can avoid increasing the harem. Pretty girls are cute when they're up to something. The girls turned to the orc and said that only today they would do anything for him that he wanted, so he would definitely go crazy with their charm. The orc was shocked. He asked again, just in case, if he could ask for anything that he kept to himself, and they wouldn't hate him. When they agreed again, he said he wanted to eat them. It was a figurative expression. He wants to spread them with whipped cream and jam and enjoy them while licking them. This is the so-called orc dessert. The orc was definitely going to make the best dessert in the world. It sounded very embarrassing to them, but they were still willing, since it would make him happy. This was perfect for an orc. Right now they were the best desserts in the world. In the morning, he decided to make romance an integral part of this house. The orc went outside and suddenly noticed something. There were several robed men standing in the alley. One of them asked if he was a prince named Orc. He immediately recognized the mysterious men in dark cloaks who had appeared. Their appearance didn't surprise him in the slightest, just the faintest hint of weariness in his eyes. With a calm, almost indifferent intonation, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time and suggested that they not keep themselves in suspense. As the man slowly removed the hood of his robe, revealing his face, The young man didn't hesitate to ask why he was here and what had become of his duties as chancellor. The man replied that he had come to ask for his help again, introducing himself as the Chancellor of Forland, Molen Daigle, and then asked directly if he would like to return to his native kingdom and ascend the throne as king. He already knew that he was a prince of Forland, for his mother's grandfather had been the former king of Vallejo, and he had long assumed that Vallejo the Wise wanted him as his successor. However, he had already refused countless times, and yet the old ruler sent messengers to him again and again, as if hoping that one day the answer would change. Wearily, he repeated to the chancellor that he had said it many times. Forland was the epitome of peace and order, and no harm would come even if someone else ruled. In addition, he is already bound by the care of his beloved, and does not intend to change his way of life. The chancellor, watching him closely, remarked that an ordinary monarch would be enough to rule them. But then, lowering his voice a little, he asked a counter-question. What if this monarch becomes not just an ordinary person, but a person of truly sinister intentions? He explained that the king is chosen by the Council of Sages, and to take the throne, you need to enlist the support of more than half of the votes. The chancellor was sure that he would have had no difficulties with Vallejo the Wise, so that the incompetent would never have ended up on the throne. But there was a heavy edge to his voice, as he acknowledged that the council they had once controlled had betrayed them. Vallejo the Wise is now imprisoned on a remote island, removed from power and deprived of the ability to act. The prince, startled by this news, turned abruptly and demanded to know who had dared to do such a thing. The chancellor replied, "First Prince of Ward of Fortland. His goal is world domination, and the first step to it is the destruction of peaceful relations between humans and monsters, unleashing a full-scale war. If the Warta gets its way," the chancellor continued, "then the good-looking races will be sold to brothels, and the strong-bodied ones will be turned into laborers or brainwashed into weak-willed soldiers." The chancellor stressed that all the other heirs had already given up the right to the throne, and now only he, the young prince, is able to save the kingdom. The prince lowered his gaze. He knew perfectly well that if nothing was done, tens of thousands of people would be in terrible trouble, and he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. But he didn't want to be king, because he had already devoted his life to creating a harem, a dream in which he had put his heart. Then the chancellor, as if guessing his doubts, reminded him of his desire, and said that there was a girl in the palace whose beauty could captivate even a cold heart. The prince noted with interest that Forland was a kingdom of humans, and humans, he thought, were boring and aged too quickly. The chancellor assured him that this time was different, and took out a magic device that could project three-dimensional illusions. A vivid, almost tangible image of a charming princess with long flowing hair and a full dress appeared in the air. With a soft intonation and a warm look in her eyes, she addressed him as brother and introduced herself, the second princess of Forland, Lulina Fortland. Her soft, affectionate manner instantly melted all barriers in him. Lulina sadly admitted that Forland was on the edge of a precipice, and if no action was taken, disaster was coming. She begged for help and promised that if he saved them, he would do whatever he wanted for him, even if he had to sacrifice himself completely. This request completely captivated the prince. He was presented with an amazing combination, a beauty, a princess, and a younger sister all rolled into one, the perfect candidate for his harem. Inspired, he gleefully declared that he would only go forward with Forland, while simultaneously saving the kingdom and adding to his harem. Meanwhile, the girls in his chambers were lazily waking up, yawning sweetly, and stretching out their arms. Now the prince had a new goal: to save Forland at the request of Princess Lulina. He strode into the room, and his lovers were overjoyed and asked him if he had been out for a walk, but without answering he ordered them to pack up. They leave immediately. The girls looked at each other anxiously and, pointing at the stranger, asked who this creepy man was who was standing behind him. Turning to the gentleman, the chancellor said that he had very beautiful wives. To this, the prince, packing up his things for the journey, replied with a slight grin that it should be so. The girls, looking curiously at the stranger, asked the chancellor if he was surprised to see them. He calmly remarked that beautiful girls remain beautiful, regardless of their race, and this is not unusual. With a bow and a hand on his heart, he apologized for not introducing himself right away, and finally gave his name and announced that he had been appointed Chancellor of Forland. The girls looked at each other in amazement, asking what such an important man, an advisor to the king himself, was doing here. The chancellor asked the gentleman if he had ever told his wives about his royal origin. The prince replied that he had told them, but they simply did not believe him. Then the Chancellor asked if he could call him His Royal Highness, as he was supposed to, since he didn't hide his Originivo Korolevskoye Vysochestvo. The girls exclaimed in surprise. The prince, not understanding why they were so surprised, reminded them that he had already told them who he was. The lovers also admitted that they thought it was another of his jokes. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he announced that he had packed everything, and it was time to move on to Forland. And to the confused questions of his lovers, he added that he needed to save the princess. As they set off, the girls whispered to the prince that if he saved Forland from the evil prince, he could make the princess fall in love with him. Immediately, a malicious grin appeared on their faces. One of them reminded him that he himself said that he didn't want the girl to start dating him just because he saved her, and added that only Mudork uses someone's gratitude for his own benefit. The prince firmly replied that nothing had changed. He would not lay a finger on her if their feelings were not mutual. Exhaling, he thought that it would be fine if they fell in love with each other in the process of saving the country. After all, a relationship with a cousin is not a crime, and she has the same traits as typical younger sisters or daughters-in-law qualities that he especially appreciates. Dreamily, he said that when the time came he wanted to get close to her and listen to her, call him little brother. And his lovers, watching these dreams, only thought with annoyance about how they could have agreed to meet him at all. The Chancellor asked the prince what he was going to use, since the journey would take at least 10 days by cart. The prince replied that he did not intend to spend so much time, and therefore uses something else. He tore the cover off a nearby object and exposed a brand new, beautiful car. The startled girls didn't know what to say. The prince proudly announced that it was an orkmobile, and invited everyone to sit down. As soon as they were seated, the orkmobile shot forward. The Chancellor, still slightly shocked, asked what kind of transport it was. The prince explained that it was a magical device he had created. He's going to travel more and more for the sake of his harem and his business, so he wanted to cut down on the travel time. He had once built into the machine a magic engine he had invented, which, when filled with magic, worked non-stop. For him, the electric car was not just a vehicle, it was the embodiment of his hopes and dreams. One of the lovers said that she somehow understood the principle of how the car works, but still does not understand how it manages to turn. The prince replied that he did not doubt her intelligence, and explained that technically the car can only move straight, so he relies on the wind spirits to make turns. With a smile, he added that he could ask the fire spirits to turn on the rocket boosters if they wanted. As he got involved in the process, the prince felt that traveling in an electric car was much more fun than he thought. He even wanted to perform a trick that he had dreamed of since childhood, when suddenly a huge rock appeared right in front of them. Pulling the levers, he caused the car to spin like a tornado, like a whirlwind, and take off at his command. When they finally arrived at the scene, everyone got out of the electric car a little exhausted from motion sickness. Indignant and still shaken by her recent trip, she furrowed her brows and demanded that the prince drive much more carefully next time. Her voice was trembling with exasperation, and she ended by saying defiantly that she would never get into an orkmobile again if he didn't immediately come to his senses and stop doing such crazy things. The prince didn't seem to share her indignation at all, and he replied with a slight grin that it would take them at least 10 days to reach their destination in a cart, and it only took them half a day. This was an obvious advantage for him, and he clearly didn't understand why the others didn't share his enthusiasm. He also tried to explain that he had made the best of the electric car by driving it at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. But she crossed her arms and interrupted him in exasperation, asking him why he had to make all these dizzying turns and spin around like a hurricane. The prince, slightly embarrassed and scratching his head, admitted that he did it just for the sake of his childhood dream, which he had long wanted to fulfill. Meanwhile, the Chancellor, who had barely gotten out of the strange transport, looked as if he didn't have any strength left in him. His loyal subordinates, noticing something was wrong, surrounded him in a tight circle, excitedly examining and asking questions, trying to bring the old man to his senses. The prince, watching this scene, remarked in a low voice that the trip seemed to have affected the Chancellor too much. She added with a chuckle that there were still a lot of details in his car that needed to be worked out if he wanted passengers to get out on their feet instead of crawling. Meanwhile, the townspeople, attracted by the noise and unusual appearance of the newcomers, began to gather around, whispering and looking at strangers. Soon, There was a noticeable stir in the crowd, and suddenly, the princess herself burst forward. Her smile lit up the entire square, warm and sincere, like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. She addressed the prince with warmth and some special trepidation, calling him little brother. He froze, not even having time to be surprised, and she, quickening her pace, literally threw herself into his arms, which caused amazement in all the audience. The prince recognized her instantly. With a soft smile, he said that it was nice to finally meet her, and it seemed that she knew a lot more about him than he did about her, despite the fact that they had met for the first time. The princess was delighted to say that Master Vallejo and Master Milan had often told her about him. The prince, still holding her tightly, asked her what she could say now that she saw him in person. The princess, slightly embarrassed, but not letting go of his hand, admitted that he was much better than she could have imagined from the stories. He was enchanted. Her skin was surprisingly smooth, like silk, and the delicate and refined fragrance of perfume enveloped him, bringing a sense of peace. The princess embodied an amazing combination of noble elegance and sweet girlish spontaneity. Taking his hand, she led him forward, telling him gently that he could feel at home in the castle. There was a hint of sadness in her voice as she confessed that she had been lonely all along. But their path was suddenly blocked by knights. Drawing their swords, they stood resolutely in front of the prince and demanded in stern voices that the princess move away from this stranger. Without flinching, she firmly stated that this was Prince Orc Forland, her cousin, and ordered him to be treated as she was. The knights, embarrassed, immediately apologized hurriedly and readily began to help them with their things. One of the prince's lovers tried to call out to him and say something, but he was already completely absorbed in the attention, care, and unexpected closeness with the princess. The prince's wives were clearly outraged that the prince was blatantly ignoring them, as if they didn't even exist for him at that moment. Their offended and slightly confused looks spoke for themselves, but the chancellor, catching the atmosphere and trying to soften the situation, with a friendly, almost hospitable smile, asked them not to be shy and confidently enter the castle, because the doors are open for them as wide as for the prince himself. The princess, who was next to the prince, was truly charming, and her acting skills, without exaggeration, were at the highest level. She played her part expertly, and no matter how you looked at it, to outsiders, she was just an ordinary child who had to rely on her older brother, the prince, for protection. Turning around for a moment, the master noticed the chancellor's attentive, studying gaze. There was a lot in their silent exchange of glances, as if they understood each other right away, without a single word being spoken. He gave the chancellor a small but warm smile, and the chancellor returned it with a small but approving gesture. Only now did it finally sink in that the chancellor's men knew very well that he would be much more willing to help if he could please the princess. But in fact, just by observing her behavior, he had already noticed that she had gone through grueling training, and perhaps even received elite education and combat training to become a female knight, just like his mother once did. He could feel the slight, almost imperceptible tremor in her hands as she led him confidently but carefully. He knew that she was trying her best to hide her real feelings by suppressing her excitement. But still, he guessed that she couldn't help but be afraid, because here was a man with the power to rule an entire country, and one who was famous for his love of beautiful girls. And besides, even if he was considered her brother, he was also an orc. Putting on a small, slightly sly smile, he was finally convinced that he really liked her. Her appearance was exactly to his taste, and there was something special about her demeanor. He could see how she suppressed her fear and at the same time tried her best for the sake of her country, not allowing herself to make any unnecessary movements. He decided that he should pretend to fall for her acting skills. He reasoned that it would make it easier for her, and it would set the stage for them to communicate more openly. In a casual, almost confidential tone, he assured her that he would save the kingdom for her, and that now that he was here, she had nothing to worry about. The princess gave him a little hug and said with a grateful and tender smile that she was very happy about it and that she loved him. Deep down, his goal was to move their relationship from the realm of beautiful fantasies to a more real plane. And even though they were nothing more than a fake sibling couple for the time being, the plan itself seemed even somewhat funny to him. Step by step, they continued down the long, empty, and silent corridor of the castle. The castle was neat and clean, and the walls were decorated with rich paintings depicting the prince himself at different periods of his life. At one point, with a slight frown of surprise, he asked the chancellor why the castle already had his own fully equipped room. Without hesitation, he replied that it had been prepared by order of Valio the Wise, because His Highness had always been sure that one day he would return. The prince was once again convinced that the king was serious about making him his successor. His wives, on the other hand, thought that since he was a prince, there was nothing surprising in this, but they cautiously asked if it was all right that they were in the castle, and confessed that they had never felt so out of place before as they did here. The chancellor, addressing them, informed them that separate, comfortable rooms had been prepared for them as well. To this, the wives replied with embarrassment that they shouldn't have bothered so much, and that one room was enough, because they could just stay together. The chancellor, slightly disappointed, felt guilty for not taking care of their placement beforehand. He was determined to correct his mistake, because the castle had more than enough rooms, both in size and number, to comfortably accommodate the whole family, and even for the most numerous guests, there was enough space. With a low, deep bow, the chancellor informed the prince's wives that dinner would soon be ready, and that the princess herself would be dining with them. The others, a little taken aback by the surprise and apparently feeling out of place, hastily replied that they would prefer to rest for a while in a small, cozy room, and then almost hurriedly walked away, trying to avoid unnecessary attention. As soon as they were out of sight, the chancellor turned back to the prince, intending to say something more. But suddenly, before the man could say a word, the prince stretched out his arms and cast a powerful examination spell. The power of magic instantly spread throughout the hall and beyond, which naturally shocked the chancellor to the core. He was genuinely amazed at the speed and precision with which the prince was able to explore such a large area without wasting any extra movement or energy. The prince, after completing his examination, said coldly that he had found nothing suspicious. However, to completely eliminate any possibility of eavesdropping, he still installed a strong wind barrier around the room, providing reliable sound insulation. The faint sound of the wind filled the space, making it seem as if they were completely alone in the castle. After that, he clarified the situation with the chancellor once again, reminding her that the council had been taken over and completely turned into puppets of Prince Varda, and asked directly if they could have been brainwashed. The chancellor replied that this was only possible with extremely high-level spells. The prince added that in addition, such spells that directly affect the mind are strictly prohibited. He explained that mind-altering magic provokes a powerful response from the target's innate defense system, which makes such techniques particularly dangerous. In addition, the greater the difference in power between the victim and the caster, the longer it will take for the spell to take effect. According to him, it is quite possible that his brother has some skillful ally who can pull off such a thing. The prince went on to say that if the council had already been taken over and had become an obedient tool in the hands of the Warta, then they would achieve absolutely nothing by using ordinary methods. And if their opponent doesn't want to play fair, then they'll have to do the same. The chancellor, not quite sure what exactly His Highness meant, asked with obvious caution what exactly he was talking about. The prince, without changing his cold expression, replied very briefly, and without a hint of doubt, "We will have to go to the murder." If Warta is just a dangerous pest for this kingdom, then the fastest and most reliable way to solve the problem is simply to destroy it. He added, almost matter-of-factly, that no matter how strong, cunning, or vindictive an enemy might be, there was nothing he could do if he was dead. The innate qualities of a ruler were clearly felt in the prince's words. Once, both Valeo the Wise and the Demon Lord himself had raised him to be just that. Someone who could make decisions that would benefit the entire kingdom, even if those decisions required firmness and a willingness to take extreme measures. The prince reminded himself again of an important rule. You must live in reality, not in ideals, and sometimes you have to make small sacrifices for the greater good. Standing at the high window of the castle, looking thoughtfully out over the kingdom below, he once again firmly repeated, if necessary, he would even kill his own brother. Impressed, Orc's lovers, while enthusiastically praising his car, almost vied with each other to give them the opportunity to take a little ride on it. However, as it soon turned out, these were only dreamy fantasies of the prince himself, his inner hopes, and in reality the girls absolutely emotionlessly and dryly replied that they were not going to do anything just to get him to allow them to ride in an orcamobile. At this moment, after bowing respectfully, the maids informed her in a soft and respectful tone that dinner was already served, and invited Her Highness to enter the dining hall. The huge, richly decorated table was literally strewn with a variety of delicious dishes and was full of a variety of food. The princess, gently and almost like a relative, called her brother Orc, invited him to sit down next to her, and the other girls, after looking at this gastronomic splendor, were impressed and admitted that they simply could not eat so much. Calmly, the princess began the meal, telling them not to worry. Whatever was left over, their servants would finish it anyway. The butler, who served the princess with perfect grace and decorum, deftly carried away the dirty dishes. She added, in passing, that guests can safely leave when they are satisfied. These words gave the prince some curious thoughts. He recalled how in ancient Rome servants ate after the upper classes, and suggested that perhaps this tradition was introduced so that the nobles could live extravagantly without wasting their food. The girls, turning to the orc, asked if the idea of someone finishing the food they touched didn't bother him. He jokingly replied to his lovers that, when you are in Rome, behave like the Romans, but those, slightly frowning, admitted that they heard such a phrase for the first time. Then it suddenly dawned on the prince that this saying was from his previous life. He explained that in any case, they will still have to get used to it. In fact, he didn't like it either, and he was already planning to ask for the tradition to be stopped the next day. He didn't mind the situation itself, but the thought of someone eating up his lovers made him feel sick inside. There was a slight change in his expression, and with a start of embarrassment he found himself thinking that in some distorted sense this might amount to an indirect kiss with his wives, and therefore an unforgivable sin. The princess asked the guests in a friendly and warm voice how they liked today's dishes. One of the girls said that everything was very tasty, and admitted that she was surprised at how complex and harmonious the taste of each individual dish is, while another joined in, saying it was delicious, refined and extravagant, and the lunch itself was a good and unusual experience. However, a little later they added that they still liked the orcs' cooking more. The princess was truly surprised to hear that her orc brother's cooking was better than the best chefs in the palace, who were considered the ultimate culinary masters in the entire kingdom. One of the girls clarified that if only the taste was taken into account, then perhaps the palace dishes were better, but the food prepared by the orc somehow inexplicably fills her with energy, which in itself is extremely unusual. The other one agreed, saying that she was also feeling noticeably better since the orc started cooking for them, and the orc, slightly embarrassed, replied that he was glad that they noticed his little efforts. With a confident, almost mischievous smile, he explained that his dishes are based on the theory of medicine and the principles of food homology, and he always cooks so that the food is not only delicious but also brings tangible benefits to the body. The girls exchanged impressed glances and said that now everything is clear, and that is why they feel healthier every day the more they eat his dishes. Orc added that he just wants them to stay young and beautiful. The prince was firmly convinced that diet is one of the key factors for maintaining health, because the more luxurious and richer the dish, the higher the caloric content, and the constant use of excessively fatty or sweet foods will quickly lead to deterioration of the body. The princess, inspired, asked the girls if this is the secret of the fact that their skin looks elastic and radiant even without makeup. Those with a slight smile replied that, most likely, the reason is really in this. Her eyes literally lit up, and, barely restraining her excitement, she loudly said that she felt the strongest envy for them, and still could hardly believe that in the world there is such a delicious food that not only pleases the taste, but also helps to maintain health and strength. Orc noticed at that moment that this time she was not pretending at all, not playing for the audience, but really sincerely saying what was in her heart and in her thoughts. With a soft and warm smile, he assured her that he would try to cook for her all the time he was here, and would do his best to please her with food, giving it his all, and affectionately called her dear sister, which sounded especially warm. The princess, clearly pleased with this attitude, replied with a grateful smile that she would be very grateful for such care. The prince was secretly pleased that he had been able to, quote, earn a point in their unspoken game, but he immediately reminded himself not to give in to self-deception and try to get fake favor points in their game of brother and sister. He was determined that he should try to earn real, sincere love points, which are impossible to fake. After gathering everyone together, he suggested that they start their strategy meeting and asked the chancellor to provide all the available information in advance. With an expressive look that served as a silent command, he signaled the chancellor. The latter came up, presented him with a weighty collection, and bowing low, explained that it was a detailed report on the current situation in the country. When the prince opened the report, everyone present was slightly confused and fell silent for a while, not knowing what to say. The more deeply the prince delved into reading, the more he felt the urge to give up and just retreat, although he was initially not particularly eager to act brash and reckless. There were times when he simply had no choice but to make difficult decisions. Then the princess stood up and said that she wanted to explain everything again. The first prince of Warta had already begun to break their peace treaty with the demon lord, and, most likely, would complete this process next week. She went on to say that their troops would be sent on the march even before the messengers brought the news of the official declaration of war. The first target is an elven village located to the west. After these words, one of the prince's lovers fell into a state of shock, as if for a moment she was numb. The prince, noticing this, realized that although the attack was planned not on her native home, but on the village of the Windguards, for her, as a representative of the same people, it was still a blow. The same tribe maintained ties to his village of evolving orcs, and by the way, the girl who was once his first love just came from there. Still, his current lover seemed much nicer and dearer to him. Looking carefully at the report, the prince said that in order to guarantee victory, it was planned to attack elven villages with a small population density. This is because the demand for elves is incredibly high, and the captives will be sold as slaves at appropriate prices. He added that if he takes such a step, there will be no turning back. The prince warned everyone that this would lead to a full-scale war between humans and monsters, and added in a low voice that his brother was mad, and if he really started a war of this magnitude, he would provoke the demon lord's rage, the consequences of which would be disastrous. He recalled that monsters and demi-humans mostly live in small villages or towns, and no matter how strong they are individually, they simply can't stand up to a huge army of humans. In such cases, the outcome is always the same. One way or another, people prevail over monsters and demi-humans, using their numerical and strategic superiority. Once, in the distant and almost legendary times, his father, who decided to call himself the formidable and majestic title of Demon Lord, managed to give a powerful and unexpectedly organized rebuff to people. Inspired by the example of how people have military structures, he built his own army, but not just from scratch. He managed to unite several disparate tribes into one union, many of which lived separately for centuries and even feuded with each other. All of this was done for one purpose: to fight for freedom and a decent future for the monsters. In the end, though with incredible hardships, sacrifices, and endless negotiations, his father still managed to make peace with the humans, an event that many then considered completely impossible. The prince's mother, who has always supported the idea of peaceful coexistence and equality between humans and monsters, would certainly support her husband this time. The great sage Merlin Enline, a man with an impeccable sense of justice and unwavering honor, would probably have also sided with them, as he had repeatedly demonstrated his willingness to defy even powerful forces to defend the truth. The prince mused aloud, adding that the 4 elite demons loyal to his father and the entire army of the Demon Lord would almost certainly unite into a single fist, and in that case the Warta would have no chance of winning, no matter how hard he tried. He went on to say more confidently that while there was no doubt that Forlin was the strongest human kingdom, its power was still limited to the human world. Against the combined forces of demons and monsters, he might be too weak. The princess, hearing this, indignantly and even with some irritation in her voice, asked, "Is the enemy so stupid that he does not understand this simple truth?" Finally, breaking the oppressive silence, the prince turned the conversation to practical matters. He asked the chancellor if he had been able to contact his parents. The chancellor's response was dry and disappointing. He tried, but no one was home. Moreover, a note was found on the table. The chancellor bowed slightly and handed it to the prince. In this note, the parents, with their usual peculiar humor, wrote that, since their difficult son finally flew out of the parental nest, they decided to take the opportunity and go on a romantic trip together for about a year. And, as if teasing him, they added a question: does he want a brother or sister? Against the background of the harsh talk of war, this news seemed almost absurd, but the princess remarked with a slight sadness that if he really took the steps he had planned, war would not be avoided, and therefore he would have to find a way to stop the approaching army right now. The prince, realizing with annoyance the complexity of the situation, came to the conclusion that killing the Warta in itself would not change anything if the troops still launched an offensive against the elven villages. Abruptly rising from his seat, he proudly and decisively announced that he had a clear goal. It only remained to think out the details. He promised that in one night he would develop a detailed plan of action, in which there would be no room for accidents. Meanwhile, at the side of the main table, the mysterious escorts of the chancellor, who had been hiding their faces and figures under long robes all this time, finally allowed themselves to relax a little. With their hoods pulled back, they talked to each other about how the task of guarding and escorting the master was safely completed, that no emergencies had occurred, and that they could finally afford to rest. One of them was a charming young girl with delicate features and cold but calm eyes. As she took off her heavy black robe, she said in a low voice that it was her duty to protect the Chancellor, and she was glad that she was able to complete the mission without any combat losses. Her companion, on the other hand, glanced at her and felt a quiet inner relief that she hadn't taken off her full robe after all. After all, if it were more explicit, it could cause unwanted emotions in the prince or even break their cover, which would be extremely undesirable in such an environment. After a busy day full of events and meetings spent in the palace, the beloved princesses, tired of talking, walking, and excitement, have long been sleeping sweetly and serenely in their soft, cozy bedrooms. The corridors were silent, only occasionally broken by the soft creak of wood or the distant rustle of cloth. But one person couldn't afford that peace. The prince, left to himself, was not asleep, but sat at a heavy table in the soft, golden lamplight, deep in thought. He thought that to understand the current situation, he needed an outside view, a view that was free from the bias that prevailed inside the castle. It was necessary to consider everything from different angles, because the truth can take a completely different shape depending on the point of view. Previously, the prince had always relied on his own resources. He personally gathered information, drew conclusions, and preferred not to use either the connections of his teachers or the influence of his parents. That was his pride. But now everything has changed. It wasn't just personal ambition or family reputation that was at stake, but hundreds, perhaps thousands, of innocent people and monsters, lives, and those lives were immeasurably more important than his stubborn pride. So abandoning his previous principles, he turned to the powerful and well-known corporation of Helf Randog, the god of business, to gather the necessary information for him. In the business world, Helf Randog was almost a legend, a man with an unprecedented network of informants and connections who could get information from the most private places. The prince knew that no matter what strange or even crazy request he made, the Helfa Randog Corporation was ready to fulfill it as soon as possible. Such an influential ruler of the commercial world had a powerful information network that stretched to the most remote corners of the continent. The prince was almost sure that their view of events inside the country would be much more objective and unbiased than those who stewed in court intrigues every day. At the same time, he clearly realized that he now had a serious personal debt to this corporation. Yes, he said it was his contribution to world peace, and that their help would ultimately benefit their own businesses as well. But deep down, the prince knew exactly who he was dealing with. This was the Helf Randog Corporation. Such people always found a way to win, regardless of which side they were on. Suddenly, a faint rustle broke the silence. The prince, instantly alert, raised his head and turned in the direction of the source of the sound. His eyes darted to the door. He quickly assessed the situation. The door had clearly not been forced, which meant that whoever had entered must have had a spare key. At that moment, he remembered that the princess, being a petite and light-footed girl, was able to hide her presence almost completely. He probably wouldn't have noticed her coming if he hadn't carefully set up a special detection barrier that responds to movement and energy. As the seconds ticked by, he moved away from the table without hesitation and hid behind the massive wall. His muscles were taut, his breathing even, like a predator preparing to spring. When the long-robed figure was close enough, the prince snatched up the stranger's arm with a quick, almost lightning-fast movement, pulling her tightly to him, leaving her no chance to escape. It was the princess. She was standing in front of him, dressed only in light underwear, a dark robe draped over her shoulders, and she was thrown on the bed as if she had just barged in and hadn't had time to properly clean up. The prince looked at her pale, confused face for a moment and asked in a flat, dry voice why she was here. She replied, confused and visibly embarrassed, that she had come to sleep with him. The words were blunt and direct, and he gave her a cold look and instantly decided that, judging by her appearance and condition, she was definitely telling the truth. The princess, repeating that she was not lying, demanded that he let her go. She had nothing more to hide. But the prince wouldn't let her go. He calmly and firmly replied that he would only let her go when he got a normal answer, concrete and convincing. She repeated the same thing over and over again, that she had come to ask to sleep with him, and there was both awkwardness and despair in her voice. The prince frowned and said dryly that she probably just didn't believe what he was saying and decided to see for herself, because this, in his opinion, is quite natural caution. There is no guarantee that he will not go over to the Warta's side, and in that case, she may die. The words sounded like cold calculation, and there was a moment of heavy silence in the room. Turning to her, he wondered if she really thought he wanted a war between humans and monsters, and even reasoned out loud. If he had sided with the latter, he probably would have won. After all, the Demon Lord, the Azure Thunder Knight, and the Great Sage would surely have stood by his side, and when if they destroyed the human kingdom, he would only have to inherit the Demon Lord's throne to continue conquering the world. Then he exhaled regretfully and added that he was sorry that she had such a bad opinion of him. She, noticing that he had spilled it all out in one breath, assumed that he must have been thinking about it for a long time, but the prince shook his head and said no, not at all. It was just that from the moment they met, he had started to calculate all the possible options, and thus managed to plan out how to interact with her. Then he leaned back, stretched lazily, and yawned, and seeing that she still doubted him, he admitted that he must have been mistaken. If a girl couldn't feel free and at ease in front of him, he still had a lot to learn. She explained that it wasn't just curiosity that made her doubt him. According to her, there is little influence on beliefs and words. Actions are important, and this was taught to her by Valio the Wise. Valio's instructions immediately surfaced in the princess' mind, that if you want to trust, you must first doubt. That believing in someone is comforting, but often just an act of ignorance. That doubt is a way to understand a person, and that if they can still shake hands after doubting each other, then they have found a real friendship. She whispered it with gratitude and warmth, adding that she was following his teachings. Her brother agreed that it would be foolish to ask for his trust as soon as they met, so she could doubt him as much as she wanted. But after a moment, lowering his gaze and deciding on a direct question, he asked her if she trusted Valio the Wise. After all, he trusted Valio the Wise, and that was why he had asked the wise man for help. The princess exclaimed in embarrassment that it was despicable to manipulate his trusted grandfather like this. He admitted that it wasn't fair, but explained that she would have to learn to use people and circumstances to her advantage, and being always exceptionally righteous wasn't always the best way. With a shrug, he declared the interview over. Surprised that he wasn't mad at her, she complimented him on it, and confessed that he was a much bigger gentleman than she thought. Carefully lowering the robes from her shoulders, the princess timidly asked if she was attractive enough for him. With a seductive and candid look, she said that she really didn't mind sleeping with him. The prince was taken aback by this admission. He paused for a moment, unable to find the words immediately, and there was a sense of surprise, inner conflict, and unexpected vulnerability in the pause. She asked herself again if she wasn't good enough for him, and then, with a slightly embarrassed touch of her fingertips to her breasts, she admitted that she knew she had small breasts. He looked at her a little suspiciously, and without looking away, he honestly admitted that he actually liked her very much, so much so that he would really like her. She offered herself again, saying that if he didn't mind giving her his power so that she could protect the kingdom, he could take her right now. But the prince, squinting, tapped her forehead with a light flick and demanded that she stop pretending to be a damsel in distress. He does not like such tense, artificially dramatic situations, and he can clearly see how she is trembling all over. The princess paused, not knowing what to say. He quietly asked her if she was afraid, and immediately added that he did not need a litter box. He wanted to build a harem of those girls whom he loved with all his heart. It seems like, he continued, he wouldn't want their first time to be so cold and insipid, especially since she is a candidate member of his harem. She confusedly asked about the candidate, and he confirmed that he liked her at first sight. Then, with a wry smile, he said that he was sure she was terrified of him, but still doing her best to do her duty as a princess, pretending to adore him, and he was deeply moved by her strength and determination. She asked, did he really understand all this? He nodded and said he wouldn't sleep with her until she fell in love with him. She snorted, saying that he was trying to sound like it was something incredibly cool, but in reality it was exactly the opposite. But after a short pause, she added that she understood him better now. Warmly, with a really sincere smile, said that he wasn't scary at all. He returned the smile with satisfaction. And so, looking out the window at the night city together, he confided that he considers her a very nice girl who sincerely admires her brother, and even a candidate for the harem. This means that she can count on him, because he will definitely help. Leaning closer, the prince gently stroked her head and said confidently that everything would be fine. She blushed and whispered softly that it tickled her. The prince himself mentally noted that this is his specialty, as the main character of a harem story, stroking the head. He was about to tell her gently that she should go back to her room. It was late, after all, when she panted and confessed that she felt strange. She said in a shaky voice that her body had become too sensitive just to stop being nervous. She was flushed and asked him what he had done to her. The prince caught an unusual smell in the air, an incense that usually causes great excitement. The princess, embarrassed, admitted that she was going to seduce him with this fragrance. He sighed and explained. Naturally, the incense also affects the person who uses it. She was surprised. She'd thought it only worked on guys. The prince explained that it worked on girls as well, and she was also using a dose 3 times higher than normal. He admitted that he is resistant to such things, but even for him this is too much. Then she almost snapped at him and exclaimed that she couldn't hold back any longer, and that she was going mad, and he tried to calm her down. At the same time, he constantly reminded himself not to touch her. After all, he himself bribed her with the promise that he would not lay a finger on a girl whom he had not yet fallen in love with. Still, he remembered something else. He was an orc, he had a high libido, and her type was driving him crazy. She pressed harder and harder, but each time he insisted stubbornly that he was an orc who kept his word. So in a tense balance they survived until dawn. In the morning his lovers met him, cheerfully wished him a good morning, and, ironically squinting, noticed that he probably had a good time with the princess. He calmly replied that he hadn't touched her, and that he was just a master of discipline. The girls exchanged glances. They were truly surprised and could hardly believe that he was able to hold back so much. At night, even before the visit to the princess looked at herself in the mirror for a long time and thought with chagrin that she looked as if she had put on paper, ridiculous and expressionless. And the next morning, as she stretched sleepily and looked for her brother, she suddenly noticed that she was lying completely naked, and in surprise she gave a loud cry. She was seized with a fierce shame. Not only did she fail to seduce the prince and sleep with him, but she also completely lost control of herself and literally went off the rails. Some time later, Orc received a report from Randall's corporation on the investigation. He compared it carefully with the information that the princess and Milana had previously provided, took another look at the situation, and realized that his doubts were now completely dispelled. Earlier, he did not rule out the possibility that the information provided could have been distorted only in order to eliminate the first prince, but new facts showed the opposite. Glancing thoughtfully at the castle, the orc decided it was time to get busy. At this time, it was already actively discussed among the people that the orc prince intended to claim the throne. There were a wide variety of rumors in various sections of society. It was said that he had recently returned, that he was a favorite disciple of Valio the Wise, the son of Lady Miley, the hero of Azure Thunder, and the ward of the great sage. The prince himself skillfully launched this wave of rumors, starting with the castle, forming an opinion about himself as the prince who is fighting his way to the throne. At the same time, there were concerns that he might not receive the legacy due to the sudden appearance of a rival. The chancellor informed his master of the arrival of the guests. Just as the orc had expected, there were some high-ranking nobles among the visitors. Some of them expressed a desire to establish cooperation, while others sought to clarify its intentions. In any case, no one could ignore him now, and the prince himself was able to collect information directly from representatives of the aristocracy. All this information he intended to use as effectively as possible to build an attack strategy in several directions at once. At the same time, he believed that the meeting itself is not the main component of politics. In his mind, the true key to victory was careful preparation, whereas meetings were not a battlefield, but just a place to announce your achievements. As Orc studied the situation, he realized that politics was not the only way to limit himself. It was also necessary to look for unusual and strange events that have occurred recently. As he opened the massive grated door, he assumed that if the council had suddenly turned its back on Valio the Wise and gone over to the Warta, it might have been due to mind-washing magic, which meant that there must have been traces of such interference. After gathering his strength, he concentrated the magic of the double spirit mark and focused all the energy into a single stream. The room was gradually filled with tiny spirits, and the orc himself used a forbidden ability vision of the past. These spirits were the eyes of the world, able to reproduce the events of the past days, and by connecting his consciousness with their perception, he could see what happened in the castle walls at the right moment. Such a technique was considered forbidden, because for a mere mortal, combining consciousness with higher entities with a completely different nature was extremely dangerous. Even if it was possible to catch the right moment, the load on the body remained enormous. At best, one could only get a brief moment of clear vision at a specific time and place. Images of the past quickly followed one another, and soon the orc, unable to stand it, curled up in pain, which greatly alarmed his lovers. The girl surrounded him, trying to bring him to his senses. He struggled to stay on his feet and apologized to them, explaining that his health would continue to be difficult for the next few days, but despite this, he received exactly the information he wanted. As he sat down, he firmly stated that he now clearly understood exactly what Prince Varda was up to and how his supporters were acting. The Chancellor followed him and informed him that the preparations for the meeting to elect the king were proceeding flawlessly, and that Prince Varta, the princess, and all the members of the Council of Sages were already assembled. The orc noted that the last time he had dealt with politics was during Valio the Wise's exam, but even so, he hadn't lost any of his skills. His lovers sought to encourage him, expressing confidence in his success, and he, encouraged by their support, went with dignity to the meeting. The hall, which was filled with representatives of royal and noble families, was filled with a tense atmosphere. Those present looked at each other with wariness and interest. The round table was already occupied by the smug first prince, who recognized his brother. Haughtily, he reminded the audience of the orc's origin and tried to make it look like a pejorative. However, the orc didn't let his brother's words shake his resolve. Standing up, he released his energy and radiated a presence so powerful that it literally lit up the entire room, shocking the audience. He consciously increased his own influence, realizing that the intimidating aura plays an important role in such negotiations. After that, he firmly stated his position. There was confidence in his eyes, and his voice was like an unquestionable statement. The first Prince of Worth is unfit to become king, and he is revoking the right of the Council of Sages to temporarily rule. Later, in seclusion, in front of the hot springs, the orc once again allowed himself to use the ability to see the past. This time, he saw joyful scenes where his lovers were carelessly splashing in the water. Smiling at the picture, he noted with a touch of ironic thoughtfulness that, unlike them, he himself could afford the luxury of joining in the swim anytime he wanted. The first prince, hearing the statement that he was unfit for the crown, repeated the essence of what he had said with obvious disbelief and a questioning note, accompanied by an emphatically sarcastic tone, as if expressing deliberate curiosity. Then, pointing to the orc, he developed the idea that what he was looking at was just a simple village ignoramus, devoid of real education and refinement, who, in his opinion, should hide again in the village, next to an ant who had once married an orc. However, the orc, not succumbing to such a provocation and remaining calm, made it clear that the circumstances had changed in the most radical way. He could not go back. The kingdom, according to his calculations, was in danger of disaster if he did not take decisive steps. He also added that, paradoxically, it is now more important for him to remain the king of his own harem than the formal ruler of the country, although this phrase itself was more of a rhetorical device, emphasizing his unwillingness to greedily grasp power without urgent need. The eldest prince, having listened to this position to the end, reminded that, no matter how the younger brother reasoned, the Council of Sages had already decided in his favor and recognized him as the next king. The younger prince calmly noted that he was well aware of this, but stressed that the decision of the council is not yet final, and the throne does not actually belong to the older brother yet. In response, the eldest prince indignantly insisted that the decisions of the Council of Sages have absolute power, and even members of the royal family do not have the right to just change them at their own discretion. He got up and, with a little more pressure, reminded her of the essence of the council itself, which had once been created to prevent tyranny. According to him, if the decisions of the council were reviewed so easily, the kingdom would certainly be on the verge of chaos and disorder. The younger prince responded to these words with restraint and coolness. He acknowledged that there is some truth in his older brother's reasoning, but it is still incomplete and does not reflect the whole picture. After that, he explained the content of Article 34 of the Fortland Kingdom Constitution in detail. It did say that decisions of the Council of Sages were necessary, but there was also a single exception. Decisions of the Council can be challenged if a clear flaw is found in the process of their adoption. Based on this article, the younger prince concluded that the decisions of the council are not absolutely inviolable under any conditions. Moreover, he stressed that the elder brother's ridicule of his rural origin is meaningless. because, unlike him, it is he, the village, who demonstrates knowledge of his own constitution and its subtleties. Then the eldest prince, somewhat lowering his tone and voice, turned to his advisor, clarifying whether such an article really existed. The advisor confirmed that everything was stated correctly and without the slightest distortion. Upon hearing this, the younger prince added that his knowledge was backed up not only by experience, but also by a special gift for memorizing. He kept in mind the languages and laws of all the major states with which he had to deal, and this is what makes his position especially stable and indisputable. After that, the eldest prince noticed that no matter how the laws were interpreted, there were no flaws in the decision made. However, the junior orc prince immediately objected and pointed out the obvious violation. As a critical flaw, he cited the use of a forbidden brainwashing spell on council members. This, he said, was how Lord Linaria, Lord Mersardi, and Lord Unifers were brought under his elder brother's will. Hearing this, some of the members of the council visibly drooped, lowering their heads with heavy chagrin, as if confirming the truth of what was said. Deep down, many of them really knew that the younger prince wasn't lying. In reality, they were summoned by the eldest prince, after which suspicious individuals entered the hall, who captured them and cast a powerful subjugation spell on them. It stripped them of their will, turning them into puppets unable to resist. But being under the spell and unable to speak freely, they were unable to speak openly about what had happened, even if they were fully aware of the extent of the violence to which their own minds had been subjected. The council members reported that they did not remember anything that happened before the orc prince lifted the spell, and officially stated that there were serious flaws in the decision-making process of the Council of Sages. After a brief analysis, the orc immediately assumed that the brainwashing was carried out around the third day after the arrival of the counselors at the castle. In his estimation, the magic used was a very sophisticated and complex spell that directly affected the target's consciousness, and had only been developed over the past year. Comparing the magic trace and the execution technique, he concluded that the caster's potential was comparable to his own, and probably even higher in some aspects, since it was extremely difficult to remove such an effect. Due to the high complexity of the intervention, it was impossible to simply reverse the effect by looking only at the final result. It was necessary to understand the process of superposition itself. To this end, the orc combined consciousness with spirits and applied the vision of the past. After seeing the original source, he was able to construct a neutralizing weave. In this case, he was probably lucky. He was able to trace the actions of only the direct performers, henchmen who cast spells, while the true initiator could not be considered. Voicing the findings, the prince recorded the fact of brainwashing of council members and identified this as an indisputable and extremely serious flaw in the procedure. Standing up, the younger prince solemnly declared that the first prince could not ascend to the throne, and proposed to deprive him of the right of succession. These words caused a real stir in the audience. The eldest prince, feigning innocence, described the opponent's statements as strange, denied the fact of washing, and, by way of counterattack, questioned whether the orc did not resort to such methods. In response, the younger prince suggested that the dispute should be resolved by means of an appropriate spell, emphasizing that all members of the council were present and verification was possible immediately. The eldest prince reacted indifferently, saying that such actions were useless, since, in his opinion, others would not listen to such an inexperienced participant in any case. Then the younger prince turned directly to the advisors and asked them to listen to his position. If you allow your older brother to implement his plans, the peace treaty between humans and monsters will end. He recalled the last war, when both humans and monsters were drowned in rivers of blood, and when peace was restored literally by a miracle. According to his calculations, it is impossible to allow a repetition of this hell. The eldest prince broke down and laid out the opposite doctrine. In his view, people should be set up to kill, kidnap, and enslave monsters, turning them into goods for the slave trade, in order to make the kingdom even greater. In this way, in his opinion, both he and Fortland will go down in history. Increasing the pressure, he argued that the half-breed was not able to appreciate the excellent prospects for such a policy. The younger prince dismissed this logic as untenable and pointed out that Fortland would inevitably lose when war broke out. The hero, the only one whose strength was comparable to that of the demon lord, would not side with the humans, and the monsters were long-lived, and the elites of the lord's army who had passed the previous campaign were still in the ranks. In such circumstances, the eldest prince doesn't stand a chance. The eldest prince, slamming the table and accusing his opponent of cowardice, asked how he dares to think about defeat before the battle begins, when victory is already looming ahead and can be proved. The orc clarified the source of such confidence, and the eldest prince explained his own belief with pathos. If the monsters start wreaking havoc again, a new hero will appear, a representative of the next generation, and save humanity. The younger prince was petrified by this admission. He hadn't assumed that the older brother truly sincerely relied on the automatic appearance of the hero as a historical constant. The eldest prince, spreading his arms and continuing to mockingly gloat, developed the idea that heroes supposedly always come at the moment of danger and invariably lead humanity to victory. Inwardly, the younger prince was at a loss for words. He saw a smug face in front of him and was finally convinced that the opponent was a hopeless idealist, bordering on stupidity. Even during the meeting, the younger prince's gaze caught on a young beauty among those present. He noted that he did not even know about the presence of such a young girl on the council. Without fully understanding who had orchestrated the whole plot, he casually thought that if anyone had been brainwashed, it would have been better if she had been the one who had been given such interference, and not the key figures who had decided the fate of the kingdom. Stepping forward and stopping, so as to attract everyone's attention, the eldest prince explained in detail that in the last war, the Demon King was forced to make peace solely because of the hero's swift and decisive offensive. According to him, it was this lightning attack that made it impossible for the enemy to continue resisting. Now, he argued, that he was in a high position and had full power, the kingdom would surely win under his personal command, because he was convinced that he could repeat the success of the past. The younger orc prince exhaled heavily and carefully evaluated what was said, seeing the uncertainty hidden behind the ostentatious bravado in these words. He noted that even if we assume that the very appearance of a new hero guarantees a successful outcome of the upcoming battle in advance, the key question remains whether this hero will really fight for Fortland. The doubt was expressed directly, and he openly wondered why his older brother had such an unshakable conviction to the contrary. Then the younger prince raised his hand to his face and slowly revealed the hidden mark, startling everyone present, and especially the older brother, who at first could not believe his eyes and considered what he saw impossible. But the orc left no room for doubt. He firmly, confidently, and at the same time, briefly stated that he was the very hero of the new generation. After that, he explained that in the event of a war between Fortland and the Demon Lord's army, he, as the heir to the blood of the orcs, and at the same time as the chosen hero, would take the side of the demons. The obvious conclusion was that any breach of the peace treaty would be suicide for the entire kingdom. The eldest prince, being shocked, refused to believe what he heard or saw. He insisted that it was a ridiculous lie, and that it couldn't possibly be true. He especially emphasized the irony of the situation. The half-blood orc that he had always considered weak and unworthy was the one who hid such a significant truth. In response, the orc explained that he was deliberately hiding his origin and role. Disclosure of such a fact, he said, would bring him a lot of unnecessary problems, worries, and political complications, and that is why he preferred to remain silent. After that, he resolutely demanded from his brother a clear and unambiguous answer, whether he really intends to start a war, if now it is known that the hero will be in the camp of their enemies. The older brother's response turned into an unexpected, almost hysterical reaction. He started laughing at first, then his laughter grew louder, and as if he was losing his mind under the weight of his own ambitions, he started shouting out that all this was ridiculous. There was a mixture of anger, desperation, and self-confidence in his voice. He continued to behave like a man who was absolutely sure of his own exclusivity. In his opinion, he had many innate talents, won the love and special attention of Vallejo the Wise, was trained by him and acquired the necessary skills thanks to this. All of which, he claimed, made him the only one worthy of greatness and the right to lead Fortland to glory. At the same time, the eldest prince recalled with longing and bitterness his own childhood, when he admired Vallejo the Wise and tried with all his might to become like him. However, in a face-to-face meeting, Vallejo coldly and ruthlessly told him that he was just a stupid mediocrity, accidentally born into the royal family. At the same time, Vallejo's attitude towards his younger brother was completely different. The sage showed warmth and favor to him and to his mother. But this kindness, it later became clear, was selective. Vallejo wholeheartedly valued only those who had obvious talent, and treated the rest of them indifferently, as if they did not even deserve attention. Remembering all this, the eldest prince acknowledged with bitter self-mockery his own lack of talent, which he believed he had inherited from his father. It was rumored that his father had ascended to the throne only because of the mysterious disappearance of his younger sister, and many even had a bad idea of who he was, despite the fact that he occupied the throne. The current King Fabrice had very modest abilities and talents, preferring to follow the well-trodden path indicated by his predecessors. Such a course in itself was not shameful, and as long as he was alive and well, his reign was peaceful, without major upheavals or catastrophes. The eldest prince continued his confession, claiming that if he were to take the royal throne, his fate would be no better than that of his father. His name would have sunk into oblivion, lost among the other kings that history mentions only briefly. He said bitterly that his greatest fear was not death on the battlefield or defeat in battle, but that he would simply be forgotten, that he would become one of those who would not be remembered, who would not be written about in books, and whose portraits would only gather dust in the palace archives. It was this thought, he said, that drove him to take decisive, reckless steps. He did not want to be another mediocre shadow against the background of his ancestors. His voice was breaking, filled with rage and despair, and he swore that he would never allow such a fate to happen. The younger prince listened, then asked with cold directness, "Isn't all this war, strife, and the sacrifice of a whole nation's peace just for the sake of vanity? Does the elder brother seek only to write his name in the annals, even at the cost of the country's demise?" But the eldest prince did not make excuses in response. On the contrary, he admitted that he was ready to be remembered by anyone, a tyrant, a criminal, even a madman, just to not be a nobody. For the sake of this supposed glory, he announced his intention to destroy everything that Vallejo the Wise had built, erase his legacy, and start a new page of history, where his own name will be the main name. He spoke louder and louder, and with a kind of morbid delight confessed that he had already given the order to the troops. A mad grin appeared on his face. He didn't care if the others agreed, because the war would start from the moment the elven village was reduced to ashes. He wanted to be the one who would ignite the first spark, the one who would go down in history as the instigator of a new era. These words caused a storm of indignation among the members of the council. Everyone understood that such an order violated the very basis of the peace treaty, because the troops had no right to leave their positions. The younger prince frowned as he assumed the worst, that the older one might have used a forbidden mind-washing spell to subdue the commander and force him to carry out a criminal order. And this guess turned out to be true. The eldest prince, without hiding, confirmed that this was exactly what he did. He proudly explained that when he noticed the orcs' interference, he decided to get ahead of any attempts at detection and take the first step, relying, as he put it, on the willpower of mediocre people. Then the younger prince, rising, firmly and loudly demanded that the first brother be found guilty of a crime against the crown and the state, and that he be immediately arrested. The guards, obeying orders, seized the distraught prince, and the council chamber was thrown into chaos and an uproar of alarm. The princess, pale and anxious, asked what would happen to the army that was already on the move. The orc intervened and replied decisively. First of all, it is necessary to intercept the party before it reaches the village of the elves. He expressed doubt that one person would be able to cast such a complex spell on all the soldiers at once, but stressed that the threat remains extremely serious and delay is deadly. The orc urged his advisors to listen carefully. If someone with a higher rank than the commander immediately went to the site and took control, the troops could still be stopped. With a heavy sigh, the princess confessed her misgivings. She reminded him that Huerta's accomplice was not just a simple sorcerer, but a first-class magician, known for his ability to create his own, even more perverted versions of forbidden spells. The orc, analyzing the remnants of the spell that the council members were hit with, already managed to recognize the handwriting of this magician. So he concluded that if he was the one behind the eldest prince's instigation, then the situation was far more dangerous than they had originally thought. With that, the orc stood up abruptly and quickened his pace. His gaze became firm and focused as he made up his mind to head straight for the elven village, to personally stop the army and prevent the spark of war that could engulf the entire kingdom from igniting. The princess hurriedly followed the orc prince, firmly insisting on accompanying him towards the elven village. His pace was fast and steady, and he didn't slow down for a moment, but he still demanded an explanation from her, both reminding her of the critical state of affairs and emphasizing that in such a situation, it was undesirable to take extra cargo with you. In response, she calmly and consistently gave 3 reasons. First, she felt it necessary to personally ask the elves for forgiveness on behalf of her kingdom, realizing that a simple diplomatic formality cannot replace a living word and a sincere gesture. Secondly, by drawing and testing the sword, she emphasized that she is the second most powerful person in the royal family after him. The prince grudgingly agreed with this assessment, and she was surprised that he didn't even question her fighting skills. He had already noted her confident mastery of inner energy and could tell from just one move that her swordsmanship was flawless. She confessed that she had always admired Miley's master and had persistently asked for her training at one time. And in this, the prince saw a simple and comprehensive explanation for the current strength of her school. Then he asked for a third reason, and she didn't hesitate to use it to describe the feelings that supposedly connected them to each other. After a short pause, the prince still looked back at her and burst out laughing, which confused the interlocutor, but in the end, agreed to take her with him. Without another word, he slung the princess over his shoulder and sped up sharply. Startled by his speed, she tried to object to this method of transportation, but the prince coldly reminded her that they were in enemy territory. In a peaceful situation, he added, he would have carried her like a bride, but now he needed his hands free, because it was impossible to fight with his limbs occupied. On the way, the princess still decided to ask if he was sure of the decision not to take the other lovers. The prince explained that with an opponent of the same level as the one who had instigated Prince Varda, and was comparable in strength to his own teachers, it was wise to keep only one companion close by. Besides, the Orkmobile had already been loaned to the group that had gone out to intercept the farthest detachments. At one point, when the princess was too close to his body, she suddenly noticed a pleasant smell coming from him and even noted to herself that such comments usually come from men, not women. Embarrassed, she cautiously hinted at wanting to share intimacy with him after completing the mission and admitted that her body still aches from the night she showed him a different side of herself. The prince, with a slight smile, made it clear that his true goal was to create a harem where hearts and souls come together, not a collection of casual and fleeting connections. At the same time, he indicated that he already likes her, but sees in her behavior only carefully played sympathy, more like a game than a sincere feeling. The princess retorted that the old game was over, and now everything was really sincere. She insisted on her honesty, insisted that she had already fallen in love, and attributed this to the impression that the prince had managed to drive his older brother into a political impasse. Moreover, she expressed a desire to become like him. He silently admitted that he would have been glad of such a confession, but he was clear-headed. There was a high probability that she was confusing love with admiration, a common substitution for her age, occurring much more often than she thought. Then he asked her if she was interested in the throne itself. The princess calmly remarked that she had never said anything like that. The prince responded by noting that she has a remarkable talent and added that Valeo the Wise also sees considerable potential in her, but at the same time warned her against striving to become like him. In conclusion, he admitted that even with all the necessary potential to become a king, he remains an unsuitable figure for the throne, and having slightly corrected himself, formulated the idea more precisely, not so much doesn't fit as shouldn't become one. The prince informed the princess that when it was all over, he intended to recommend her as the next ruler of Fortland. With his support and subject to the return of Valeo the Wise, her candidacy, according to him, is likely to be approved and accepted. The princess didn't fully understand why he was saying such a thing, because in her eyes, it was he who looked most worthy for the role of king, and no one else was better suited. However, in response to her doubts, he ambiguously made it clear that the true reason must be understood independently, and this inner realization will be an important test if she really wants to ascend the throne. He was pleased with his own words and even reinforced their significance by adding the idea that his love would be her reward only when she herself found the right answer. The princess, blushing all over, only noticed with a slight annoyance that she did not understand why he was so openly playing with her feelings and as if mocking them. As for the prince himself, it occurred to him with a tinge of malice that this whole thing was nothing more than part of his special, almost ultimate seduction skill, which he called stitching. It was this elaborate technique, he was convinced, that would help her distinguish between a simple, fleeting admiration and a genuine, deep love. However, even after using such a trick, he still intended to make her love him for real, without relying on artificial tricks. Although he continued to be calm and reserved on the surface, in reality, he had an untamed half of his Orcish nature within him. Orcs had always been known for their unstoppable lust, so he had to make a considerable effort to keep himself in line and not cross the line. With her, he could have easily succumbed to passion and allowed himself more than he should have, but he still restrained himself, even though it was difficult for him to do so. Especially since it wasn't easy for him to completely ignore his stepsister's bold advances, which she allowed herself from time to time, as if testing his patience. This time the princess reacted indignantly, demanding, even if not in words, that he stop such sudden touches, which became unexpected and too intrusive for her. But he noted sarcastically and with a touch of mockery that her body might have enjoyed it after all, and that this observation gave him particular pleasure. This phrase, stored in his memory beforehand and intended for a special occasion, was ranked 8th on his personal list of prepared lines that he had dreamed of ever uttering, and now he felt a rare satisfaction that he was able to apply it in this way, naturally, timely, and as if the situation itself had forced it to be uttered. She begged him, embarrassed, not to say such words out loud, almost groaning with emotion, to which he coldly, but at the same time confidently remarked that this was not her fault, because her body obeyed natural impulses, and therefore she would have to wait patiently for the moment when they would return, so that he could finally give her complete satisfaction and satisfy her longing. He ran as fast as he could, using a spell to keep his balance while keeping the princess on his shoulder. His movement was so intense that it was almost as if he was solving several problems at once, just as you have to solve the most complex mathematical equations at the same time, jump over unpredictable obstacles, and at the same time engage in delicate and painstaking work, such as knitting. And the only way he could handle this was because he always took his own training seriously, honing his body and mind to perfect coherence. Despite his concentration, he couldn't help but notice how sweet she smelled, and that delicate fragrance wafted to him every time she was closer. Moving along a difficult and winding path, through the ruins of the tower and the piled-up collapses, they overcame all the challenges and finally reached the end of the road. The scene before them was magnificent. Huge trees, hundreds of years old, towering so high that their crowns were lost in the clouds, and right on their mighty trunks and branches were built elegant dwellings of elves, shining with a soft light. From this height, they could look out over the entire elven village, hidden in the depths of the forest, like a living embodiment of the harmony of nature and ancient wisdom. Suddenly, they were surrounded by elven archers, their voices threatening, demanding to know who they were, and resenting how vile people like them dared to set foot on their sacred cocoons. The air around them was immediately filled with tension, arrows were already ready to fly from the bowstrings, and the eyes of the elves were burning with disbelief and rage. The prince did not hesitate for a moment, but covered the princess with his body, shielding her from a possible blow, and shouted loudly that he was an orc from Lucille's orc village, and that he had come here not as a stranger, but as the son of the demon lord himself. The words were as hard as steel, and the elves, who had been ready to shoot arrows a moment ago, froze, startled by his admission. The archers, confused after hearing about his background and Orcish blood, began to exchange glances among themselves and finally stated that they needed to consult with the higher-ups. They asked the travelers to wait until they had made up their minds, and then left for a brief but tense council. After a brief discussion, the elves returned, their manners changed, and their voices were slightly polite. With a low bow, they apologized to Lord Orc for their abruptness and hasty accusations, and informed him that they would take them to the village center so that everything else could be decided there. Under the heavy escort of archers, the orc and princess began to climb to the treetops. The road led up stairs and bridges that connected houses that seemed to float among the leaves, and from there you could see the whole world of branches and light where the elves lived, and every step on the wooden floor echoed in the silence of the forest. The princess, looking at this majestic settlement, noticed that she had heard that the elves are famous for their caution and distrust of strangers. However, they accepted them surprisingly easily, which seemed strange to her. The orc replied calmly that the reason lay in the fact that the elves are well acquainted with the leader of his tribe, and they have long established a special relationship. He told her that the elves had long maintained a warm bond with his village. They had once even taken care of him as a child, and thanks to these connections, his mother was able to gather teachers for him. The father, worried that he couldn't personally train his son properly, would occasionally summon one of the 4 elite demons to help him prepare. These demons sparred with him, taught him something new every day, and for all of this he was deeply grateful to them. The princess, listening to his story, said in surprise that since he mentioned 4 elite demons, perhaps the leader of the elves is one of them. But the orc, before she could finish, immediately confirmed her guess. Sure enough, the elven leader Kurin, also known as the Invisible Assassin, the best marksman in the demon army and one of the Elite Four, who was directly subordinate to the demon lord himself, was already waiting for them in the room. The old elf raised his head and looked at the orc warmly, saying that he had matured and changed. Just as the orc's father gave up the title of Demon Lord and became the leader of the demons, the Invisible Assassin also stepped aside when the army was disbanded. If the enemy did not move, Karina's amazing skill could hit them even at a distance of 3 kilometers, and in his time he was more feared than anyone in that great army. The orc also noted with warmth that a whole year had passed, and the old man didn't seem to have changed at all. In response, the old elf said with a slight grin that if he had known that a weak and obsequious child would change so much, he would have given his daughter in marriage to him. The orc noticed with a grin that the head's daughter was indeed a beauty, but her expression was still full of discontent and hadn't changed at all over the years. However, in his heart of hearts, the orc no longer cared how the daughter of the head of the elves treated him. He had grown up a long time ago, experienced a lot, and now he already had 2 lovers who occupied his whole heart. The old elf invited the orc to sit down, suggesting a long conversation, but the orc regretfully admitted that there was no time for heart-to-heart conversations. He was forced to get straight to the point and said that the situation was extremely difficult. The orc said that Varda, the first prince of the kingdom of Fortland, was going to break the peace and had already sent an army to his village. Their goal is to burn the elven village to the ground and kidnap his clansmen. Lowering his gaze, the orc added that the kingdom was doing its best to stop the army, but he honestly admitted that he wasn't sure if they could handle this threat. The head of the elves, after listening to all this carefully, asked him directly if this meant that he had come to ask for help. The orc agreed without looking away, and said that among the villagers in this village, only he had real combat experience, the experience of one of the former 4 elite demons. The elven leader replied that he was shocked to hear that the humans were going to point their blades at them again, as if they hadn't learned anything from the previous bloody war. He said that the demons had agreed to peace too hastily and thoughtlessly, and now it was clear that this peace was only an illusion, shaky and fragile, like thin ice on a spring river. With a cold expression on his face, he added that, in fact, it would be much wiser and more honest not to agree to reconciliation at all. The prince knew full well that even now there were still enough demons who despised humans deeply and sincerely, and that the war had broken out precisely because the monsters were fed up with being treated as funny toys by humans, creatures to humiliate and amuse. That hatred, once born in their hearts, has not disappeared to this day, it only smoldered inside, hidden but still dangerous. There were still plenty of demons who were eager to start a war again, and the orc sensed how desperate and precarious his situation was right now. He asked the old man to calm down and, trying to be very clear, explained that someone had obviously instigated Warda to do this. Pulling an old paper out of his bag, he unfolded it and explained that a forbidden spell used in Fortland was recorded here. At the same time, he expressed confidence that the head of the elves would understand everything if he only took a closer look at this manuscript. The old man took the paper in his trembling hands and stared at it for a long time. Suddenly his face changed, his features sharpened, and his eyes widened in no small surprise. When he recognized the spell, he repeated the same words almost inaudibly, as if he couldn't believe himself. This just can't be happening. The orc went on to say that the spell was clearly not the work of a human, and it was only natural to assume that it was based on the demon's handwriting, and that the demon's only purpose could be to restart the war. The head of the elves narrowed his eyes and asked the orc if he was sure of his guesses, because even if all this was possible, it was still just a guess. Yes, the spell in his hands looked very plausible and unsettling, especially when compared with the current situation. But is this enough to believe implicitly? The orc, without looking away, asked the old man how he felt when he heard about the decision of the humans to start a new war, and added that he was sure that the head of the elves understood perfectly well why someone wanted to start this fire. The old man, his face visibly changing, exhaled heavily and asked to turn a blind eye to this, noting that he was not going to pretend to be a priest or a sage, who was obliged to maintain only neutrality. He admitted honestly that the thought that this might be a new chance had crossed his mind. Since the end of the last war, he had thought about what had happened more than once, trying to figure out if he should have let people go so easily and let them get away with it. He went on to say that it was the elves, even compared to the rest of the demons, who had a special hatred for humans. After all, they were hunted more often than others, and they were treated with particular ferocity and ruthlessness, as if the elves were the most desirable prey for human cruelty. But suddenly his words were interrupted by two elves running into the room with important and disturbing news. They were almost shouting over each other as they reported what the guards had told them. The human army was already moving toward their land, only 20 kilometers away, and the enemy numbered over 1,000 warriors. The orc frowned, his thoughts immediately taking an uneasy turn. He thought questioningly that perhaps the kingdom's human army had failed to stop the advance. Even before the orc entered the elven chief's quarters, a guard announced loudly the arrival of the orc lord from Lucille village. Hearing this name, the head's daughter remembered the lustful youngster, and without hiding her annoyance, she shouted to be chased away. But her father, on the contrary, imperiously ordered to bring him immediately. As he stepped out onto the wide terrace of the house, the orc was the first to notice the army of thousands that was rapidly approaching right at the borders of the elven village. The view of the marching ranks was stunning. The soldiers were moving faster than he had expected, and this fact made the prince immediately tense up. The speed of the advance was much higher than predicted. The elven chief himself followed him out onto the terrace. His appearance was accompanied by an outburst of rage, as the old man, as if echoing an ancient battle cry, expressed contempt for people and openly showed a willingness to fight them back. He renewed his bow and assumed a fighting stance, demonstrating that he was ready to shoot without delay. It was clear from the look on his face that he was ready to do what was considered unthinkable: let people feel the wrath of the invisible killer in its entirety. The intent to kill the newcomers without a second thought was obvious. There was a cold determination to destroy the enemy in his eyes. The chief's daughter called out sharply to her father and the orc, but the situation demanded calm. The orc came closer and, trying to smooth the heat, urged the old man to control himself. He warned that the bloodshed here would inevitably escalate into a full-scale war, and therefore it is necessary to try to settle the matter without casualties on both sides. He insisted on the need to preserve a fragile peace, no matter how bitter it may seem. His words were joined by the old man's wife, who noted that if the battles began, her daughter could also get blood on her hands or die altogether. The old man, looking back at the orc, whose voice had a sense of maturity and reason, again stated that in all this, you can see his growing up not only in body, but also in mind. He promised to help achieve a peaceful solution without blood, and the orc shook his hand and expressed his willingness to work together. The prince mentally acknowledged that they might not have been able to stop the army's advance in the kingdom, but with the help of the elves and their skills, the defense still had a chance. There was only one big problem: how to deal with the advancing army. The old man carefully wondered if the orc's plan was too soft, and why the orc didn't speak his thoughts out loud. As soon as the question of that spell was mentioned, the orc asked me not to go too deep into it, and not to stir up too much. To the old man's request for clarity, he once again confirmed his intention to resolve everything without bloodshed. Then he clarified, according to his calculations, the army should approach in about 2 hours. Hearing this, the head of the elves demanded to give orders. The orc replied that he would give only one, and named it. The order was for immediate evacuation. All elves were to leave the village. The daughter of the head was confused at this news, but the old man confirmed the order and insisted on its implementation. The orc thanked him for agreeing, and the old man responded by comparing him to his father, the demon lord, noting the subtle features he saw in him. The prince himself had never heard such a thing said to him, and it gave him a quiet, personal pleasure. The sun gradually sank behind the mountains, and a twilight silence fell. The troops circled the area, trying in vain to find the target, but they could not find the elves. The prince and princess, hiding inside one of the houses, watched the movement of enemies. The princess quietly asked if it was true that elves could disappear without a trace, and he confirmed it, adding that the soldiers were unlikely to find them in the dense forest. However, the thought that knowing about the deserted village might encourage the enemy to attack another target remained unsettling. The princess, having sharpened her blade, declared that she believed the moment for action had come. The orc, assessing the risk, asked her to be careful. Despite her status and the fact that her words had power, even over brainwashed commanders, the princess did not hide her trembling. She had deliberately come here because danger beckoned her. The prince, smiling with gentle pride, noted her determination and beauty. She was encouraged by this. Coming out of hiding, she stepped forward and thus gave the signal to start action. Her appearance attracted attention. The army froze when they noticed the princess, and at that moment the orc activated the amplification ability, sharpening its presence. She made an imperious speech, introducing herself as the third princess of Fortland, and demanded an immediate end to the barbaric actions. Her message was clear. The coexistence of humans and demons is the result of huge sacrifices and suffering of millions, and this cannot be so easily lost. The princess' words had an effect. A buzz rose among the soldiers, and confusion appeared in the eyes of many. The prince was truly struck by her charisma. He realized that the power of her charm was not artificial. A lot of it was in her voice and appearance, and only a few are gifted with it. Her natural gifts seemed to converge with the moment, and the heavens seemed to bless her, giving the soldiers an unexpected thread of doubt and peace. The troops were at first confused. The soldiers, huddled in tight rows, lowered their weapons for a moment and froze in complete disbelief, not knowing how to proceed. No one dared to make the first move, and it seemed as if even the very ground around them was frozen in anticipation. The atmosphere of tension hung thick, almost suffocating, and it was as if the front itself did not know what to prepare for, and how this confrontation would end. And then, all of a sudden, a huge circle of magical light flashed right in front of the orderly ranks of the human army, as if the earth itself had drawn an ancient seal on its surface. The soldiers, who had been standing motionless a moment ago, suddenly began to groan in an unknown pain. It became apparent that a powerful brainwashing spell had been cast on them, which was rapidly spreading through the ranks. The orc had never seen anything like this before, and the sight shocked him to the core. People who had only recently retained their human form suddenly seemed to lose themselves. Their faces darkened, their bodies distorted, and their movements became convulsive, as if they were being led by someone else's invisible threads. Turning almost instantly into zombies, they began to shout wildly, as if they were subordinated to an unknown vortex, demanding death for everyone in their path. One by one they turned their eyes to the princess, and, filled with mad aggression, they began to throw stones at her and shout slogans about her imminent death. What a moment ago had seemed like a glimmer of hope and receptivity to her words, instantly turned into ruthless rage and cruelty. The princess froze, her heart in turmoil. She couldn't understand why everything had changed so quickly, as if her voice had never reached the hearts of the soldiers. Now all she had to do was fight. She fought back with her blade, deflecting stones and blows that flew at her, but the onslaught of the crowd only increased. Suddenly the plank beneath her feet gave a treacherous crack, then split and fell down. The princess fell into the pit, throwing up her hands and mentally crying out for her brother's help. The orc, acting with lightning speed, managed to catch her, keeping her from falling. He scooped her up in his arms and asked her, with a faint smile, but at the same time with concern, if she had taken revenge on him in this way. At the same time, the hero's mark on his arm glowed brightly, and an unknown force opened a path for them through the raging crowd. The maddened people parted of their own accord, as if an invisible wave left a corridor in front of them. As they carefully landed on solid ground, the princess angrily reproached him for being too slow, remarking that she had already been very frightened and was now waiting for immediate comfort. The orc, still holding her tightly, calmly promised that he would do it later, when the danger was over. He noted that she showed rare bravery, and stressed that it was her actions that helped them identify the true instigator of what is happening. As he ran through the line with the princess in his arms, he mused aloud. If their plan failed, then it was almost certain that the instigator was hiding among the soldiers, and the monstrous spell he had just cast, mass mind-washing, clearly indicated that someone with colossal magical capabilities was at work. It wasn't just a simple suggestion, but a complex black magic that could instantly subdue the minds of many people at the same time. As he approached one of the warriors, the orc sensed a source of magical energy. It was from there that the spell's momentum came. Grabbing the knight's helmet, he tore it off and, to his own shock, saw confirmation of his guesses. Under the steel mask was not a simple warrior, but a handsome young man with a third eye on his forehead, Khalil of the Golden Crystal, one of the 4 elite demons. His appearance was extremely attractive and at the same time frighteningly sinister. Chiseled features, cold, sharp eyes, and a third eye glowing on his forehead created an aura of power and horror. Khalil greeted the revelation with a laugh that was almost mocking. He admitted that he had fallen into a trap, but there was mockery in his voice and confidence in his demeanor. It was clear that he hadn't expected to see an orc on his way. Moreover, he called him his disciple, reminding him that he had once taught him magic. Khalil's race was renowned for its high intelligence and innate magical power, and it was no wonder that many of them became the world's greatest spellcasters. Khalil himself was considered a genius, And even as a child, when he was not even 10 years old, he had already proved himself in the last war. Now, one of the people who had once been the orc's mentor appeared before him as the true source of destruction. The orc, holding back the tension, noted that only a spellcaster like Khalil could create such a complex magical construct that simultaneously controlled the minds of so many people. The prince approached and asked sternly if Khalil understood that his actions would lead the world to a new catastrophe and turn into a war between humans and demons. The demon answered firmly, without hesitation. He did not consider his actions a crime and argued that people should die for the future of demons, a hard and merciless logic that justifies destruction. The orc said it would stop him at any cost. Khalil, on the other hand, only quipped that his actions showed that he had no intention of killing for the sake of preserving peace, and gloated that soldiers who had already lost their minds did not know mercy. There was pleasure in his voice, clearly enjoying the impending disaster. The princess hid behind the prince in fear, and the maddened army closed ranks, closing in like a ring of boa constrictors. At the same time, in a completely different place, in the courtyard of the elven village, the daughter of the head of the elves was engaged in archery. Training was a duty that couldn't be avoided. As she drew the bowstring, she trembled with tension, trying to stay focused. The old chief, her father, watched her in silence, ready to step in if necessary. With a yell of rage and terror, the soldiers charged wildly at the prince and princess. The princess, overcome by sudden fear, pulled her brother's arm in desperation, and without a second's hesitation, he tore the air with a single imperious wave of his hand, dozens of thundering explosions raining down on the army. While the soldiers, blinded and bewildered, were tossing about in a cloud of thick smoke raised by the magic bolts, the prince took advantage of the brief moment of respite to pick up his sister again and, straining his voice to the limit, shouted that he was preparing to jump. In the next second, like an arrow, he shot up in one powerful leap, skyward. Meanwhile, the knights, caught in the weakening air, one by one began to lose their strength and fell to the ground. The prince, floating in the air and carrying his sister, calmly explained to her that everything that was happening was the effect of a previously prepared sedative, which he turned into gas and enclosed in a special bag, and then hung in traps on trees. The brainwashing spell cast on the soldiers only forced them to obey the simplest orders and didn't last long, so the whole plan was to let the spell dissipate while they were sleeping. So under the golden sunset sky, only 3 people remained on their feet: the demon, the orc, and the princess. The demon, shedding his heavy armor and holding back his bitterness, let out a regretful sigh, admitting that now he was caught, and that he had only a short time left before starting a war. The orc, looking at him from under his brows, said heavily that all this time he had only hoped that he was not the instigator. Not because they had any personal connections, but because he, the demon with the golden eye, was too difficult to deal with. Just as his name foreshadowed, the unusual golden third eye on his forehead was a feature of the rare golden crystal tribe. Their race was born with exceptional potential, sharp intelligence, and immense magical power, which could make them the greatest spellcasters in the world. This demon was the youngest of the 4 elite warriors of his people and was already considered a genius who had managed to gain fame and great merits in the last war despite his young age. The orc asked him, as a teacher of magic, to tell the truth about what had happened. The demon agreed without hesitation, remarking that there was nothing special about it, and asked back if he had ever heard of the wart prince he had smashed. Then the demon told a terrible story. Prince Varda kidnapped his beloved and tore out her heart. The prince and princess were startled, hardly able to believe what they were hearing, and the demon continued. The heart of his kind is made of a golden crystal, and it is so beautiful that it is considered one of the 3 greatest jewels in the world, for which you can get more than a whole castle. The prince was barely aware of what he was saying, because the peace treaty forbade humans from touching demons, but the demon did not stop. He confessed that the death of his beloved, exposed as an accident, from the very beginning seemed suspicious to him, and that is why he began his own investigation. It turned out that the bride of Prince Varda wanted to possess the most beautiful jewel in the world. The eldest prince, driven by her greed, attacked the demon tribesmen while they were in Fortland, and made the death of his beloved look like an accident. In fact, he took her heart and gave it as a gift to his beloved. It was hard to believe, but the orc, who was used to thinking like a merchant, knew how immeasurable human greed could be, and he understood that many people would actually do such a thing for the sake of wealth. The demon stated that after that he finally realized that even if people sign the peace and make it into laws, they will still continue to deceive, humiliate, and mock the demons, because this is their true, undisguised essence. After all, no matter how beautiful their promises sound, no matter how strict the rules they make up look, people will still break them at the first opportunity. With a cold, almost petrified face, he asked if they had any other choice but to kill their enemies. His voice was hollow, as if it came from the depths, devoid of emotion, and there was a hint of menace in the flatness. The orc stood in silence for several minutes, as if trying to process what he'd just heard and weigh every word. His gaze fell heavily on the demon, and only after a pause did he speak slowly. He asked if the demon was instigating the prince for revenge and manipulating him into ruining his life. The orc wanted to know why he had set the army in motion and forced it to attack the elven village. He reminded the demon that they had always been the closest of the four, and that was why it was especially difficult for him to understand what was happening. The demon responded coldly, saying that this was only the case in the past, and it was no longer relevant to the present. The demon then added that he once shared his desire to restart the war with his best friend. He thought that the man would support him, because humans had once tortured and humiliated elves so mercilessly, and so he hoped that the man would be happy to help. In addition, the demon reminded him, elves still disappear without a trace, and even after the signing of the peace treaty, for some reason, they continue to be found as slaves at human auctions. Then the orc asked in disbelief if the head of the elves really refused to support his idea. The demon only replied dryly in the negative. Chuckling, he added with grim satisfaction that he had thought of something else, that maybe I should have taught him a lesson. After all, if his dear daughter were once sold and used as a slave, perhaps that would be when his eyes would open, and he himself would burn with a thirst for war. With that, the orc fell back into heavy silence. There was a mixture of anger and pain in his eyes. Then the demon asked him a direct question. What was he going to do? At the same time, he frankly admitted that he did not want to engage in a battle with him, because in his heart he still considers him something like a younger brother. He had once genuinely cared for him, as if he were his own, and those memories were still there. The orc lowered his gaze, apologized stiffly, and said that he couldn't help him, and no matter how hard it was, he had to stop him. But the orc insisted that he would not punish him with his own hands, and certainly would not betray him to the humans, and instead he said that he would send the demon to the head of the elves, and he would no doubt be able to set his mind straight, much more strictly and harshly than anyone else. Exhaling, the demon said, with a hint of regret in his voice, that he was sorry that the orc did not understand him at all and was not able to see the world through his eyes. In response, the orc said the same thing, that it was bitter for him that the demon did not understand him. Then they both clenched their fists and prepared for the fight that was coming. The atmosphere around them began to thicken rapidly, as if the air was hot with tension and ready to burst into a storm. The eye on the demon's forehead narrowed to a thin slit. It made its position clear. Humans break promises, continue to take the most precious things from demons, then turn away from their pain, and demons cannot respond to violence because of the imposed peace treaty. As the demon ramped up its magic power, it questioned whether it was wrong to think that useless rules should disappear, and that all it needed was the ability to fight back when attacked. The orc unsheathed his blade and made the answer very blunt. If that was the root of the problem, you shouldn't suddenly break the world. You should try to change the rules for the better, and do it openly, not surreptitiously. At the same time, without softening his gaze, he reminded himself that against such an opponent, he could not keep himself within bounds. This was a genius who could fight at will on the level of a great sage. Therefore, the best tactic was to close the distance and impose a sword fight. With a swift leap, he began to act on a predetermined plan. Meanwhile, in another episode related to the origins of the current conflict, the first prince's lover, gently but insistently made it clear that Shisu wants a golden crystal. The prince noted that due to the peace treaty, it will not be easy to get such a jewel. However, she came even closer, hugged him, and repeated the request, increasing the pressure with a caress. Charmed by her insistence and closeness, the prince made a cynical conclusion in his mind. Wars still start for stupid reasons. And perhaps this is just one of those cases. The orc, before charging, had focused his mind and carefully calculated the distance. There were exactly 10 paces left between him and the enemy, and he knew that each of them could be decisive. His plan was simple and clear, to use the technique of rapid movements and defeat the enemy in a single step. Time passed slowly, but in reality, it was only a fraction of an instant, 14 thousandths of a second before the blade was ready to cut through space and reach its target. But it was at that moment that the demon, with a cold smile and narrowed eyes, said that the reception was undoubtedly great, but it was not new and too familiar for him. He had seen it 1,000 times before. Immediately a counterspell came in response, forcefully deflecting the swift lunge. However, the orc didn't lower his blade, as he hadn't even considered retreating from the beginning. In addition, he had carefully cast a strengthening spell on himself beforehand, strengthening his muscles, flesh, and speed of movement. However, the demon put even more strength into the counterattack and parried the blow with such force that the orc had to take several steps back to stand. Glittering shards of spells still protruded from his body, pierced by magic spears, and he struggled to pull them out, not allowing the pain to break his spirit. The demon, watching this, chuckled and mockingly called his actions stupid, then asked if it wasn't too painful to fight in this state. Gritting his teeth and looking up, the orc replied that the pain was certainly intense, but the demon was also having a hard time, and that didn't stop him at all. The demon chuckled and said that the orc was only the 4th person who managed to injure him all the time, which means that he really underestimated the opponent. After saying that, he took out special items from his pocket, strange cards with engraved symbols. These were artifacts that contained pre-prepared spells. Their danger lay in their simplicity. To summon magic, you didn't need to spend time weaving spells, you just had to fill the card with power. Picking up one of them and pouring magical energy into it, the demon summoned an explosive flame spell. At the same time, a blinding light lit up the space between them, followed by a colossal explosion that engulfed the entire area in a firestorm. The orc barely had time to understand what was happening. Only his reflexes and combat instincts saved him from certain death. He jerked away from the raging flames that had almost closed in on him. But the demon didn't stop. A new map flashed in his hands, and the ground directly behind the orc exploded, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. Towering in the midst of the chaos, the demon smugly shouted that the orc's entire strength was spent only on defense, and that this was what made it impossible for him to win. His spells came down without pause, one after the other, and each one was so devastating that the orc barely had time to dodge and avoid the fatal blow. Trying to close the distance looked almost impossible. The former teacher's magic and his ability to cast spells instantly were too overwhelming. Still, the demon himself was well aware that if he hadn't used the spirit marks to their fullest potential, he would have been dead long ago. The orc's blade was not a simple weapon, but an oracle's sword, a real artifact that could cut through even the most powerful spells. The demon realized that the orc's blows were not random, but a carefully constructed strategy, some secret technique that he didn't fully understand. When the distance between them increased again, he shouted loudly that the orc should not even try to reach him from afar. It was obviously useless. The orc nodded and agreed out loud, admitting that it really couldn't hit him at this distance. However, the demon was not going to stop. Taking out a special card, he announced that the orc's arrogance was ridiculous, and now he would show him the futility of his efforts. A giant beam of light shot out from the map, shooting straight at the orc. As he held up his blade for defense, he suddenly realized that the new distance was working in his favor. Now he had time not only to repel attacks, but also to gradually restore his strength by using self-healing spells. Continuing to parry the blows, the orc carefully observed each attack. He couldn't help thinking that the demon cards contained too much magic. Ordinary objects of this size are not able to hold such colossal amounts of energy. This could only be possible in 2 cases. Either the owner has a different artifact that reduces the consumption of forces, or there are cards of a special rare type that can store all the invested energy without loss. Suddenly, a hunch flashed through the orc's mind. These storage maps were the real source of the demon's power. Catching the right moment, the orc parried one of the spells with his blade with a powerful blow, and stopped, realizing that he had finally discovered the secret. The demon frowned, and asked in exasperation how he managed to fend off each attack. The orc raised his sword and confidently replied that it was all a matter of strength and skill. A demon, although a genius, is only great at magic, but it is weak in real martial arts. The orc emphasized that his attacks are simple, predictable, and he only casts one spell after another, without using false attacks, sudden strikes, or distracting maneuvers. All the demon does is rely on raw power, but lacks tactical flexibility and combat instinct. Crouching down and pointing the blade directly at the enemy, the orc completed his thought. He understood the pattern of his attacks, solved the mystery of his power, and now it was time to end this duel. The demon was the first to break the silence. squinting and asking the orc with a slight grin if he really had figured out his secret. There was both amusement and interest in his voice, as if he wanted to hear it confirmed. The orc, on the other hand, firmly and without hesitation told him to finally stop. It was obvious that such magic power could not be used indefinitely. He said it confidently, like a warrior who sees the truth in the midst of a battle. The demon raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled even more broadly, and admitted with a hint of surprise that the apprentice had indeed seen right through him. Then, in a more serious and stern tone, he confirmed, "Yes, that's right, that's what he's fighting with." After a brief pause, he added that with her help, he intended to change this rotten world to its very foundations. He slowly slid his hand under his sleeve, and there was determination in his movement. As if preparing for this moment, the demon said that he knew very well that without using all the available means, without revealing the full arsenal, he would never defeat his apprentice. From under his cloak, he took out a special card, the main trump card that had been kept until the last moment. With cold certainty, the demon said that the orc would not be able to defend against this spell, even if it understood its nature beforehand and tried to predict its course. Holding the map high to the sky, he loudly activated the Golden Sun spell. In the next instant, a colossal fireball in the shape of a shining sun flashed and started to ignite right above his head. The Golden Sun shimmered with a bright light, like crystal hearts, and its radiance penetrated the entire space around. It was a high-grade fire-type spell that only he could use. The sphere grew rapidly in size, its heat burning through the air and its power sweeping away everything in its path. Even an orichalcum-forged, true oracle sword that could cut through enchantments would break at the slightest touch of this destructive mass. It was impossible to step aside or find a loophole. There was simply no time left. The demon smiled contentedly, thanked the orc for making the fight exciting, and said goodbye to his opponent with a touch of irony. The blinding, blazing sun surged forward, scorching all living things, and charged unstoppably straight at the orc prince. It seemed that this was the end. His fate was sealed, and he was doomed. But it was here that the demon's two fatal mistakes were discovered. The first was that he had too obviously and ostentatiously pulled out his trump card from under his cape. By doing so, he unwittingly warned the orc that he was about to do something crazy and extremely dangerous. Seeing the gesture, the orc anticipated the type of spell that was coming, and managed to prepare a counter-reaction. The second mistake was that the demon spent too many cards during the battle. Thanks to this, the orc was able to notice not only the pattern between the symbols on the cards and the spells being cast, but also a much more important detail. The small cards somehow contained truly colossal amounts of magic. The main secret turned out to be how exactly the demon used the golden crystal, the heart of the entire golden crystal tribe. He turned the huge supply of magical energy contained in the crystal into a special ink that he used to draw his spells. The thought shocked the orc, and he assumed the worst. Most likely, the demon used the heart of his own beloved and fought all the time, feeding on her life force. When this guess was finally formed, the orc began to calculate the power of each spell based on the thickness and density of the lines drawn. So after seeing the last card, he was able to calculate its strength and found time to prepare. In the next second, the orc prince charged towards the fiery sun without a moment's hesitation. He was confident that he could handle it. As he leaped, he unleashed the ancient power hidden within him, the power of an evolving orc. The first seal that he broke was called Removal. Under the ancient seals, there were 3 levels of removal hidden. The first of these gave the orc access to only 20% of its true power, and even a cursory calculation showed that this would not be enough to withstand the greatness and destructive power of the Golden Sun. Aware of the risk and responsibility, he returned to training again and again, persistently studying and trying various ways to use the hidden power as effectively as possible. As a result of long searches and hard exercises, he developed a special, non-standard technique which he called pseudo-removal. It allowed the power available through the first seal to be condensed into a single concentrated pulse for a brief moment, turning it into a weapon of incredible power. When the orc decided to use this technique, releasing the second seal, albeit in the form of a pseudo-release, 2 colossal forces met face to face. On one side rose the dazzling, fiery sun of the demon, ready to devour all living things. On the other, the warrior himself, firmly holding the sword, radiating determination and concentrating on releasing deep energy. The essence of the technique was that pseudo-withdrawal not only instantly concentrated the power, but also allowed you to control it without losing control over yourself. Thanks to this compromise, he was able to fight as if he had actually broken the second seal, although in fact he had only used the first one's cunning transformation. But the technique also had a serious flaw. An orc usually had a full 8 seconds to use the force released when the first seal was released. With the pseudo-removal, however, that time was rapidly shrinking to almost nothing less than a second remained. It could only maintain stability and a concentrated burst of power for a single brief moment. But even that, he firmly believed, should be enough for a decisive blow. With a war cry, the orc lunged forward, his sword glowing, turning into a compressed beam of righteous rage. It tore through space, sliced through the darkness, and shot straight for the demon. In an instant, the orc was at his side, almost at his side, and using a short burst of power, he put it into a punch aimed at the enemy's chest. The demon twisted in pain, screamed, and collapsed to the ground in disbelief. He repeated in despair that this could not be, because his strongest spell, the magical support that he had saved for the crucial moment, should have made him invincible. But everything turned out differently, and he was defeated. The orc, straightening up after the rapid movement, noted with restraint that he had never fought alone. In his mind, he could clearly see the faces of his lovers, their strength and warmth, the support for which he had worked so hard to hone his skills. It was this combination, their love and his own determination, that allowed him to survive and break through. Sheathing his sword, he looked at his fallen foe with a soft, calm smile, and thought that even when they were separated by distance, their hearts were still one. Meanwhile, the sun was finally sinking below the horizon, and night was falling in a heavy, velvety pall. The prince and the princess tied the demon tightly to a nearby tree, carefully securing the knots to eliminate any chance of escape. After that, the prince took all the cards from him, the source of his power and the main tool of magical attacks. The princess, overwhelmed with delight, threw herself into his arms and began to shower him with praises, comparing him to legendary heroes, claiming that he was even better than them. He admitted with a modest smile that he had done something extraordinary, and she, blushing, admitted that her feelings for him had become even stronger. She continued to admire him for what he was, smart, kind, and fair, saying that it was impossible not to fall in love with such a man. Sheepishly, he tried to convince her that she was exaggerating, but he was moved by her sincerity. The princess, on the other hand, insisted that he must be king, and that he was lying to himself when he said that he was not fit for the role. The prince protested that he had flaws that she just didn't notice, but she was startled and repeated again that he was amazing. He rejoiced in her faith and respect, and even thought that perhaps she had really learned to distinguish between simple admiration and deep love. However, a decision on what to do next had not yet occurred to him. Suddenly, a subtle sign caught his attention. He pushed the princess sharply away from him, and in that instant, he actually saved her life. The demon had somehow managed to free itself from the ropes, and was already starting to activate a new spell. The prince grabbed his sword and charged at the enemy, but suddenly realized that the demon had recovered too quickly. It could only mean that he had a pill or amulet hidden somewhere, perhaps in his mouth, allowing him to instantly replenish his lost strength and complete the complex magical process. The demon was currently trying to activate a teleportation spell, one of the most complex and energy-consuming spells. The process was still in the middle, far from being completed. The prince let out a cry of indignation, wondering if he really thought he would be able to complete the ritual in time. The demon, with a cold, almost mocking calmness, replied that he would make it, and all this only because the orc was too kind and gentle to his enemies. To prove its point, the demon stuck out its tongue, revealing a map cleverly hidden in its mouth. And with this very card, he activated the light attack spell, not by directing it against the orc as one might expect, but by choosing a different treacherous path. A bright beam of light flashed, tore through the air, and shot straight at the princess, hitting her in the chest, in the heart. The princess froze in place, her body as if petrified by the unexpected blow, and red, bright, and sinister blood rapidly gushed out of her chest, gushing like a fountain. The orc prince shouted her name in frustration and panic, so loud that it echoed even through the dark trees. His eyes instantly became focused, and he turned away from everything around him and focused on assessing the situation. Every moment had a price, and that price was life. He knew that if he rushed to her right now and immediately cast a healing spell, the wound could heal without consequences, as if it had never happened. But if he hesitated for even 5 seconds, the injury would surely leave the princess crippled forever. If she was 10 minutes late, her chances of survival would be slim, almost non-existent. And if 30 seconds passed, death would take her forever. Meanwhile, the demon didn't waste any time completing the teleportation ritual. He had calculated everything perfectly in advance. If the orc had immediately run to the princess to save her, the enemy would have taken advantage of this and disappeared. The orc would have to choose between saving the life of his beloved or destroying the enemy, and this situation was not accidental. The demon did it deliberately, as if putting fate in the balance. After all, if he really wanted to just kill the princess, he would have done it instantly, but instead, he offered the orc a choice, knowing that kindness is his weakness. The prince hesitated only for a single heartbeat. Then he scooped the princess up in his arms, holding her as carefully as if he were afraid of breaking a fragile vessel. His voice, despite his fear, was confident and gentle, and with a warm smile, he reassured her. "Don't worry, this wound will heal, and everything will be fine." The princess, losing consciousness and barely holding on to reality, weakly whispered, asking why he chose her. Her eyes were filled with understanding and pain. The prince immediately understood what she meant. She guessed that he might have done something else, and she was waiting for an explanation. She was the heir of Valio the Wise, and he knew that it was impossible to expect less from her, but it was hard for him, because deep down he knew that his choice might seem wrong to others. Meanwhile, the demon had finished activating its spell and said with a predatory grin, cold and mocking, that this was exactly what he had expected. He knew very well that the prince would do what he always does, be kind. With disdain, he was already preparing to disappear, leaving the battlefield and leaving the former disciple to face the consequences. But just then, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Something flashed, and a moment later, an arrow sank right into the demon's shoulder, piercing through the flesh and metal of its armor. The demon screamed in surprise and pain, a high-pitched scream, losing its concentration. The orc, on the other hand, continued to direct streams of healing magic into the princess's wound. As soon as his hand touched it, he repeated aloud and to himself that he had always believed that the demon would not get away with it, that someone would stop it. The arrow hit was almost perfect. It missed the vital organs, not killing, but immobilizing the enemy, which immediately showed the incredible skill of the shooter. From a distance hidden in the shadows, the elf said softly that his arrow didn't seem to have rusted at all after all these years, and there was calm pride and quiet confidence in his voice. The demon, writhing and aware of what was happening, couldn't believe it at first. He quickly realized that the orc had chosen the princess because he knew, or guessed, that there was a skilled archer somewhere nearby who could interfere. But the orc calmly replied that he did not know for sure, only hoped and believed that an ally would be nearby. The demon, however, raised his eyes to the sky in bitterness and despair, and exclaimed that they had once been friends, that they had shared a common pain and trials, and asked why his former comrade was now interfering with him. But his strength was failing him, and he accepted his defeat and bowed his head to the ground. The old elf stood to the side, bow in hand, watching the outcome, his face filled with determination. The orc continued to heal the princess, its fingers glowing with a soft glow. Not only did he cover the wound, but he also cast a sealing spell to consolidate the effect and prevent the bleeding from happening again. He knew that the demon's ultimate fate was already in the hands of the eldest elf, who would decide what to do with it next. The princess, feeling the pain recede and her breathing become easier by the second, looked gratefully at her rescuer. Tears glistened in her eyes, not just from the pain, but from the joy of having him around. The orc picked her up, held her tightly to his chest as if promising never to let her go again, and confidently told her that it was time for them to return to Fortland. The road back must begin immediately. While hope lives, while their hearts are full of determination, and while her wounds can still be fully healed. After all the achievements and trials, this was how they managed to prevent the imminent war between humans and demons. After settling all the urgent matters, the orc and the princess returned to the majestic castle of Fortland. There, in the spacious halls, where the air still held the tension of past worries, his lovers were already waiting for him. As soon as they saw the prince, the girls immediately rushed to him and literally flooded with questions. Everyone wanted to know if everything really ended well. why his face seemed so serious and thoughtful, and how everything that happened could have happened in reality. To them, everything he had experienced sounded like an amazing legend or fairy tale that suddenly came to life from the pages, and one of the lovers, remembering his exploits with trembling delight, remarked that the victory over the god of misfortune and that terrible battle with the magic beetle that almost swallowed the world tree were in themselves worthy of eternal glory. But now, according to her, he has become something more, a real hero, whose name will remain in the memory of peoples. Another, listening to her reasoning, added with some confusion that, if you think about it, it was rather strange how he found time between these deadly fights also for seductions, for such obsessive and sometimes embarrassing attention to them. Their shared interest quickly turned to something else. They all wanted to know exactly what was going on between him and the princess during their journey, since they were always close by. The prince hesitated in his heart, how to admit that the young heiress really fell in love with him, but her feelings so far were more like genuine admiration and deep respect than genuine love. It was for this reason that he himself did not feel the desire to move on to a closer relationship. Just then, there was a clear knock on the door in the silence, and the princess herself appeared on the threshold, her face serious, her voice determined. She came with an important conversation. Sitting down across from her, she asked the orc to answer her honestly, reminding her that during the decisive battle, he was faced with a choice: save her or capture the demon. She pointed out that he didn't hesitate to save her, and if it wasn't for Lord Elf's timely intervention, the demon would have left. That was why she asked directly, was the prince aware of the elf's presence nearby? The orc shook his head and answered firmly. He explained that his calculation was only 50-50. According to him, the elf was the leader of his tribe, and it was much more logical to expect that he would lead the tribesmen to safety. But still, in his heart of hearts, he hoped that at the crucial moment, the man would intervene, and that was when he would make his one and fateful shot. The princess, hearing this, asked in amazement, did he choose her life, even without full confidence in the outcome? After all, if the demon escaped, the death of millions of innocent people would fall on his conscience, and she herself is only one of many, replaceable. The orc nodded and didn't hide the truth. He admitted that if he had been thinking only as a ruler, he would have had to let her die for the sake of millions. But despite this, he deliberately decided to save her, and does not regret it. Moreover, he assured that if everything happens again, he will make the same choice. Then the princess fully understood his motives. She understood why the orc himself felt that he had no right to become a king, even if he had the potential and power. But he stressed that it is not he who should explain this, but she herself. This is her homework, her own conclusion. The princess, increasingly admiring him, still admitted, yes, he acted for the good, but he made a fatal mistake, choosing her at the cost of millions of lives, and therefore she no longer aspires to be like him. The girl said aloud, the prince tends to be biased, and when it comes to choosing, he will always prefer his lovers and herself, no matter what situation he finds himself in. Such a man, she concluded, could never be king under any circumstances. The orc agreed. He admitted that it is important for him to make those he loves happy. Yes, the thought of losing millions would be unbearably hard for him, but if his heart tells him to, he will still save his loved ones. He knew that the princess, for all her beauty and strength of spirit, who had the qualities of a true member of the royal family, would never be able to accept him completely, and the thought of having to say goodbye to her stung him painfully. But suddenly, the girl firmly stated that she would be the next ruler of Fortland. The orc agreed and said that he was confident of its success. After all, Valio the Wise will soon return, and with his support, her throne will be completely strengthened. The princess repeated. She would certainly be a queen, but she added that she would need his help. Looking up, she pleaded with him to be her chosen one, promising him everything in return. Heart, body, innocence, all of herself. The orc was shocked. He was barely aware of how their conversation had come to this. The princess, on the other hand, was beaming with happiness, and even remarked that perhaps this was how she had completed his task. When he cautiously asked her if she was disappointed in him, she replied confidently, not at all. According to her, it would be bad if he became king, but as her husband and assistant, he will be the best. The orc argued that if they became a couple, she would have to learn to balance between him and millions of lives. To this, the girl, smiling gently, said that the country will always be her priority. But she is sure of him. He will stand, and therefore she can push him away if necessary, and then accept him again. The lovers intervened. They reminded him that the orc dreamed of a harem, and therefore he would have other girls. The princess only asked calmly, "Is it worth worrying about?" After all, it was always the norm for the nobility to have multiple wives for the sake of procreation. The girls looked at each other in confusion. Is the orc really a noble? Grabbing his hand, the princess said firmly, "Let him have as many wives as he wants, if he will give the child to her and will sincerely love her." After that, she pulled him into the bedroom. There, after asking him to undress and lie on his back, she gently promised that she would take care of him herself that night. Taking his hand and placing it against her chest, she excitedly asked, could he feel her heart pounding? The orc was struck by her determination. Now the princess did not confuse admiration with love. She really sincerely wanted to get close to him, because she loved him. But there were still doubts in his mind. Was this the ending he was looking for? She snuggled up to him and asked him directly if he loved her more than anyone else. He declined to comment. This caused her indignation. According to her, at least he could lie. But he answered firmly. He was ready to praise her endlessly, but he could not lie in such a way as to offend other lovers, and he would do the same with her. He would never hurt her with lies. He hugged her tighter and told her that he truly loved everyone. The princess, calling him sly, admitted it is this trick that she likes. So they put their arguments behind them and indulged in feelings and tenderness that lasted until dawn. The orc remained true to himself and, as before, intended to seek only the strongest, because he considered himself someone who never makes concessions and is not inclined to be content with little. Morning came. Lulina was still asleep, but the orc was already awake and looking out the window. Sipping his coffee, he reflected contentedly that he had been able to spend the night with the princess, which was a significant achievement for the orcs. He couldn't help but laugh at the thought, which woke her up. They exchanged morning wishes, and the master handed her a hot drink. Lulina recognized the taste of the coffee that Tita and Kururu had mentioned, and noted that it was really good. While enjoying the drink, the girl said that she would like to drink it every day, but after the master's departure she would lose this opportunity. Aurochs asked if she would try to dissuade him, and Lulina replied that he had no right to be king, even if he was suitable. She added that as long as he helps her, she will be able to fulfill her duties. Lulina chuckled and said that she would be the first queen of Forland, although she was a little worried. The guy noticed that the princess is strong and selfless, since in his place he would choose his girls, not the country. The orc said that Lulina could come to him for help, and she said that she would try to make sure that he continued to love her. Tita remarked with disdain that her master had spent a very pleasant night, and Kururu added sadly that she now understood the elf's feelings, although she had previously thought that she did not mind the harem. Orc noted that they were lonely without him, but assured that they would receive the same amount of attention. Tita, turning to her friend, asked what to do, as she wanted to teach her master a lesson. The friend replied that he probably had no ill intentions. The guy reminded them that they hadn't made sweets for a long time, and suggested that they do it today to have a tea party. One girl forgave him, and another said that she did not give in to sweets. Orc thought they were just looking for an excuse to forgive him, but he still decided that the desserts should be especially delicious. Lulina peeked out from behind the door and said that she also wanted to try the sweets. The girls looked at each other and noted that she was now part of their family, and they didn't want to fight. The princess said she accepted their invitation and wanted to get to know them better. The master decided that the girl was interested not only in sweets, but also in getting to know the rest of the harem, which is important for a good relationship. He said that he had an appointment before the tea party and added that he was meeting with a cunning and influential person whom he had known for a long time. Na terasi ždal Bullied Forland the Wise was waiting for them, on the terrace Mudri. He greeted the orc and noticed that he didn't come alone. The guy returned the greeting. Tita and Kuru exclaimed when they saw the former king and became visibly nervous. Velio the Wise asked if the girls would marry an orc and said that if they did, they would be his granddaughters. Lulina advised not to pay attention to him, explaining that the great-grandfather looks strange when he tries to behave like an ordinary grandfather. He said that he just didn't want to scare the girls away, and the princess added that they should behave with him as with an ordinary elderly person. The orc invited them to sit down and asked Velio the Wise if he didn't agree that his girls were beautiful. Great-grandfather answered in the affirmative and noted that he even began to get a little rowdy, forgetting about his age. He suggested that the master address him informally, but the orc declined, explaining that he was his disciple. Velio the Wise agreed, but noted that this made him more distant. The guy noted that he behaves like a lonely old man, although in reality this is not so. During his training, Valio the Wise became ferocious, because for him there are no bad people but only those whose talents need to be revealed. The orc believed that there was no more suitable candidate for the throne. Valeo was the perfect king. The master said he was concerned about how easily the former king was locked up. He reasoned that Valeo the Wise might have immediately understood the true intentions of the Warda Prince, so he allowed himself to be captured. He noted that his great-grandfather could have done this without being noticed, and asked what prompted him to do this. Valeo the Wise replied that he knew about his guesses, and noticed that they often face crises, which makes him uneasy. He said there was something powerful at work in the shadows. The master seriously considered his words. They all sat down at the table. Valeo the Wise asked the orc if it was strange that he had already saved the world 3 times in a short time. He reminded the boy of his recent exploits, defeating the magic bug, fighting the god of misfortune, and stopping Khalil, which prevented a war between demons and humans. Orc noted that all these events were serious and could turn into the end of the world. The former king suggested that all this is due to his fate as a hero. The master recalled the fairy's words that he didn't have to fight, but would be called up against anyone the Spirit King deemed a threat. He reasoned that the king only calls those who can destroy the world a threat, and there are too many of them. Valeo the Wise suggested that someone is secretly controlling all these events. Great-grandfather remembered those who were involved in the misfortunes. The elf who broke the seal on the magic beetle became interested in human wealth and entertainment, and became a puppet. Uncle Kuru, who had broken the seal on the god of misfortune, was not himself when they last met. According to Kururu, until a couple of years ago he was adequate, and the family was friends with him. Valeo the Wise also mentioned Warda trying to start a war. Behind him was Khalil, who wanted to avenge his beloved, whose heart was stolen. He remembered how, during the interrogation of the Warta bride, they had asked her why she needed a heart made of gold crystal, and she had said that she did not know. The orc said that there was clearly someone behind these events. The former king agreed. Valeo admitted that he tried to find the culprit, but to no avail, and promised to continue the search. He warned that if the instigator existed, after 3 thwarted plans, he would certainly appear. With a straight face, the orc replied that he was reliable. His great-grandfather added that he had called him to warn him of the danger. He turned to the girls, saying that they would not be safe near the master. The enemies would make them the main target. He noted that the enemy is strong, and his allies will hit the weak points of the orc, his beloved, and will stop at nothing. The elf asked if he meant to say that they should part with their master. The former king admitted that this can be understood as follows. Tita said she would stay with him because he saved her and she loved him. Kuru said that she also loved him and would not leave him because of the danger. Lulina realized that the orc had not accidentally fallen in love with the girls at first sight and said that she was in league with them. The girl added that from birth she is ready for any torture and will survive everything. The orc was moved that despite Valeo the Wise's words, the girls loved him and decided to stay with him. His instincts kicked in at the overwhelming emotion. Valeo the Wise chuckled and noted that the guy had beautiful girls and excellent taste. He offered to play the wedding and arrange it with unprecedented luxury. The girls happily exclaimed that they had dreamed of this. The orc abruptly refused. When asked why, he said that he would marry when he gathered the entire harem. Tita asked if he was going to expand the harem. Kururu said that she was hoping for his satiation. Lulina noted that 3 was quite a lot, but she knew he would want more. The orc himself thought that 3 would be enough for most people, but he was a special case. Vixen asked when the wedding was going to take place, and the master replied that it was in the distant future. The elf protested and Valeo laughed and said that now he knew there was nothing to worry about. Hugging the girls, the orc declared that he would become the harem king. The girls trained in the courtyard of the castle. Tita shot arrows, and Lulina practiced fencing techniques on mannequins. The orc, watching them, asked Kururu if she would like to join them. She replied that she would make a bad fighter and prefers to develop blacksmithing skills. The fox said that she would definitely master the abilities received from the master. He noted that this may take forever, but he is confident of its success. Kururu admitted that right now she is most interested in his desserts. The orc promised that they would be the best she had ever tasted. The guy took out a mango and placed it on the table. Kururu said that she had never seen such a fruit. The orc explained that it was extremely difficult to get it, and he was lucky to get a few. He added that mangoes come from warm southern countries and you need to swim across the ocean to deliver them. The fox noticed the pleasant aroma of the fruit. The master specified that the price of one is 400,000 gil. Kururu asked in amazement, and the orc confessed that he had 5 fruits worth a total of 2 million. The fox was outraged that for such money you can live in luxury for 2 years. She asked why the price was so high. The orc explained that the mango spoils quickly and the path is dangerous. Only 2 ships out of 3 reach the capital, and in this case, 400,000 seems an insignificant amount. He asked her if she would eat such an expensive fruit. Kururu says it will, and after knowing the price it tastes even better. Orc offered to try it fresh. The gentleman cut the mango into hedgehog-shaped incisions. The fox noticed that the sweet aroma became stronger, and she wanted to taste the fruit. Then he began to prepare the second dessert. He made mango paste, cut the pulp into cubes, poured milk, and added a little gelatin. He put the blanks in the freezer, and soon the jelly froze. Kuru said that the pieces of fruit in it looked like precious stones. Orc noted that a good dish always pleases the eye. The gentleman moved on to the third dessert. He added milk and sugar to the mango paste and heated it in a frying pan. Kururu was surprised that the fragrance became even brighter when heated. Orc explained that the fruit is originally very fragrant. When the mixture had cooled, he added egg yolk, cream, and fruit, put the mixture in a metal cooling vessel, and waited for it to solidify. Using the spirit of water, he stirred the ingredients until a rich mango sorbet was formed. Kururu was delighted, and the orc suggested that we go to Tita and Lulina. The girls noticed them, and the master suggested that they have a tea party in the fresh air. Tita was surprised that they had already finished cooking. Lulina added that she had tasted this fruit, and the elf admitted that she just wanted a sweet. Tita noticed the pleasant aroma of the fruit, and Kururu grinned proudly, and Osprey saw what she was pleased with. The elf took a sample piece. Tita admitted that she thought human fruits were strange, but this one exceeded her expectations. Kururu said that it was the most delicious 400,000 gil and shed tears. The princess remembered that she hadn't eaten mango for a long time and wanted to try desserts. After tasting it, she noted that she liked the presence of pieces of pulp in the dessert. Tita said that the icy dessert is sweet and different from fresh fruit. The orc agreed that it was not bad. The girls complimented him, and he thanked them, thinking about how much effort he had put into learning how to make sweets and being popular with them. He asked me what tasted better, fruit, jelly, or sorbet. The girls thought for a moment. Together they said it was a fruit. The orc froze, and they quickly added that the desserts were also beautiful. The hero realized that he had lost this small battle. He knew that mangoes tasted better when fresh, which is why they call them the pastry chef's smasher. The orc reasons that the business is completed, and it's time to leave the castle. Lulina asked the master if he was really going to leave. The guy nodded and added that he wanted to continue looking for girls, check out the business, and he still had enough to worry about. He said that Lulina could go with them, but the girl said that she would stay, because she had to prepare to become the future queen. They embraced. Orc promised that he would visit her often, because the Orc Mobile Road takes only 1 day on the Orcmobile. The princess asked if he really promised this, because if he did not keep his word, she would cry. Lulina began to cry, and the guy thought that she had changed. Now they were not fake tears, but real ones. He handed her the stone, and she asked in surprise what it was. The orc explained that the magic device was a simplified teleportation spell. He noted that real teleportation magic is only available to fairies, Sage Merlin and Khalil. He doesn't own it himself, but he managed to put some of the power into the crystal. The master said that he had a similar stone, and thanks to it, they would be able to communicate for 20 seconds regardless of distance. Lulina exclaimed happily, and was glad that now the connection between them would not be interrupted. The princess noticed that such an invention can change the world. The orc explained that not every stone is suitable for this, and it costs a lot. He said that he had spent 10 million gil on each one and advised using them only in extreme cases. Lulina asked if it was okay that only she had such a stone. The orc replied that it wasn't just her. Tita and Kururu showed their stones and said that the master was too worried about everyone. The orc thought that he created these crystals to somehow protect the girls and not lose them in dangerous moments. The girls and the gentleman said goodbye to Lulina. When he left, he reasoned that $10 million for the device was nothing if it would one day save the girls' lives. There was a mountain of paperwork waiting for the orc in the city. The girls, looking at the pile, noticed that the gentleman was very popular. Reading the documents, Orc said that there were rumors about his sugar business with Xanilik, and that he had received many offers from different firms. Tita asked if this meant that the master would have a lot of work to do. The orc replied that he only takes on what is really interesting. Kuru noticed with a satisfied smile that she didn't want him to be too busy. The master asked if it was because she would be lonely without him. Vixen blushed and said that it wasn't that at all. She just didn't like it when he stopped teaching her blacksmithing. Orc thought how cute she was. The elf asked if she should respond to the suggestions, and he approved. The gentleman noted that Tita is doing better and promised to ask for help if necessary. The girl assured that she would continue to try. The orc said he would stop by the Zanalik company Zanalik, and the girls wished him luck. As the orc approached the huge building, he reasoned that Zanalik was one of the largest companies on the mainland, with an extensive network of connections. He reminded himself that he had asked them to sell sugar at a low price on behalf of his company, and noted that cooperation was beneficial to both sides. Entering the office, the orc greeted the head of the company. He said that he had heard of his exploits in Forland, and greeted him back. Zanalik said that sugar has become the most popular product of their company, but there was a serious problem. The boy looked at him questioningly. He handed over a letter from the ruler of the region. Orc, after reading it, was outraged. Sugar production was going to be banned. The man said that the decision will be made at the next meeting, and it is not easy to convince the ruler. About the RC, the Spur checked whether something happened during his absence. Zanalik offered to look at the list of goods unloaded at the port. The orc noticed that the names were too few. Zanalik explained that everything is related to their business. He explained that sugar used to be a key commodity of intercontinental trade, sweet, easy to store, expensive, and in demand. The orc reasoned that mango, unlike sugar, is poorly stored and easily spoiled, but it is also transported along with sugar. He noted that because of sea monsters, there is always a risk of losing a ship, and sea trade was based only on the profit from sugar. The guy said that if a profitable product stopped generating income, then the risks become unjustified. The man agreed. The master reasoned that the suspension of sugar trade had disrupted the balance of supply and demand, and because of this, other goods transported with it had risen sharply in price. Zanalik agreed, adding that market prices soared, and the ruler decided to ban production. Orc acknowledged that this was one of the best solutions, and asked if they had come up with a solution. The man said that they want to sell sugar at the import price, but this will cut sales in half. Orc noted that this is an acceptable solution. However, in his thoughts, he admitted that he did not like the decision. The spread of sugar could lead to new discoveries. He decided that it was necessary to promote the culture of sugar consumption. If you miss the moment, you won't be able to get your interest back. Orc said that the main problem is the risks of sea transportation, and we need to change this. Merchants should be able to avoid going broke even if the ship is lost. Zanalik asked for an explanation with interest. The orc said that merchants only make money from successful deliveries, and the loss of a ship leads to bankruptcy. He asked why big companies like them could afford to take risks. The head replied that they had several ships, and even if one was lost, the rest would return the profit. Orc noticed that small firms with one ship disappear at the first crash, so they are afraid to take risks. He suggested combining 10 ships of different companies to share losses and risks. Zanalik argued that they would have to cover other people's losses. Orc explained that this can be turned into a system where costs will be shared, and most importantly, to reduce the likelihood of bankruptcy. The man said it looked like a charity event. Orc replied that it could be done by business. He explained that this will be insurance, participants pay dues, and losses are covered by the general fund. The master thought that in his previous world, insurance companies were huge, and Zanalik could start one like this. The head jumped up and exclaimed that this was a great idea, everyone would benefit. Zanalik asked if the orc regretted sharing such an idea. He replied that insurance requires a lot of money and trust, but he likes this city, and the revival of the market is beneficial to everyone. The man said that he would prepare a plan and contact small firms, and then the ruler would lift the ban. The orc realized that things were settled and thought about going to another mainland. He reasoned that he had specifically hired people to look for beauties, but none could compare to his girls. So we need to look further, beyond the seas. He remembered one girl who would never be his. The master resolutely told himself that he would go across the seas to find new beauties. The heroes set foot on the island. Orc noted with satisfaction that Orcmobile the Orcmobile had made the long journey without any problems. Kuru wondered how they managed to get there in just one day, and Tita confessed that she still didn't believe they were able to cross the sea. The guy calmly explained. They arrived in the southern lands. The elf noticed the hot, humid climate, and the fox complained about the stuffiness. The master thought that he could call the wind spirits and change the weather, but decided that they should get used to the weather here. Tita pointed to a tree with bright fruit and asked if it was a mango. The orc nodded, surprised at her attentiveness, and noted that there were plenty of such trees here. Kururu was indignant. Why would he spend 2 million gil on mangoes when he could go here and back in a day? The gentleman froze and calmly said that his day was worth much more than this money. The girls just grinned that he'd forgotten about it. The orc said they needed to go to the city. That was their main goal. The elf noticed with surprise that there were no walls or fortifications around, and Kururu asked if it was dangerous to live without protection from monsters or bandits. Orc explained that even if there were threats, no one would risk attacking. After all, this is her territory. Vixen asked who he was talking about, and he directly said, "It's about the Demon Lord." The girls exclaimed in surprise, and Kururu asked in surprise if this was his father's city. The guy explained that no, the city belongs to the local demon lord. He added that his father owns 3/4 of the mainland, and one of the regions is under the control of this lady. As an example, he cited the fact that every human race has its own king, and here it is almost the same. The orc warned that the demoness here is one of the elite 4 of the demon army. Tita was confused. How can a local ruler be part of the elite? The guy just noticed that this also happens. Tita wondered how strange it was that the lady should obey his father. Vixen asked if the orc would introduce her. He replied that he had met her a few years ago, and there was nothing special between them, but then a mocking voice rang out. The guy was too indifferent. After all, they were much closer. Everyone looked up at the figure flying swiftly from the sky. The woman approached the orc and quickly tried to stab him in the head with a knife, but he easily dodged and immediately struck back. She caught his fist, smiled, and told him that he was still in excellent shape. The orc grinned and admitted that he had been waiting for her to appear. The woman called herself Lilith and, without hesitation, invited him into her hot embrace. The companions gasped in surprise, but the orc calmly refused. It sounded incredible to the girls. How could he reject such a beautiful woman and not be tempted? Lilith was not embarrassed, hugged the orc and added that he did not need to be shy. Tita cautiously asked if they knew each other. The guy abruptly stepped away from the girl and explained that this was the demon lord Lilith herself, a top-class succubus. The demoness confirmed her name. She added that her race was perfectly compatible with orcs and asked the others if they didn't agree. The orc reflected that Lilith was a succubus who had perfected her martial arts to perfection. The demon lord had the power to rival even his father. He knew that they had known each other for a long time, and that was why she was unlikely to refuse to help. Of course, if he does not say something superfluous. Lilith invited them to her castle. One of the girls asked why they were heading underground. The guy explained that this is where her property is located. The companions asked in surprise why it was so bright underground. Lilith explained that this dungeon happened to be a suitable place for the castle, and the light comes from the artificial sun created here. Kuru wondered why it was so difficult. The demoness calmly replied that the place had historical value, and she could afford to build a castle here. She added that the girls around Orc are very nice, and noted that he really tried. The companions noticed that Lilith began to emit a smell similar to that of their master. As the demoness approached, Demoness Ashid told the orc that he didn't have to worry. She would take care of them herself. The guy abruptly told me to stop. He stepped between the girls and Lilith, reminding them that they were here on business. The demoness called him a bore. The orc calmly said that he was now an influential businessman and had come to establish trade relations with this city, deciding to notify her beforehand. Lilith settled into the chair and told him that he could do whatever he wanted and that he would have no problems with her permission. Then she clarified whether this is the only reason for the visit. The guy replied that he wanted to add to his harem. The demoness happily hugged him, declaring that he had finally come for her. The orc resisted and explained that as a demon lord, she could introduce him to her worthy subordinates. Lilith asked in annoyance if being alone wasn't enough for him, and remarked that it hurt her. Orc noticed that her expression didn't match her words at all. Tita cautiously asked why Lilith served the orc's father. The woman calmly explained that she once tried to conquer the world, but lost to him. Then she fell in love. Kuru wondered how such a succubus could submit to another master just because of love. Lilith asked if there was any other reason. Orc noted that this was the reason for her service to her father. She tried to seduce him, but was rejected. and that's one of the reasons he can't take her into the harem himself. Lilith offered to spend the night with her, but he declined, saying he wasn't interested. The demoness asked in surprise if he found her less attractive than his companions. The orc said that wasn't the point. He just didn't see her as a partner. With a chuckle, Lilith admitted that no one had ever baffled her like this before, and offered to fight. The guy asked why it was necessary. She replied that this is a condition to sleep with. If she wins, she will be on top. The orc was a little confused. After thinking about it, he added that if he won, she would introduce him to cute girls. Lilith finally got angry and said that she wasn't going to hold back. At the same time, she apologized in advance if she accidentally killed him. The orc stood in the center of the arena, thinking about the upcoming duel with the demoness. He knew that if he lost, he would spend the night with her. Chuckling, he said that would be interesting too. Kururu noticed that he was laughing nastily again. Tita explained that this is a special orco laugh, which the master specifically squeezes out of himself. The guy asked her not to reveal his secrets. Kururu was surprised that he refused Lilith's offer. The orc replied that he had his own reasons. Vixen noticed that the audience was getting bigger. The guy said they were castle dwellers. One of the girls was surprised that there are different races among them and they live peacefully. The orc explained that there used to be wars between the races, but 500 years ago Lilith stopped them, established new laws, and became the ruler of the mainland. The companions were interested in the age of the demoness. The guy replied that she was an unusual succubus. The girl said that it was unwise to suggest a fight, because only God or the devil can win it. The orc admitted that Lilith was stronger than him. In the last duel, he didn't even have a chance to win. The girls were surprised by her strength. At that moment, a hum rang out. The demon lord entered the arena. The girls noticed her revealing outfit, and the orc was a little nervous. Lilith asked if he was ready to give himself to her. The orc firmly said no. She grinned. Her body said otherwise. He protested that the mind and body were separate. The woman smiled and called him cute. Lilith said it looked delicious. The crowd cheered her on, and the orc wondered at their reaction. The demoness called him brave to fight one of the elite four. The orc said that he considered Dusky Geshpelt to be the strongest. Lilith acknowledged his strength, but added that she was holding back for the sake of the orc father. She hoped he didn't think much of himself after defeating the cocky brat. The orc pointed out that only Lilith could call Halilthat. The demoness offered to end the conversation, but he asked another question. The guy said that the audience is too active and asked if she often lashes out at someone in public. I thought it would be natural for a succubus to do this. Lilith replied that this was the first time, so everyone was excited. Blushing, she confessed that she was still innocent. The orc was surprised, not believing her words. The woman was outraged, saying that succubi do this only in their dreams. She added that she was experienced in her dreams, but in reality she did not have anything like this. The guy noticed that she was serious, but he still didn't believe her. The orc said she was ancient and innocent, and that was shameful. He thought he wasn't joking about her age. She was almost 1,000 years old. Lilith was angry, and the orc knew he was finished. She grinned, apologized for her situation, and said she was going to fix it. The demoness threw herself at him, saying that he would be hers. Lilith moved swiftly around the boy. He noted that her speed is comparable to the hero of Azure Thunder, Miley Forland. The orc erected a steel wall in front of him. The woman prepared to attack. The demoness punched a hole in the barrier with one punch. The wall changed shape, turning into an X-shaped structure. The master ordered it to close and crush Lilith. The edges slammed shut, but the lady got out of the trap. Black smoke spread around them. The orc realized that it was dark magic, stealing and destroying. Such power is possessed by a demoness. He reasoned that darkness and light were rare elements, different from the rest. From the darkness you can create powerful weapons. The guy recognized Lilith's superiority. Deciding to use a combined water and wind spell, he targeted her weaknesses. The orc summoned Azure Thunder and aimed it at the woman. He explained that the spell amplifies static electricity, and lightning moves at a speed of 1,000,000 meters per second. Lilith easily repelled the attack, which surprised him greatly. The guy repeated the spell, but the result was the same. The demoness chuckled and said that the orc had failed to finish the fight, and that he still had a lot to grow. The guy asked how she was able to deflect his thunder. Lilith noticed with a smile that he named the attack after his mother. The orc sharply denied this. He admitted that he just remembered her during the spell. Lilith laughed, noting that it was a good punch, and admitted that if she hadn't seen the activation, she wouldn't have been able to dodge it. The lady said that this magic was useless against her. The orc realized that she could read minds. With this advantage, combat prowess doesn't matter. He said the world was big, and her race wasn't surprising. He took a fighting stance. Lilith clarified whether he was going to engage in close combat, adding that only his mother decided on this. The orc agreed, noting that her dark-enhanced claws could destroy anything. He charged, knowing that it was akin to suicide. Moving closer, Lilith protected herself with her claws. She was surprised that the sword hadn't crumbled. The guy realized that black magic absorbs mana, and in order to save a weapon, it needs to be saturated with this energy. The master pointed out that his girlfriend had forged the best sword. Lilith admitted that the blade was magnificent, full of energy, even though it was made of orichalcum. The orc mentally thanked Kururu. The battle became fierce. Lilith confessed that she was having fun. The master agreed. She noticed that the guy was at his limit, and activated the boost. Lilith lunged at the orc. He braced himself for the impact. They attacked simultaneously. The demoness's claws were chopped off. The orc put his sword to her throat and claimed victory. He explained that, like Lilith, he was determined to launch a decisive attack. The guy was able to quickly remove the seal and rearrange himself. This was his main trump card. The demoness asked how he had adapted so quickly. The guy replied that he never showed her all the strength and listened to his mother's stories about the battles with her for the love of his father. He remembered that his mother's skills were inferior, but words of encouragement made her stronger. That was what made Lilith unbalanced. The demoness called these memories unpleasant. The guy added that he realized that then she was not fighting at full strength, and now he was able to repel her attack. Lilith conceded partial defeat. She knelt down and began to cry. She screamed that the orgling and orc had turned her down, and she had lost again. She said she would remain ancient and innocent. The audience from the stands began to aggressively discuss the orc, demanding to punish him. The atmosphere of the arena became tense. The crowd screamed murder. In a panic, the guy asked Lilith to leave and offered her a room. She asked if he was trying to seduce her. The orc hesitantly agreed. A delighted Lilith agreed and grabbed his hand, noticing that he was becoming insistent. They ran away. The demoness brought the boy to her room and noticed that something was bound to happen between them. The orc thanked him for the opportunity, but pointed out that his girls were watching what was happening. The two women excused themselves for interrupting and went inside. Lilith glared at them. The woman said she was going to change, and they could have tea. Kururu admitted that she thought they were going to be kicked out, but the master said that the demoness is kind and likes to take care of others. They decided to have tea. The girls were surprised by the succubus's power, and the orc added that he was going to tell them about her ability in detail. He explained that it was called theft and belonged only to Lilith. The guy clarified that succubi penetrate the dreams of men to feed on their life energy, and the power of Lilith is an improved version of this skill. He noted its similarity to the capabilities of the orcs. Kuru asked if this meant that the demoness was able to grow infinitely stronger. Orc confirmed, adding that her growth is due to someone else's energy. Vixen was horrified that in this case it would be impossible to defeat her. The master pointed out that it wouldn't come to that. Everything had a limit, even her. He explained that the body is like a vessel that cannot hold an infinite amount of power and believes that Lilith's vessel is already full. For example, he recalled his evolved orc blood, which had almost gotten the better of him. The orc was surprised that he was able to defeat her, and he admitted that he would lose the next battle. But he still intended to become the strongest for the sake of protecting his beloved. The girls assured that even before an unusual succubus, he will be able to resist and will not give up his body. The boy reluctantly agreed, and they noted his disappointed expression. Lilith came back into the room. Lilitan thanked him for waiting. She admitted that she felt more energetic in the old suit, but it was a little cold in it. The orc thought that such words were natural for a woman of her age, but decided not to say it out loud. He noted the beauty of her black wings. He realized that he'd been drawn to them ever since he'd fallen in love with a race that had the same wings. Lilith came over and wrapped her wings around him, asking him why he was looking so intently, if he had noticed her attractiveness. The guy looked slightly embarrassed. The lovers called on the master to come to his senses. The orc screamed that he wouldn't be tempted, and the demoness asked if he didn't like older women. He admitted that they did. Lilith noticed that he was repelled by her experience in other men's dreams, and preferred the innocent. The guy objected that he does not consider the value of the girl less because of this, and reminded that he can easily seduce women with children. Tita confirmed that he was flirting with her mother, and Kururu responded with disgust. Lilith screamed at him why he was rejecting her if it didn't bother him. Orc explained that he doesn't get involved with people who are in love with someone else. He knew that such a relationship would only bring suffering. The demoness exclaimed that she loved him, but the guy said no. The master said that her feelings were for his father, not for him. He added that he is able to immediately see true love and its addressee. The orc claimed that he wasn't his father, and asked him to stop looking for a replacement in him. It would only hurt both of them. Lilith walked away without a word. The master realized that she knew he was right and couldn't forget her father. The demoness approached the bed. Throwing a pillow at the orc, she demanded to leave. He let her hit him on purpose, to make her feel better. The guy left the room with the girls. In his mind, he understood Lilith. Despite her age, she was still a young soul and couldn't let go of the past. The orc decided to do something nice for her. She won't be part of his harem, but he wants to help, because he admired her. He knew that he had angered Lilith, but in his heart he was sorry for the lost moment. He noted that if he had betrayed his principal, he would have become garbage himself. The orc decided that the harem should be built honestly and sincerely. He wanted to create an alliance that he could be proud of. Tita said that the master sometimes gets serious at odd moments. Kururu added that it was now clear why he had not succumbed to Lilith, even though he had been persistent with her. The orc explained that he only flirts with those he can really make happy, and dreams of a harem where everyone will be happy. The elf admitted that she felt a kind person in him. Kururu agreed, and decided to ask a question. She asked if he would leave them if they loved him, and fell in love with someone else. The guy was horrified, and couldn't immediately respond. The thought of lovers falling in love with someone else was unbearable. He threw up. Kururu asked if he was okay. The orc apologized and said that the very idea came as a shock. The girls noted that they feel the same way when he behaves in a similar way. The orc promised that he would make sure that they loved only him, and ordered them not to look at other men. Tita called him an egoist, and Vixen supported him. They added that they were unlikely to find anyone better, and the gentleman was pleased to hear this. He wanted to lash out at his lovers, but they screamed at him not to do such a thing in public. The orc pulled himself together, but in his mind's eye he considered how it might be arranged. He would ask the wind spirits to bend the light, to put up a magic mirror so that the outside could be seen and theirs not. He laughed like an orc at the thought. Kururu, looking at him, asked Tita how they could have fallen in love with such a person, and the elf said that he had a disgusting expression on his face right now. While walking around the market, the orc said that he wanted to apologize to Lilith so they would linger in the city. He noted that they sell completely different products here. Kururu saw the basket and asked if it was wheat flour. The orc replied that it was rice, and added that in these parts the main food is rice. In another shop, they found food made from rice flour, and the master offered to try it. The girls agreed. When they saw the food, they admired the sight of it. The orc assumed it was a stuffed pancake from another world. Kururu said that the dish is delicious and wants to show it to her family. The gentleman explained that there are salad leaves and shrimp inside, but you can't take seafood with you. It spoils quickly. He suggested taking rice paper. It has a long shelf life, and came up with the idea of wrapping different fillings in it. The girls agreed. The guy reasoned that you can wrap the same shrimp or fruit with cream in it. Seeing the coconuts, the orc offered dessert. He gave them each a coconut. They exclaimed in delight what an amazing taste the fruit has. When he reached for his own, the fairy beat him to it, took a sip, and said it was good. The orc recognized her immediately. Her companions were surprised to see her. The orc explained that it was the Spirit King's servant from whom he had received the mark. The fairy was indignant. She is not a servant but an apostle. The master said that there was no difference, and she replied that the word apostle sounds more solid. The orc remarked that a haughty face did not suit her, and joked that it was better to make a statuette out of her. The fairy was indignant and wanted to call the guards, but the guy noticed that she was reading his mind again. She replied that it was her basic skill. The master reasoned that he had shallow and deep thoughts, and there was a horror going on in the depths. The fairy decided to check it out. She vomited at what she saw, and Tita asked what was in there, but the orc said she didn't want to know. He remembered how the gloomy Geshpelt had once shown him the image of a dear person in a tragic way. For him, it was his mother. The fairy screamed that she hated the orc and wanted the Spirit King to appoint someone honest and naive in his place, like Miley in her best years. The master realized that this wasn't about strength, but about a time when heroes were enthusiastic and easy to use as a tool. The fairy became even angrier. Orc SPR mastered why she came. She answered, to warn him. The fairy said that he might die soon. The orc reacted calmly, assuming that a new enemy of the world would soon appear. He said that the heroes should fight them, and the Spirit King only gives them the strength to win. The master remembered the last enemies and asked if they were the enemies of peace. The fairy confirmed it. She added that it was her ability to navigate that helped him. The orc protested that she didn't show up after giving the mark. The fairy explained that her intervention is minimal, so that the hero has fewer restrictions. The orc said it didn't look like navigation. The fairy added that they don't interfere directly because of the rules, but if the opponent is cunning, then they act as well. That's why she's here. The master realized that there was a supreme ruling being above the Spirit King, and the real enemies are the ones who controlled the defeated monsters in the past. The fairy had called him a madman, how he had drawn so many conclusions from one of her words. The orc was surprised. Isn't this a normal practice? She said it's the first time she's seen a hero who doubts them. The guy thought that they just have different views. He has a rich imagination and knows a lot of stories. The fairy warned him to be careful. If no one interfered, his death was a foregone conclusion. Orc said that her analysis only annoyed him. She protested that he should not interrupt her, and confessed that she wanted to end the conversation as soon as possible. The guy asked if it would give him a power like a mark. The fairy confirmed, but clarified that the power is one time and must be used wisely. Orc asked if she could tell when he was going to die. She replied that according to the rules, she had no right to speak. The guy asked me to tell you more about the Force. The fairy explained. She said that her business was over, and the orc said that such mortals could not do such a thing. She went to the merchant, asked for another coconut, and despite Orc A's words about her size, took it away. After saying goodbye, she flew away. The companion said that they imagined fairies differently, and now it is difficult for them to respect her. The orc realized that he would have to escape his fate, no matter what the cost, for the sake of his lovers. The lovers were concerned for the master's life and asked him to be more careful. The orc assured him that he would not die for them. Tita asked if he could promise that, and Kururu offered to patch up his sword. When she examined the weapon, she was surprised that it didn't have a single scratch on it. The orc noted that she had made an excellent blade. He added that she will have to create something better and it will not be easy. Chanterelle confidently stated that she could do it, because she was constantly improving her skills. The elf said that she should also try to keep up. The orc emphasized that Tita was also growing stronger. She admitted that she was a little embarrassed to hear such words. The orc assured him that he meant what he said. The master said that on the battlefield with Lilith he came up with a new technique and wants to show it to the girls. They agreed, and they went to the training ground. Tita noticed that the people of the city were watching them, and was surprised by their interest. Kururu assumed that the master's victory over the demoness had caught her attention. At this time, the orc was concentrating on attacking. He recalled that he had come up with this technique in another world, and had long wanted to implement it. He decided to fill the sword with energy, until it contained the same amount of energy that he had used to simulate breaking the second seal. As he recited the spell, the orc realized that it lasted longer than expected, and it became difficult to keep the magic inside the blade. When he was done, he swung his sword. A wave of destruction swept through the hall. The impact was so powerful that it split the floor of the hall and several buildings ahead. The audience and companions were shocked. The orc said his sword was great. The girls admired the technique, confident that with it he would defeat any enemy. The orc only said that it would be nice. Tita asked if the long spell held the secret of the blow. The orc replied in the negative, adding that it wasn't necessary. He reminded her that the spell only needed intelligence and energy, and that there were no spoken formulas. The elf was surprised and asked why he did it then. Orc said it was cool. He explained that the pronunciation gives effect, and he is an orc who appreciates style and respects original creations. In his mind's eye, he imagined one day distributing manga, creating anime, and marrying a female voice actor. His companions noticed that he was thinking again, and asked him to leave his thoughts for now. Lilith's servant suddenly approached the orc Lilith. He said that the demoness was waiting for the master in the morning for a conversation. The servant clarified that the meeting would be a business meeting, not a casual conversation. The orc agreed and realized that everything before was just a prelude. The guy woke up, not understanding what had happened. He looked younger and was in the house of his orc village. When he called his lovers, it wasn't them he saw at all. Lilith appeared in front of him. Lilith. She asked him if he'd had a nightmare. The gentleman was indignant and demanded an explanation. The demoness, coming closer, noticed that he was calling her by her first name and called it impertinence. OHRK Sprosel that she wants him to call her sis. Lilith replied that he had had a bad dream, because that was how he always addressed her. She crawled into his bed. As she hugged the boy to her, she heard him ask her to stop. Lilith calmly remarked that he might just push her away. He reminded her of Tita and Kururu, but in the next moment his memory blurred, and he didn't know who they were. The demoness said that she would grant his every wish. She praised him and told him to repeat after her that he loved his sister Lilith. The guy began to repeat obediently, but at the moment he stopped, remembering about his girls. Lilith caught the change and asked if he wanted her to do something nice. All he said was that she was wrong. The orc reasoned that if it hadn't been for her demand that he confess his love, he might have succumbed. But he has lovers whom he will never betray. The master said that he couldn't admit his feelings for her alone. He's not going to betray his girls in his dream. I asked him to stop again. At that moment, the orc woke up. He was glad that it had all turned out to be a dream, but he realized that the same thing could happen in reality. Tita and Kururu entered the room Kururu, announcing that their breakfast was ready. He complained that he couldn't calm the Orcaliber down and asked if they could help. The girls were surprised and considered it impossible. After that, he went to see Lilith. He immediately demanded an explanation of how she could have done this. The guy said that Orcaliber went crazy because of her. The demoness replied that it was his own fault. Then she noticed that he was much stronger and added that he reminded her of her Orgling father Orglinga. With chagrin, she admitted that she liked him more and more. Orc said that if it weren't for her feelings for her father, he would have done anything to make her his. He clearly understood how charming she was. The guy added that there is no point in building illusions. Obviously, she loves his father. Lilith agreed and offered to postpone the conversation about love. She noticed that disasters were happening too often lately. She needs to understand what's going on the other side. The demoness assumed that someone was lurking in the shadows. As long as she's here, the continent is safe. But recently a terrible thing happened, and only the orc's parents prevented the disaster. The guy asked about them in surprise. Lilith explained that her castle serves not only as a historical legacy but also as a ritual tool to hold the creature. Recently, someone tried to remove the seal from it. She added that the guy's parents helped strengthen the protection, and only thanks to them everything was possible. Orc Vsep. He remembered his parents telling him they were going on a romantic trip. The demoness noticed that they left immediately after the case, and the boy noted that his parents were really great people who knew much more. He reasoned that the enemies of the past had returned because of the destruction of the seals and didn't think that the same thing could happen in this continent. The master said he was ready to help. Lilith noticed his kindness even though he rejected her. The orc admitted that she was still dear to him, and Lilith replied that she also appreciated him. She explained that she sees him as a brother and is not looking for a replacement. The guy noted that she had overcome the internal discord and asked what kind of monster she couldn't lock up without the help of his parents. The demoness replied that she didn't even expect that the creature was still alive. At that moment, space became distorted. The master felt sleepy, and Lilith exclaimed, trying to understand what was going on. The woman noticed in a panic that something had broken through here, and the reinforced seal was about to open. She grabbed the orc's arm. Above them, several spaces opened up, with the sky, cities, and nature. The guy asked if it was a dream, and noted that this dream is not one person. The demoness praised his powers of observation. Lilith explained that this world is made up of many dreams and belongs to everyone who happened to be here. They were drawn into an alien reality. She said that the creature sealed here is her ancient ancestor. This is the oldest progenitor of nightmares. She doesn't understand why the seal broke. The orc noted that this was impossible, but remembered the fairy's words about cheating. The demoness asked me to stay close to her, because it's safer that way. The orc replied that she had already saved him, and that he was not here of his own free will. Lilith felt the world expand, engulfing everything around her. She assumed that it would continue to grow until it covered the entire continent. The master thought of his lovers. He said he was going to look for them. The woman said the world was too big, but he was sure they were looking for it too. Lilith doubted it. The demoness pointed at the two monsters. The orc recognized them, and Lilith noticed that those absorbed in this world did not notice what was happening. She explained that so far they are fine, but it takes energy to create a perfect new world. It is taken from those who are trapped. In the next second, the monsters withered, losing their life force. Orc was even more alarmed, thinking of his companions. Lilith said that this world is too big to find anyone here. The boy protested that he had to protect Tita and Kurura. The demoness rejected the idea. She explained that it is easier to eliminate the creator of this space. The orc reasoned that if it was difficult to find people, then the creator would not be easy to find. But I suddenly realized that I could force him to come himself. The woman was delighted with his guess and explained they are anomalies of this world, so they should try to destroy it. She offered to take action. Lilith said she would analyze the place. The orc was surprised that the demoness retained her power even in the illusory world. The guy noted that he can't use magic and feels heavy in his body. The woman replied that this was normal and asked me to trust her. At this moment, the orc unleashed its magic power. Lilith asked in surprise how he did it. He replied that he had learned from watching her. The demoness noted that he was incredibly intelligent. It had taken her a millennium to master it herself. The guy chuckled, saying that he couldn't handle it alone anyway. The master added that at least this way he wouldn't become a burden, and asked what he should do. Lilith chuckled and called it their debut as a duo, and said that she would help. After finishing the analysis, the woman asked him to eliminate the errors of this world. The guy agreed, and decided to use a new powerful skill. The orc swung his sword and delivered a crushing blow. After the impact, there was a gap in the world. Lilith noted that he should have done it sooner. The guy explained that then he could have hurt her. At that moment, they noticed that the enemy was approaching. Black magic gushed out from the gap. The demoness recalled the words about the castle prison for her ancestor. She explained that the ancestor was different from her. It can steal everything: power, memories, will, emotions. The woman asked if the orc would be able to maintain its sanity after absorbing the hearts of humans. He said no. Something came out of the gap. The master reasoned that the human heart is the whole world, and it takes great strength to restrain itself. And this creature has consumed countless worlds. The orc said it was the epitome of a nightmare, and Lilith agreed. She clarified that they are looking at a prototype, the one who once destroyed the whole world. The guy realized that the opponent was stronger than both of them combined. The orc pointed out that the monster had already destroyed the world, but if it still existed, it must have been stopped. He said that they also have a chance to repeat it. The master thought he couldn't have done it alone, but Lilith is with him, Lilith, now. The woman said that they would not fight for this world, but for the one she wanted to create. The enraged monster rained down blows, but the heroes were able to dodge. The orc realized that the creature was terrible. It has lost its mind, mindlessly devouring hearts, and now acts only on instinct. He realized that close combat was impossible. Lilith attacked the enemy with a soul-destroying spell. The monster howled and began to blur. He reasoned that the demoness had destroyed the souls, and now the enemy would lose control. The creature reached for Lilith, but the orc prepared to strike. His attack tore the monster to pieces. He realized that they had a chance to win. The enemy was strong, but lacked the skills and strategy of a normal monster. Suddenly, a strange creature burst out of the remnants. It formed a sharp spear out of his hand. In the next instant, the orc was hit in the shoulder. Lilith ran to him. In front of them was the demoness, ancestor. He said that he finally feels light, adding that overeating has done him harm. The orc sensed a warning from his sixth sense. The enemy was too dangerous. He had to retreat. The woman was trembling with terror. Lilith fell to her knees and screamed that this was the end, that they couldn't defeat him and had to run. The orc realized that she had given up hope. She knew the power of the ancestor. His previous attack had shown just how strong he was. The guy noticed the unusual aura of the ancestor, palpable even for him. The creature claimed that they were similar, both designed to maintain balance. He said that the guy was trying to maintain consciousness by strengthening himself, and Lilith was an improved version of him. The orc couldn't believe that he had been holding back someone who had such valuable information all this time. He suggested that the demon destroy this world, adding that the real one is much more beautiful, and stressed that he does not want to kill it. But the ancestor refused. His nature is to plunge everything into a nightmare. The orc noticed that humans had ways to relieve tension and asked if there were other ways for demons to satisfy their desires. The ancestor asked the same question to the guy and got the answer no. The creature explained that you can't ask for something that you can't do yourself. It added that it was impossible to stop him, and that an orc, as an experienced warrior, should understand the difference in strength. The hero had to agree. He reasoned that the enemy had complete control over the power concentrated in the human body. It's weaker than before, but it's even more dangerous. the guy realized that their defeat was inevitable.